It would be his record 6th U.S. Open title here on the Jersey Shore. Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Schlanger. Thrilled to have you with us as we move into the business end of this 46th edition of the U.S. Open, the oldest and most prestigious nine-ball event on the planet. This is the venue, and these are the matches coming up here today early on our featured tables, both 1 and 2. First up, Match 1 on Table 1 features the German Moritz Neuhausen against the Dutch player Mark Beisabosch, while on Table number 2, it is Mario He of the Austrian side taking on another Dutch player, Nils Feyen. That to get things going before Earl Strickland comes up later on today against Jason Shaw of Great Britain. That will be the third match on Table 1 here at Harrah's. Carl Boys will join me in just a little while, but it has been a terrific week so far. The first 3 days action-packed with matches taking place on a series of tables around this venue, but now down to the last 64. It's single elimination the rest of the way. And now the German Moritz Neuhausen against Dutch player Mark Beisabosch. And the lag to see who will break. This is where the nerves start to kick in, as you see the weekend approaching and the opportunity for a prestigious nine-ball title on the horizon. Will be a dry break to get things going. Neuhausen coming through the winner's bracket. He is undefeated so far, winning all 3 of his matches in the first 3 days. Beisabosch, however, had to come through loser's qualification. But Neuhausen is not without drama and anxiety to make it to this point. While he won his first match 9-2, he had a thrilling Hill final in round 2, beating Jesse Engel 9-8 before a very one-sided win in his third round 9-1 over To Leon Han. That's a surprising miss on the 2 from the German. Neuhausen just breaking into the world rankings for the first time after winning an event in nearby Connecticut a week ago. And now making the drive about 3 hours south here to Atlantic City for his biggest ever event. Beisabosch won his first round match in convincing fashion 9-2. Lost in the second round 9-6 to Tom Stavely, but then really hit the gas, winning his next 3 matches, not losing more than 4 racks along the way.
Shows you the confidence of Moritz, fresh off the back of his victory up in Connecticut, comes here feeling like he can't miss a ball.
Well, as you just heard, that is the voice of Carl Boyes, who has now joined me here on table number one as the German takes a 1-0 lead here in this last 64 match. And Carl, welcome aboard. What are your thoughts here on this match and what you expect?
Yeah, Moritz, as I was just saying, fresh off his victory at Jason Shaw's club, the Connecticut Cooley's Open, and he's been in the States a little while. Of course, he got to the final of the World Cup of Pool with his friend Joshua Filler, and I think since then he's kind of kicked on. Bijsterbosch had that fantastic run also in Spain, getting to the final of the Spanish Open. So I expect it to be a tight match. Made the one on the break.
And you mentioned Neuhausen's good friend Josh Filler, his fellow German. He might play him in the next round if both win today.
Testing opening pot here. These middle pockets can be quite scary. Getting on the 3 ball is not going to be easy. They're just not easy in the middle. We try and play it off that far jaw. Let's see if we can see where this ball actually hit. Yeah, just a little high, that was all, but often just spits the ball back out.
Had a miss on the 2 in the first rack, and same fate here in the second.
Oh, that's a little bit worrying. I'm not saying it was an easy shot because you have to like sort of float it in with a bit of left. It's like an in-between sort of shot. But he missed it by a long way. Didn't even catch the jaw. Needs to play this with quite a little bit of pace. He's got an angle, but not loads. Yeah, you see how he had to thump the ball in?
Seems to be on his game here in the early going. For the first time, it is a race to 10. First few days were either a race to 9 on the winner's side or race to 8 in loser's qualification.
That gives us a sign he's quite competent in switching hands as well. Played that one with his left, drawing the cue ball back. Bijsterbosch has got to be careful here because he's playing a man that's in clear form. Mark will know this as well. So that 2-ball miss will hurt in rack 2.
So he has very decisively taken the first 2 racks here on table number 1. The German Moritz Neuhausen having a lot of success in coming over here to the U.S. after the win in Connecticut, now trying to make a deep run at the 46th U.S. Open. Now just a few matches underway, more to come later on today as we are now down to the last 64. The first few days were double elimination, but now it's single elimination, a loss, and you go home the rest of the way.
Now a race to 10 as well. So the matches have all just started out.
Earl Strickland coming up in the 3rd match on table 1 today. What a story that is. The 62-year-old 5-time champion coming through losers qualification. He's going to have a big crowd around him here at Harrah's as this day unfolds. Two of the first 3 breaks have been dry here on table 1.
Took a gamble on the positional play there because it was such a thin pot on the 1. Does have a look at the 2, but the angle looks like it's coming to the right side of the table, which is bad news because look where the red 3 is. Is he changing the pocket? Is he playing it into the top right? Well, that's a little wild. Has he fluked the 9? That was a tall order. We've seen it in Spain actually with Bijsterbosch. He plays his own game. Not many players would have took it in that pocket, and look where the cue ball was. It was just all a little weird, a little wild out there.
You like that play, or would you have done different?
Yeah, I didn't like it at all. I'd rather just pop the ball in the top left, take my medicine and leave a thinner cut on the red 3. I think he was trying way too much there. How's the cue ball? Yeah, that's okay. Kicking at the 2 ball. Moritz didn't get the cue ball welded on the 5, so that's left a little gap. May have to swerve it a little bit, go off this long rail, then the cue ball off the top rail, and then into the 2, but it's hard to see how we can get safe from here. Well, he's kicked it in 1 rail. Well, that's worked out okay. Just feel like this is a big shot coming up now for Mark. Missed a 2-ball earlier on. Feels like he's out of sorts. Now I'm not sure what that was about. That was bizarre. Why don't you just pot it up the rail? What is going on out there?
Yeah, I mean, that was very mysterious, huh?
I can only think in the back of his mind he was thinking the purple 5's a stuck ball, but where the 3-ball was, he could have played for position on the pink 4-ball, leave an angle and just take a gamble. Gotta be careful he doesn't scratch off the 4-ball here in the top left corner. That's why I played it slow. Now he's got problems. The cue ball's close to that side rail. He has no way of breaking the 5 out. Look at this for an effort. This deserves the world. Rail first to make something happen. Very good shot that. Again, another clever shot. Moritz, the 19-year-old from Germany, showing he has a very adept pool brain. Purposely kissing off the green 6 to get the hook.
As a young player, sometimes those street smarts and that pool IQ doesn't kick in until later, and he seems to have it, the skill and the smarts. Look at this. Tried to spin it. It was a almost impossible effort, and the official was right there to make sure that all the contact was legal. So it's ball in hand now for Moritz.
Yeah, I think he can get the cue ball. It's not a big gap that where he's put the cue ball, so he's got to be careful. He can move it where he wants. And he may have to raise the butt of the cue up as well. There's a few fans dotted around the arena. Obviously there's quite a lot of tables, so people are spread around, but I can assure you, come after lunchtime here in Atlantic City, there'll be big crowds around table 1 and 2 because the 2 matches we have at 1:30. Pool fans just simply won't want to miss. Shane Van Boning will be playing Chang Jun Lin on table 2, and it will be Earl the Pearl Strickland against Eagle Eye Jason Shaw on table 1.
Earl already here, warming up.
Yeah, 62 years of age. You think he'd maybe having his feet up, having a rest, but not for Earl. He's here, fully dressed, white belts on, wrist straps, high heels, hitting balls.
He is ready to roll. Now for a 3-0 lead. He is set up. And the German finishes the table. Now it's a race to 10, but Moritz Neuhausen has to feel like he's in a good spot already, having taken the first 3 racks relatively comfortably here on table 1.
Yeah, it's been a one-man show so far. The Boss just looks like he's somewhere else. Some of the shot selections he's been taking is very worrying. Moritz, well, he's been schooling him really.
Neuhausen going for his 4th consecutive win against no losses so far here this week in the first 4 days. And also some huge Mosconi Cup possibilities on the line for a guy like Neuhausen trying to make Team Europe. There are automatic spots at stake at the end of this U.S. Open for both Team Europe and Team USA. And despite the fact he's only a teenager, he is vaulting himself into contention.
Good break. Is he going to get a look at this one? He's going to get a piece of it. He really is. 2 balls holding up. Oh, this is nice. Going to have to slightly jack down on the cue ball because he's got to get the cue ball to stop dead. That will give him a shot on the blue too. But then after that, the split has been very kind. Just a case of connecting the dots. As you were saying, Steve, it's a race to 10, but these matches can soon start to slip away if you're not on the ball. And I go back to rack 2. Bosch had that shot on the 2 ball fairly easy, missed it by a long way, and then since then it's been all about the young man at the table.
Yeah, the Dutch player has been on the table in all 3 racks so far, but I don't know if he's going to get a shot here in rack number 4. It was his best break so far, and he used that as a springboard to run the rack for the first time. And now a pretty commanding 4-0 lead for the German, Moritz Neuhausen. Looking for his 4th straight win here on day 4 at this 46th U.S. Open. And could very well play his fellow German in the next round with a win today. Josh Filler is up 2-0 in his match against Kim Loksanen. They're on table number 5. So both of the Germans pitching shutouts right now and potentially headed for a matchup in the next round. These are the first matches of the day here, and a busy fourth day altogether. We'll go deep into the evening here at Harrah's.
Didn't make the one. This could set up nicely. Yep, the little bump. It's all going nicely for Moritz Neuhausen. Fresh off the back of his victory. This is what happens. You always see players go on a bit of a run. The balls look open, but the 3 ball is actually sat in a bit of a weird place because there you see it doesn't go past the 5, it doesn't go in the middle because of the 8 ball. So he's got to try and get this cue ball somewhere. Will go in the bottom left corner. Also the bottom right corner. Wants to be straight so he can just roll through. This is the lifeline Bijsterbosch needed. Missed the 3-ball a long way.
Now, this is the first time that Bijsterbosch has been on the table with a spread like this. He's always had to deal with some kind of congestion with the balls, but not so much here.
Needed some help, Bijsterbosch, and in rack 5, he's had some help.
It was a miss on the 3 by the German that allowed the Dutch player to finally get up after waiting a long time to hit a shot. And he's finally on the board here in this race to 10, but still trailing by 3 racks. And again, a look at some of the other matches taking place here. Over on table 2, next door to us, Niels Feyen, the fellow Dutch player to Bijsterbosch, is up 3-0 on Mario He. Barnaby and Hess, the 2 Americans, on the outside on table number 26, both tied at 2 so far. Josh Filler, the German, has extended his lead over the Finn to 3-0. As we are just getting started here on this 4th day at the U.S. Open, Harrah's Atlantic City, terrific host for this major championship. And a rare break opportunity for Bijsterbosch here.
That's not going to help. And it looks like there's a 2-9 combo available, but you do have to get sort of at the centre of the table to play that shot. Off the shot Moritz is faced with, I don't think he can do that. He may have to play for the 2 in the bottom right corner. If he attempts to pot, that is. sizing up sending the one ball round the table. 1, 2, 3, 4 rails. I thought he might be tempted to play the pot here though.
What would you do?
I'd try and cut the one ball up the rail, send the cue ball across in a parallel line, back off this other long rail for the 2 ball in the corner. It's not easy by any stretch, but I'll tell you what, Shane Van Bonen would take this on. This is the type of shot he loves to attempt. Yeah, he's had a go at that. Again, I said it wasn't easy, but it was well worth the risk for me. Looks super thin this to attempt, so he may just get the one ball over towards the red 3. Get the cue ball down table. Yeah, using the blue 2 and the 9. That's the plan. Looks a good shot.
Really good cue ball control.
Two rail kick I think he was looking at. Doesn't look like it's easy to get that safe. Neil's fire and he's off to a flyer on table 2. He's playing Mario He, and he's won the first 3 racks. Yeah, the 2 rail kick didn't offer much. Small chance. If he can cut it in, he will cut the ball in and play for the combination. If not, he'll play the bank shot for the combination. The blue 2-9 looks to be sitting pretty.
This to have the lead of Newhausen. And he gets it. So the Dutch player Mark Bijstabasha down and out a few moments ago, dropping the first 4 racks, has come back to take the last 2, and he is within 2 here on table number 1. Sometimes that's all it takes, a few good opportunities. He got one with a Newhausen miss in the last rack, and then a combination that presented itself here in this most recent rack. So he is very much back in this. Two Dutch players playing side by side right now. Bijstabasha here on table 1, and Niels Fayen next door on table 2. Fayen leading Mario He 3-1 at the moment. Let's A couple of dry breaks now for the Dutch.
Oh, the Pearl's had his practice. He's grabbing his coat. He's out of it. He plays at 130 against Short. The whole pool world's talking about it. That is box office. Anything can happen when them two meet on a pool table. There's a lot of history there. Bosch is in a spot of bother here. Doesn't look like there's an easy window. He's looking to see if he can get the cue ball in between the 3 ball and the middle pocket, that little space on the left rail. Boy, it looks tight. Other than that, maybe he plays it past the brown 7 on the left hand side with loads of right spin, but just looks so hard to spot the safety. He's had a good look at this. He feels he can see an edge, so that must mean he's playing the pot. He must be forced into this. This is horrible. Wow, what a shot that is. What a shot that is, by the way.
Wow.
Held his hand up because of the leave, but what a pot. Look at the overhead. That is super thin. Right in the middle, deserved a bit of fortune.
Almost wound up with an incredible combo as well. Basha growing into this match.
This is for 3 racks in a row. He was trailing 4 racks to 0.
Well, there was a moment where it looked like Neuhausen was going to go up 5-0 and be halfway home, but instead this match has flipped. And it's now 3 consecutive racks for Basha, and he is to within 1. And we have a match brewing here on table 1. It's just how quickly things can turn around when you get to this point in a tournament like this. Final 64, single elimination. And his fellow Dutch player next to us on table 2, also off to a promising start here, leading the Austrian.
Yeah, Niels was 3 up, so it looks like Mario, barring these 3 balls, he's going to claw back. Also, we expect matches to become a little closer, a little tighter as the best start meeting the best. This is round of single elimination, 64 players left. By the end of today's play, we will know our final 16. So we play round of 64 and 32.
So he pots the 1, upper left corner.
Gone for the short stick. He can play the push, doesn't fancy it, feels like this is a makeable jump shot. And it is pretty close to the pocket. Cue ball might fly around a little bit, so he's got to be careful about that.
Just has a lot of ground to cover before he makes contact with the 2.
Change of plan. I thought he might be tempted to play the 2-rail kick. If he can just miss the 8 ball, 2 rails, kick and stick, take a bit of a gamble on some distance. He's undecided, he's gone back for the jump cue. Here we go, air ball. Where's the 2 ball going to finish? Oh, does it pass through the gap?
The 5 is maybe somewhat of a barrier here.
From such a fantastic start, where Norhausen won the first 4 racks, missed that 3 ball in rack 5, he's kind of dipped off the pace a little bit now.
Yeah, not all his own doing, as Eistabasha has played very well. He's finally gotten his match started, and that is forced Neuhausen to lose some steam here. And the crowd starting to gather here. Good touch. I love that last scene, by the way, in the crowd, Carl. You had one patron with coffee, another had a beer. That's just the perfect representation. of what you get when you come to Harrah's at this championship, and people need their beverage of choice, right?
Yeah, I think I'd be sat in the middle, to be honest, Steve.
It's hard to tell that time of day, right? It's a little before noon, so you're getting close.
He can pot the 5, but he has to send the 3 into the rail first. Not easy. It doesn't look like he's playing that. It's hard to see what else he could play. If he goes into the rail first, I don't think he'd be that far away from making the purple 5 ball. I really don't. You've got to remember how well he's playing. The rich vein of form he's in. Don't be getting dragged down into this type of mindset.
Well, again, once we get down to the last few matches, the shot clock will come into play, so players will have to make quick decisions, but still at this stage, they're left to deliberate as long as they like.
Oh, that is not good. That is not good.
Seems like he's left him a pot.
Yeah, from that angle, it looks like you can see the potting angle. Getting on the 4 ball, don't know where the natural path goes. Does he have to flick off the green 6? Maybe that's what he's got to try and do. Yeah, he's played that well. That's what he had to do. That was the only way of getting the cue ball up. And if it finds the rail, it's okay because the 4 ball is off the rail. So he's got an angle. Round the back, this is going to work out nice. Look at the spin, perfect for the 6.
Newhausen regains a grip in this match. Sigh of relief. Instead of going 4-all and feeling like it was getting away, he reasserts control and once again leads by 2. Halfway there now in this race to 10 at Harrah's Atlantic City. And for the first time, it is a race to 10. The first 3 days of competition. On the winner's side, we're always a race to 9. In loser's qualification, it was a race to 8. But now we are in a race to 10 with single elimination. And now checking in on Neuhausen's German teammate here on table number 5, who he again would play in the next round if they both win. This is a 3-all match.
So he's played the push. Joshua hands it straight back.
So interesting that both Josh and Moritz, the two friends, both from Germany, got off to quick starts, led by multiple racks, but both of their opponents have started to mount a comeback in these matches happening concurrently here.
The break has deserted Moritz. Passes the ball straight back to the table with an open look at the 1. Was close, hit both jaws.
It is 3 dry breaks for the German here so far.
Over on table 2, Niels Feijen is just about to win another rack. He takes a 4-2 lead over Mario He. You can just see there in the distance. That is table 2. Of course, Mark Bijsterbosch and Niels Feijen played the World Cup of Pool together. Hanging on in there is Bijsterbosch. Making a game of this.
Now both players settling in, playing very well. if anything, Newhausen will just lament a few dry breaks that have contributed to how close this score is right now. But players taking advantage of opportunities that have been presented, pretty sharp and on point with their form, and just about as tight as we could be. 5-4 here after the opening 9 racks. Each player with experience being pushed here this week in Atlantic City. While Newhausen has not lost so far, he did have a Hill final against Jesse Engel, where he won 9-8. Beistabasha, meantime, had to come through losers qualification as he dropped his second match of the tournament to Tom Stavely 9-6 before coming back to win his next 3 to get to the last 64 here today.
Well, you got the 9-ball moving. Fortunately, the cue ball's found a pocket. Good news for Maurice. All the balls are sat in open play. Looks like a good chance. Little shy of pace, so he's just got a tester now. It's always awkward when the pocket's not completely in your eye line. You see how his face and his eyes are facing forward, and then as he glances to the left, the pocket's there. And you can miss them. Now and again, you can miss them. That's why your cue ball has to be better positioning.
That's the one thing we have not seen so far, a miss this deep in the rack.
What a big rack this is now. A big moment in the match because he looked so good earlier on. It was Beistabasha who looked shaky. He's just turned round a little bit. What a chance he had there with ball in hand. Good safety shot, so got a kick at this ball. Fire, another rack, 5-2 up over He. Good hit made contact. If the cue ball finds the rail, he'll be happy with that. Yeah, he'll be delighted with that. I know he's left a pot, but could have been so much easier for the Dutchman.
Can't get totally comfortable here.
Just run on a little bit too far, hasn't it? It's a good pot. Looks very thin.
He backed off several times.
Yeah, Maurice just double checking. Even though you feel like it is a foul, you just better make sure in case. Sometimes it moves a slither, doesn't it? Wasn't easy, to be fair. It was awkward pot.
Had to get ball in hand though at this point. Big opportunity for Moritz. Could have very easily been 5-all. But after the first 10 racks, Moritz Neuhausen keeping Baista Basha at arm's length, leading 6-4. Now, we'll see about the break of the German teenager. That's been the one liability so far in his game, so far in this match. And it's really surprising if you go back to his win in Connecticut recently. He shut out European Open champion David Alcady 9-0 and had 7 consecutive break and runouts during the course of that match. But the break has not been as kind to him here today. And back over on table 5. Josh here, his German brethren, leading 5-4.
Yeah, he's in his own little battle, is Philip. Desperate to win another title. Won the very first staging of the US Open when Matchroom Sport took over. That was at the Mandalay Bay in 2019. This is table 2. He's at the table. It's all been about firing really, that match, so he's just hanging on in, trying to claw his way back. Looking good here in rack 8. Should be good enough.
Mario, he has played some roller coaster matches so far. Never goes quietly. Oh, wow. How about that mistake?
Wow.
Oh, and instead of 5-3, he could be looking at trailing 6-2.
Wowzers. It might be the easiest 9-ball we've seen in the opening 3 and a bit days. Fortunate where it's left, it has to be said, but also at the same time, we often say, I'm sure Niels would rather be back at the table with this opportunity to win the rack. I'm sure he's as surprised us as all. Maybe he's going to chip off the right edge of it, get distance. You can just see their fillers at the table. There's that thin snip. Leave a bit of distance. That's all he could do. Mario's going to have to take the bank on, I believe.
Mario also probably feeling fortunate to get back to the table after the miss a moment ago.
Taking his time, having a good look, but I think he's got to go at the bank shot. There's Mario. Filler's looking good. Taking no time at all. You can actually see Copigny in the distance behind Filler. Has he made it? He has. Wow, what a shot. Fortunate in rack number 8. How big was that bank shot from Mario He?
And what a break after a bad miss. Almost cost him the entire rack. He's able to save it and pulls to within 2 in one of our many matches going on here around this venue at Harrah's.
Oh, we're talking about Copigny there in the distance. He's actually 6-1 down against Vietnamese's Phang Nam Pham. Lucius Yap, he's 5-1 up against Wojciech Szewczak.
And the two Germans, both good friends, both playing right now. Neuhausen here on table 1, Filler on table number 5, and each leading by a 6-4 score. And they would play each other in the next round if they both win today. The break just not happening for Moritz here.
Yeah, it's dried up, hasn't it? He's one of the better breakers and all at this cup break. Not happened in this match yet. Just flicked the 2 ball onto the rail. Can he get the cross banking? That's what he's looking at. Tried that. Was not really on. And if he's got the full ball hook, which it looks like he has, maybe there's a little edge. Over on table 8, Imran Majid is down 6 racks to 1. He's playing Alexa Paselj. Filler still 6-4. Jeffrey De Luna against Chang Yulong. That's a good matchup. Over on table 3, De Luna wins. He's winning 4 racks to 2 rather. Alexander Kazakis is 6-3 up over Ko Ping Chung. So both Ko brothers in a spot of bother. Last year's runner-up, he's going along okay on table 7. Max Lechner leads Daniel Guttenberger 5 racks to 3. Oscar Dominguez flying 7-2 up over on table 12. Marco Thucher is playing Vitali Sora. He's leading 5 racks to 2. He was the man who beat SVB this week. He put SVB into losers qualification round. SVB come through. And SVB is playing Chang Jong Lin at 1:30 today. What a matchup that is. Back to the action. Bijsterbosch with a chance here. Cue ball's run a little bit, so he's going to have to thin cut this 4 ball up the rail. Draw the cue ball straight back, just past the 9 ball. Worst case scenario here would be landing straight on the 8. Anything but straight. Anything but straight. And he's landed pretty straight. Now the reason why you don't want to be straight here is because you can't get the cue ball out. If he's got a little bit of angle, he's got to really power the ball in. 4-inch pocket. Now he may have to pull it back and play it in one of the top corners or the middle. The 8 ball did rattle. The 8 ball rattled. This is what happens when you leave yourself straight. So now he's got to play this in the side. And he's not landed too bad on this ball, but he's feeling it. Going wiping the cue down. Watch the 8 ball.
That was close. He is sweating it. Good solid shot. And Bijsterbosch keeping it close, hanging around, not letting the German extend his advantage. He's back to within 1 rack here. 6-5 on table number 1. Both players executing pretty well. Probably the biggest problem, I think you would have to say, is just the lack of breaking success from Neuhausen. It's cost him to lose the table a few times after a successful rack. Neither player with any egregious misses at this point. Neuhausen had the quick start. Won the first 4 racks. At one point it looked like he was going to go 5-0 up. Then Bijsterbosch settled into a rhythm. And now not much separating the form of these two players. Hard to tell how this one's going to go.
Looks like it's a good break. 2 balls just pulled up a little, so he's got a little thin one. Took a little gamble. He had to like flick the ball in with a bit of spin. Bumping the 6 has not worked out, but he has got an option of a good safety, I think. I think he can skim off the edge. Get the cue ball floating up to the top rail. He's only got the 7 ball there though as a blocker, so pace is not going to be easy. That's why he's come round to have a look at the other way. Maybe try and do a similar shot and get the cue ball behind the 8 ball. Options. Day 4. 6 days of play here at the 46th US Open Pool Championship. An event just stacked with history. 256 players started. 10 AM round this morning is the last 64. Later on we will play the last 32. Come tomorrow, just 16 will be left. 16 players will play over 3 tables, so the arena will have a different feel to it. Oh, this is a good shot. This is a good shot indeed.
Now can barely place it better. Going to be ball in hand for the German.
Oh, you could see how close it was. It's amazing how many times you can play a kick shot in pool, and when you look at the replay, you wonder how no contact was made. Settle down cue ball, doesn't want to sit on the 7. That's fine.
For a 2-rack lead once again.
Yeah, on the rail. Now and again, you will miss one of these. You're not always going to keep potting these. High percentage you're going to pot them, but you can definitely miss them. Made it this time.
Well, for as close as this match has been here, in the last half hour or so. We are through 12 racks, and we've never been tied. Newhausen has basically just been holding off Weistabascha to this point. Leads by 2. And 3 racks away now from advancing down to the last 16. Now his fellow German, Josh Filler, leading 8-4 now. So he has a multiple rack advantage. And looking more and more like the two Germans, the two friends, could be meeting in the next round.
Yeah, he's broke away there in that match, but he's just played a very poor safety. So he's give Lacassen a chance. Ko Ping-yi, you can just see him in the distance there. He was down. He was actually down 6 racks to 1. He's won another rack. He's at the table there. Can he claw his way back? Back to the action. Neuhausen to break. 7-5. He's got the lead.
This has been his one issue so far. 4 dry breaks.
Make that 5. He's getting the one ball close. It's hitting the point a lot. That just shows you how difficult it is to keep making the one in the side. Big wall of balls to hide behind. John Lehman entered the arena. Keep a close eye on this one. It's a good hit, rail made as well. Well, I'll tell you what, surely he's not landing on this ball through the gap. That would be incredible.
It is tight. The 4, the 7, and the 2, as well as the 9 there. All in close range. It's well done.
Needed to pinch the pocket. That is not going to go. He was also sizing up the 4-9 combo if he'd have potted the 3.
get the best angle for the jump shot here. Has to almost crawl up onto the table.
This is not easy. It needs to be made. I don't even know if he'll take it on. No, he's not taking it on. 4-ball needs to hit a rail. Just caught the rail.
Barely. Yeah, that would have been ambitious, the 4-9 combo. Chess match continues here around the 4.
Doesn't look too bad. Can kick off the right hand side rail. And the 4 may go in the side pocket past the 8. Could also possibly clip the left side of the 4 and make the 8 in the side as well. So there's a few things that might happen here. Ball could even find the top left corner pocket as well. There we go. He knew that. Here's a better look at this. Yeah, look at the 8. Always had a chance of tracking towards the middle. Wonder if he could play off the left slow. Get the hook behind the 5. Yeah, it was a little touchy-feely shot. Held his hand up, but not sure why. And now a real chance.
Yeah, not just for this rack, but this could be a pivotal moment in the match. If he can run it out from here. Get to 8-5, you lead by 3, but you're within 2 racks of the victory at that point.
Table 2, Mario He has clawed his way back in the match. It currently is 5 racks to 4 to Neil's fire, and he's on a similar 9-ball. It's actually a little more difficult than that really easy one that we got to see before. Made it this time though. 5-5 over on table 2.
Now, he was in danger, remember, earlier when we saw him, when he had that miss on the 9 of going down 6-2. But has not lost since that point and levels that match. This man has been trying to level for a while, but this could be a tough spot for him now.
Don't blame him for taking his time, just the way this match has gone. Had a 4-rack lead after the 4 first racks. Beisterbosch hung in, made a fight of it, stayed with Norhausen. So this simple 9-ball to open up a 3-rack lead again.
Well, Neuhausen has led by as many as 4 racks. Beisterbosch has gotten as close as within 1, but now the lead back to 3. And the German within 2 now of winning this match and moving on to the next round. He has to be thinking to himself, though, all right, I'm due for a good break. Hasn't been there for me today, but at some point, it's got to fall. It's got to happen. He's had 1 break and run so far in this match. That's it. 4 dry breaks. I would certainly love to take the victory here in this most recent rack and run it out to an overall win. Crowd gathering. More people filing in here as we get down to the last 3 days of competition.
Yeah, we start at 10 AM. Maybe that's a little early for some of the patrons. Sort of spotted that over the first few days. Come lunchtime, everyone starts to arrive. Well, he's made the 1-ball, Steve, at last. And look at what he's been blessed with here. This is a golden opportunity.
That's what he's been waiting for. Finally gets it to fall his way. He gets the 6, he gets the 1. And a nice spread for him here to work with.
Wasn't the cleanest of pots. Joshua Filler's on the hill. 9-5 he leads now. This is looking very likely. We're going to see the all-German clash. There's the 9-ball. That's for the match. Joshua Filler advances through to the final 32 where he will play the winner of this one.
Could be his friend and fellow German here, the way things are unfolding.
Wow. What a moment. What a miss. 9-5 would have been a tall order for Beisterbosch.
I haven't seen a miss like that in several racks.
Just simply fired it into the rail too high up. Them balls don't go in anymore. They shouldn't go in. Players should be tested in the big majors. This is arguably the biggest of them all. This is not ideal. This is not the type of shot you want. Big moment coming up in this match. He's made it. He's passed the test. Where's the cue ball? It's okay.
Well, how ironic. In that last rack, Neuhausen finally got the break he had been looking for, the one biggest liability so far in his game today. Potted 2, had a nice layout, looked like he was virtually home free, but then his biggest mistake of the last 30 minutes or so, and that allows Beistabach to get back to within 2 racks after an hour and a half here on table number 1. And how about this? Mario He has come all the way back to win 4 straight racks and now leads for the first time over Niels Fayen next to us on table number 2. So a lot of interesting dynamics at play here in the storylines on day 4 at the U.S. Open. Fong Nang Pham fell behind early, but he's come back over Ko Pin Yi on table number 4. On table number 5 just a short time ago, that man's good friend Josh Filler of Germany closed out his opponent to advance on to the round of 32, and now looking like he might face Neuhausen in that next round, but not so sure. Still has a lead of multiple racks, but he's feeling the chills of the pressure that starts to mount at this point in the single elimination portion of the U.S. Open.
Just see Moritz has got his jacket on. It is a little cold in the arena. We seem to have the aircon on. I'm not really sure why. It's not exactly baking outside, is it? But can get a little chilly in here.
Oh, rather cool. As we get into late September in the mid-60s outside, and wind blows off the water here in Atlantic City on the Jersey Shore.
You can see Beistabach, sorry, I said Tyler Steyer because he stood next to me, but he's also wearing one. They wear that undergarment, kind of tight top. A lot of the players are actually wearing them. They usually pack them in the suitcase. Not sure if Moritz has brought anything like that with him, but Niels Fayen, he's on table 2. He also wears one of them. He was leading in his match, by the way, but he's now 6-5 down. He's at the table with a good opportunity to tie the match up. Temperament is a big word in the world of pool, because it's a funny game. When you've played it at a top level, you sort of understand it a little easier. Crazy things can happen on a pool table. One player can be having the run of the ball, so you're sat there sweating it out. And then all of a sudden, you have your chance to get on the hill with a big lead, feeling like you got 1 foot in the last 32. You make a mistake, miss an easy ball, and now he's sat spectating.
And Neuhausen hasn't been back up out of that chair since that mistake. Beistabach cleaned the table. Now with an opportunity for the break and run here to get back to within 1. Crazy the way this match has developed. We've never been tied. Beistabach has trailed throughout. Just has not been able to get all the way back even with the German. Working his way there now. Eight-7. So the first few matches of the day finishing up Max Lechner with a sizable lead on his fellow Austrian Daniel Gutenberger on table number 7, working his way towards the hill. Same story for Oscar Dominguez of the U.S. on table number 12. Jeff DeLuna almost on the hill over on table 3, not too far away from where we are. Phong Nung Pham with a 4-rack lead over Ko Ping Yi. That's on table number 4. Ko Ping Chung on table 6. Pretty close after an hour and a half. Just 1 rack separating those two. And 1 rack separating these two. Newhausen and Beistabascha. Break and run in the last rack. And trying to do it again to level this match.
Well, you could see Moritz sat in his chair, he's holding some hot water, but he does have one of them undergarment tops on, so clearly feeling the cold, but he's been at the table a lot, so usually when you're at the table and you're walking around and you're playing, you feel okay.
Wondering now when he's going to get back to the table. Since that mistake a couple of racks ago, he's not been out of the chair.
An hour and 45 minutes now this match is into. That's about right. Race to 10, you could look at around the 2-hour mark if it's fairly even.
From here, as we get deeper into it, the matches go longer, more racks to secure the win, but we also get the introduction of the shot clock later as well, so the matches in those cases may not go as long.
Looks quite straight. Oh, he's had to pinch a bit. Left a little bit of distance, which is fine. You've got to make sure you leave yourself a pot, which he has on the purple 5. Slightly gone wrong this shot, because if he puts it in the side, runs forward, full ball contact in the 9, that could go wrong. It's in a weird little position here. It's funny because when you look at your screens there, you just think, oh, he's going to win this rack, but the natural path the cue ball takes when potting a ball is where, you know, the professionals, the better players, they understand it a little bit more. Let's see where the cue ball goes. See how it went into the 9? I think he's got to be happy with that. I know this is very thin, but overall he'll take this.
Oh, he didn't get enough of it. Wow. Potentially just a shot away from 8-all, and now all of a sudden Newhausen has a chance to be on the hill.
A lot of body movement there as well, wasn't he? He was up before, practically struck the cue ball. This has turned into a very edgy match. It's been an enthralling one. As soon as the draw was made, picked this one out, just felt like this was a big match, because you got two European players who've played the part on tour this year. You know, they've gone deep. That man there lost in the final of the Spanish Open. Marique's final of the World Cup, won in Connecticut last weekend. So their names have been spoken about. Mosconi Cups, first time appearances.
Wow, Newhausen exhales here, and Beistabasha just has to feel so frustrated. He just can't get back on level terms with the Germans. So many opportunities to tie, to get fully back even in this match, and a miss on the 8 there, and it would all but have secured an 8-8 score. Instead, with this miss, Newhausen is on the hill. He leads by 2 again, and within 1 rack of eliminating Beistabasha. I wonder if the German is feeling okay. I mean, he's working on the hot beverages. He's had the jacket on. Again, it's not all that chilly in here, and sometimes when you're just not feeling well, you have to sort of take the extra fluids on in the jacket. I don't know, but this is a crucial shot here.
Yeah, I think also when you're struggling as a pool player, as a professional, sometimes you can start to overthink things. You can start to blame things that might not really be there.
Another dry break, but so close. So close to potting the 5. Now, the break has been really the only major problem that Newhausen has suffered from. I mean, just 1 or 2 more pots on a break, and this match could be over.
Doesn't pass the 7, but it will go in this corner. But I know he likes to play his own crazy way, but that may be a step too far, so he's playing safe. It's incredible, isn't it, how he can read a player. I've watched a fair bit of him this season, and he does play his own game. I'm not saying, listen, it's up to him at the end of the day, but that is pushing the boat out. That the percentage of potting this ball, let's say out of 10, is not very high. but that does make it exciting to watch as well. Both feature tables have been a battle today. That's why there's a big crowd looming around the both tables, because Mario, he was down a little bit early on in the match. He's now 7-6 up over Fire. Another two Europeans battling it out.
They're on their 14th rack. We are on rack number 17 here next door. Two tables grinding.
Yeah, 4 Europeans. Only one has played for Team Europe at the Moscowini Cup. Niels Fine played multiple times, double figures. Oh, that was a nice shot. Has he been rewarded? Has he been rewarded? He may well have a shot, you know. He does. He's held his hand up. Maybe he didn't play the cross bank, rather. Maybe he played safe. Oh, this is all gone on here. Look at this. What a roll he's had there. Anyway, this is a chance for the match. Chance for the last 32. A chance to play Joshua Filler, a young German who Moritz probably has looked up to. 24, 25 years of age, Filler. Moritz 19. Filler has done it all. He's won practically every big tournament we've ever staged.
You can sense it now. An opportunity to step on the gas and finally finish this off. All Baista can do is watch and just lament that miss on the 8-ball when he had a tie match virtually in his hands.
Where's the cue ball gone here? That was a complete miss hit. Playing for the 6 in the bottom right corner. But he plays a good safety, but it's a chance gone. Good hit, needs a bit of fortune, needs to not leave Moritz an easy opener like this.
That could be his final shot of this match.
May have to go forward with the cue ball on the bottom rail and around the table, or he could stun in between the 9 and the 7. Oh, he's played that nice. He's made that look very easy. He's played it with a little bit of right on the spin as well, only a hair, just to check it up. Watch the cue ball. Yeah, nicely done that. And it's a good shot, and it looks like he's going to get the victory, Steve. It's been a match of, well, we've had a bit of everything in this one.
Yeah, Neuhausen was not on his game in terms of his break success rate. Oh, and how about that?
This is unbelievable.
That is incredible. That is stunning.
We're talking about the future superstar of the game. Look at this 8-ball he's missed for the match.
Well, it was Baista who missed on the 8 a short time ago with a not too dissimilar shot. And we thought that might give it over to the German to put this match away. And now it's flipped completely the other way.
Oh, what's he done here? What has he done here? He has not gotten the 9 right. He's got to play it in the side pocket. This is a tester.
Oh, have we seen it all?
Well, listen, at the end of the day, I know he's fluked the 9, but Moritz Neuhausen will not care about that. He missed 8 ball for the match, practically over the pocket. And if you don't clear the table when you've got a chance to win, you are opening yourself up for things like that. 9-8. What a finish we've got here on table 1.
Well, I said it earlier that this was going to be hard to predict just because of the way things were unfolding and the way the two players were playing. But I think even more so now. I mean, how can you call it? Some of these bizarre misses, the back and the forth. Just when it looks like one has an opportunity to close the other out. It creates an opening. And the other steps through to exploit it. Man.
Neuhausen must be sat there thinking, how have I not won this match yet?
17 racks, not enough to decide it. That was the Beistabasha shot.
You can see he's talking to himself. He just cannot believe he's missed the 8 ball. He's in disbelief. His winner breaks. He may not get a shot. Let's not forget.
Yeah, we've seen Beistabasha break and run. I wonder if he's feeling well. I mean, he just does not look like a guy who physically seems all that great.
I agree, but at the start of the match, he seemed okay. He had that spring in his step, the youthfulness, the fact that, you know, he's been having a good few weeks on the pool table. This seems to have all just kicked on from his own mistakes. But you can just see it in the man's face, can't you? Look, he's literally just... he's in disbelief of what he's done. But, listen, this was the 8 ball we were talking about. All he's got to do is pot the 8 and the 9, and he's through to play his buddy Joshua Philly. Just could not believe it. And you know what's worse? When you sat in that chair, there's a massive screen right in front of you, replaying the shot you've just missed.
Well, even though he is on the hill here, leads by a rack. We've played 17 racks. Remember, Beistabasha has never even been tied. He lost the first 4 racks and has never been able to get back on completely level terms. He's been close, but every time he gets to win within 1 rack, Neuhausen has been able to extend the lead, and he keeps pushing it out a little further. Is this the time he finally ties to make it a hill-hill final? German's going to get the table.
Listen, the past is the past. It's not easy to forget about it because the pressure and the situation, it builds up in you. But he's got to regroup. He's got to refocus. He's 9-8 up. Try and get the win and just go and have a laugh about it. That's all you can do. Cue ball looks okay, good shot. That was not easy. possible 2-rail kick. The 9-ball, yeah, it's a little bit of a blocker. So much so he's got the jump cue. He's going to jump over the edge of the 6. That was well controlled, well executed. We talk about the temperament of Moritz Neuhausen and how he's feeling, but what about Beisterbosch? He was a man sat in his chair thinking he was out of the US Open.
I mean, both of these players have experienced a full range of emotions, it seems like. Not unexpected, though, when you get to this stage of a major tournament like this.
Wow. Tap on the chair from Beisterbosch. He played a jump combo. Here's another look. Two to the red 3-ball, it looks like. Now the 3-ball does pass into the bottom right corner, so he needs a big angle on the blue too to get down there. Got to get this cue ball out. If he doesn't come far enough, it's going to be quite difficult to get down the left side of the table. I don't think he can get too close to this 3-ball, you know. Cueing off the rail, cue ball will go forward a little bit. Yeah, you see it. You just can't get down table enough. Well, decision time. Decision time. Can he put the 3 and chase the 9 in the other corner? Holding for the pink 4. Looks close, you know. Also, could play a bank shot on the 3-ball into the top right corner. It is an option. Also, could play the safety in behind the 4. He's got 3 options, but I believe he'll play the pot. And I think he'll chase a 9-ball into the bottom left. This is for the match. He's missed them both. Beisterbosch with a chance to make it hill-hill.
Do you think that was the proper play?
Yeah, I don't see there was anything wrong with it. But he's out of sorts, isn't he? He's played himself into a big old hole in this match. Should have easily won this match. It should be over, this match.
Well, no matter who wins the match, both players are gonna look back and realize that they had chances to win, chances to lose. The winner's going to breathe a huge sigh of relief, and the loser is going to kick himself.
Sure, Joshua Filler is still in the arena watching this match. I wonder what he's thinking. I wonder if he secretly wants Beisterbosch to win. He probably doesn't care who he plays, to be fair, that man. Got to be careful here, because he's got to draw the ball back. You could overdraw this ball and hook yourself. Oh, that's okay. Good shot. Ooh, that took a wobble as well.
Nothing is certain here. Remember, the 8 is where they both stumbled earlier.
And this is what is exciting about 9-ball pool. Wow, it just slid in, but it's gone in.
For the first time today, this match is tied, and it comes at a point where it makes it a hill final. 9-9 in the last 64. Winner moves on, loser goes home. What an opening match here on Table 1 today in Atlantic City. Newhausen won the first 4 racks. Had a chance to go 5-0 at one point. Then it's been back and forth ever since. Baistabasha inching closer, getting to within 1 on several occasions. Newhausen holding him at arm's length, but he finally, for the first time, draws even at 9 racks apiece. Look at his hands kind of shivering as he's holding the cup. I mean, we don't know for sure, but it looks like a man who just physically does not look like he's feeling well.
Well, I wouldn't be feeling well after missing that 8 ball. I've been there myself back in the day. It's not a nice place to be, but you've just got to laugh it off. This is part of sport. This is just competing. He's a young man. He's got to stay in the game. It's 9-9. Baistabasha to break. Hill thriller. Where's the cue ball? It was going close, you know. It was going close to the side. It got kicked. And this is the layout he's faced with. Watch the cue ball here. May have gone in, may have not. Doesn't matter. It's not an easy opener.
This match 2 hours and 10 minutes old, and into the 19th and deciding rack.
This was the 8 ball that Newhausen missed to get through to the final 32. Baistabasha's got work to do. This is not a roadmap at all. Potting the 2 ball is very, very difficult. Even if you pot the 2, how do you hold for the 3 as well? The 4 ball's a little awkward. The whole area of the 2 feature tables is surrounded by fans. I think he took it on, but I think it was a little bit half-hearted. Okay, Moritz. You've got back to the table in a final rack thriller. Forget being cold. Gotta get it out your head. Stay in the game. Again, he didn't really play it. The cue ball's close. The cue ball's close. Okay, what we got here? Let's have a look. Yeah, this 4 ball's not easy.
And there is the crowd behind Newhausen, several rows deep, and watching not just table 1 but table 2. And why not? 2 extraordinary matches going on right now. Collectively, they've played 35 racks. hill here on table number 1 in what is still the very first match of the day. Started 2¼ hours ago.
Okay, he's playing the 3-ball down the long rail. I think he's playing for the combo. That's not easy. You've got to land straight on the combo. If you don't land straight, it's brutal. Got to land straight or it's brutal. Didn't really like the play. I didn't really have a plan in my own mind, don't get me wrong. It was a bit awkward, but if you don't land straight on this combo, you're in a world of trouble. That's the shot he's faced with now. That little angle, cut back. I don't think he'll play it, you know. Beister Boss, Niels Fire, Mario He. They're playing in the same arena as Norhausen. They don't look cold. Is he tempted by it, or is he going to duck the cue ball? Oh, he's playing this, you know. He's playing the combo. Oh, nice shot. Very good shot. Kind of forgot about the cue ball, which I understand. He's just making sure he pots the combo. Oscar Dominguez through to the final 32. Good news for American fans. He's trying to get back on Team USA Mosconi Cup. Can he play this with a little bit of right on spin and just miss the 5-ball? Or does he have to come up the other side? Gotta miss the 5. He wasn't gonna run out, was he? It just wasn't happening.
Well, with what's happened in this match, there's just no way. I mean, there's got to be a few more twists and turns here still to come. Down to the final 3 balls. The pressure, the anxiety.
These can be a little twitchy when they're close to each other. Oh, good shot. That's a good shot. He wanted it tight on the ball. If he gets the cue ball touching the 9, it cuts away this side rail.
Neuhausen has to be thinking about, could the shot be his last? Both players deliberating that at this point. Oof.
It was going, wasn't it? It was going. Niels Fines just missed a combo to tie the match up. One good shot. It's one of them little floaty ones. Back yourself to pot it, 2 rails, come round for the 7. His emotions are all over the place. They really are. This is the shot. Just float it in, 2 rails, back out, up into the centre of the table. Oh, he's playing the draw shot. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Just got enough angle to give himself a shot on the 9. Some players would have gone 2 rails. The decision was entirely his at this stage. You've got to play the shot you're comfortable with. I don't know if you can get over close to the 9, but you just got to give yourself a shot. Yep, that's what you got to do.
So down to this. For the round of 32.
How has Moritz Neuhausen got himself in this position?
The first time that Mark Beistabasha leads in this match comes at the very end of a hill final. Rack number 19, he wins 10-9 and advances here at the U.S. Open.
Cushions, let's just count them. 5. Brilliant shot.
He's playing beautifully.
It's important to get the best player to keep that 2.
battle right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Stadium as Matchroom Multi-Sport is proud to present the final of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
This championship is being played with the new Harrah tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Harrah range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Harrah, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Stellar field from around the world will gather week after next for the inaugural Hanoi Open, the last individual Matchroom event of 2023, and of course the last counting event for the automatic spots on the European and US Mosconi Cup teams. So much to look forward to there week after next. And so much going on already today on day 4 of the US Open. You can see the latest scores, but let's just round up the players who've already won today and moved into the last 32. They include Carlo Biado, the champion of 2 years ago, who's beaten Dutchman Jan van Lierop 10-2. Alexa Pejcelj of Serbia has ended the run of the British veteran Imran Majid 10-3. Joshua Filler, champion in 2019, winning 10-5 against Kim Laaksonen of Finland. Mark Bijsterbosch, who as you may have seen was in action on the main table just a few minutes ago, turned things around to win 10-9 in a really dramatic finish against Moritz Neuhausen. Jeff de Luna, who's been a semi-finalist in the US Open in the past, was a 10-2 winner over Chang Yu Lung. Max Lechner, last year's runner-up, beat Daniel Guttenberger 10-3 in the all-Austrian clash. Oscar Dominguez, a 10-7 winner over Si Cha Chen, who was a quarter-finalist here last year. And Mario He, potentially just a few moments away from adding his name to the draw for the last 32. Leading the former world champion Niels Feijen 9-7. And now a winner by 10 racks to 7. So Mario He goes through, and he will now play either Oliver Szolnocki or Pius Labutis. They're still in action on table 11, and it's 7-all in their match. And just one more winner to tell you about, Aloysius Yap, the runner-up here in 2021. Man from Singapore has beaten Wojciech Szewczyk by 10 racks to 6. And with that, we can go over to table 1. Well, we're about to get things started in our second match today on the main table. Skylar Woodward of the United States against Vietnam's Do Tae Kien. And Jeremy Jones, who will be captain of the US Mosconi Cup team, on which Woodward is currently the only guaranteed participant, is alongside me.
Yeah, it should be one heck of a match here. Kien, who's had some nice wins in the qualification. Skylar, who went unscathed his first 2 matches, really solid. His third, not as solid, but got the W.
So a reminder that it is race to 10 now. It's been 9, or in most rounds on the loser side 8 throughout the week. And we'll go up then to race to 11 for the semi-finals and 13 for the final on Saturday evening. A lot of people saying it might be Skylar Woodward's time to be involved in a US Open final and maybe win it. Claim the first real standout title of his career. He's certainly been pretty consistent so far in 2023. He's 6 matches away from that US Open crown. And he'll start us off.
Yeah, it's usually the first break, which is the most troublesome for Skylar. Easy with the adrenaline going to maybe get a little quick and not hit the one exactly how you want, but he's got to be happy there. And that's what I saw in his last match, even though he's had some struggles after the break. You know, played some nice shots as well, but I saw the break being a very good part of his game. So if he can settle in after the break, like you said, I think he'll be a threat to win this event.
We were talking yesterday during his match against Alex Pagulayan about the fact that certainly this year, even when he's been doing so well, there have been a lot of matches he's been slow to get started in. And then as he gets deeper into the match, he seems to zone in a bit more and find his best.
Yeah, going to go aggressive here, trying to come 2 rails between the 3 and 8. And maybe a little fortunate with the miss. Not really leaving much, and we're just going to get our first look at Kien. I think only one American has played so far, and that would be Oscar Dominguez, who did pull out a victory and on to that final 32.
Yeah, 9 Americans in the final 64, more than any other country.
Yeah, and I think there's some incredible matchups for him. Chris Reinhold now playing Darren Appleton. Billy Thorpe just teed it off with Feder Gorst. I think one to look at later, B.J. Ussery and David Alcady. Kind of similar players in a sense. Very good tactically, very much grinders. Oh, he caught that thick. He's going to need some help. Like the first 2-ball shot, nothing easy, but if you can get this one down, position's pretty natural coming across. It can do a lot for you mentally early.
Do Tae Kien is number 212 in the world rankings, but that reflects a lack of participation in events more than anything else. Got some points in the recent event in Connecticut, where he got to the last 16 earlier this month.
Yeah, I know a few of the Vietnamese players, but I don't know a ton about Kien. Of course, seen his name before. And of course, you can't accidentally get in this final 64, so definitely some quality.
Yeah, he's been around a while. He actually got to this stage of the World Championship as long ago as 2012. Had a number of decent runs at the China Open in the years which followed that. And he was in the quarterfinals of the World Championship back in 2019, beaten by Ko Ping Chung.
Looks of a player like most of the great players, just kind of keeping it simple, taking what the table will give you. Thing is, with the tables, you got to pay attention to all these. No hangers, not one bit.
One of 3 players from Vietnam who've made the final 64. Nguyen An Tam plays Victor Zielinski later. And Quang Nam Pham on the brink of a big win and a place in the last 32. Currently leading the World Masters champion Ko Pin Yi 9-5.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on him and his brother's score. They both trailed. It seems Ko Ping Chung has made a big comeback. We'll keep you updated on those scores. But in a great position here to finish the first rack and get our first look at Kien breaking the balls. Not a whole lot to do here. With the 8 near, you have options. Just don't get too steep on the 7. You don't want to make the 7 a missable ball. You probably wanted a hair more angle there, Michael, but should be very workable.
He's beaten some good players already this week. In fact, his very first match was against Canada's John Morra, and he beat him 9-4. Followed that with a win over Alex Montpellier of France. Lost to Jan Uski in winner's qualification, but then on the loser's side, got the one win he needed there against JJ Fall of South Africa.
Yeah, you can tell a little different cueing action overall, a little more kind of movement with the back arm. Watch the back elbow. This is a good look at it, kind of how it goes a little inside, but then once he delivers the cue, everything straightens out nicely.
So, efficient stuff in the opening rack. Do Tae Kien takes his chance well and leads Skylar Woodward 1-0. I mentioned there that Do Tae Kien started his campaign by beating John Morra. Well, Morra then made it through to single elimination via the loser's side. And now that he's here in the last 64, he's well placed to go further because he's 5-0 up now against Roland Garcia. Omar Al-Shaheen, former World Championship runner-up, has a 5-4 lead over Mieszko Fortunski. Fedor Gorst 3-1 ahead of Billy Thorpe. Chris Reinhold leading Darren Appleton 3-2. Quang Nam Pham 9-6 up on Ko Pin Yi now. Naoyuki Oi leading Fitim Haradinaj 3-0. Ko Ping Chung on the hill now against Alex Kazakis at 9-8. Oliver Szolnoki has won the 15th rack to lead Pius Labutus 8-7. And Marco Teucher, who sent Shane Van Bonen over to the loser's side yesterday, has a 9-5 lead over Vitali Patsura, who was runner-up to Tyler Steyer in the recent Texas Open.
Yeah, good look at Ko Ping Chung, that long 2-ball. Of course, there's all kinds of work left in this rack, but that long 2-ball really sets him up. And now in a great position to clear the table and make a pretty big comeback. It seemed like he was down 2, 3, 4 games most of the match. Caught him at 8. And now on the hill.
Ko Ping Chung, semi-finalist here last year.
I was kind of curious, and of course that may be by design, but just with his cue action, how much power he could really get into the break. So it wasn't one of the more firm breaks, but he did get the one down. Unfortunately, the cue ball went with it. Looks like a rematch of our earlier rounds. Going to tee it off here shortly on table 2. Sanjin Pelivanovic and Tyler Steyer. Sanjin really put a cooking on Tyler there in that winner's qualification round. It was a very lopsided scoreline.
Yeah, 9-2.
Now, after a couple little opening misses on the 2, talk about it all the time. Ball in hand will make you shake that off quickly. So a nice layout here for Schuyler to get, a few swings in early and a very comfortable rack to get on the board.
Yeah, you can see Ko Ping Chung there, who we were looking in on, trying to close out that match. There is another repeat match, actually. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz playing Mickey Kraus. They've already met in this tournament.
Yeah, Mickey really showed some nice matches early, and of course took a defeat from FSR, but I think that had a lot to do with FSR, really. Seems Mickey may be playing his best pool at this 2023 U.S. Open. See the split screen and really what looks like one big shot away, drawing the cue ball in this purple 5. Both the players actually, but Ko Ping Chung to try and win the match. I'll tell you what, got to be impressed with Ko Ping Chung. He just gets stronger and stronger as the tournament goes on. All right, I kind of like floating 2 rails around this 7 right here. He's going to come 1 rail, I think, which is fine as well. Oh, no, he came 2. What happens there is you don't have to baby the balls much because the English and the path of the cue ball kind of chews up a little real estate for the cue ball, and you don't have to ease it as much as coming 1 rail off the 6. Ooh, kind of squeezed that one home. You can see Ko Ping Chung on your right in a great position on the 8 and 9. I'll tell you, I haven't seen Alex Kazakis really play anything poorly this tournament, so I'm sure it was just taken away from him.
On the main table, Do Tae Kien scratched off the break. Skylar Woodward did the rest, so that one is 1-all. And Ko Ping Chung is now through. It's all over at 10-8 against Alexander Kazakis. He went all the way to the quarterfinals here last year. And you mentioned Ko Ping Chung continuously improving. He's now overtaken his brother Ko Pin Yi in the world rankings and is now in the top 10. Okay, so that's another winner added, and Ko Ping Chung goes through to play Jeff DeLuna in a clash of players who've both been in the semi-finals of the US Open in recent years. John Mora has stretched his lead to 6-0 over Roland Garcia. Omar Al-Shaheen and Mieszko Fortuński is a different story though, all level at 5 each. Fedor Gorst now 4-1 ahead of Billy Thorpe. Chris Reinhold just 1 ahead of Darren Appleton at 3-2. Pong Nam Pam, as I was saying, 9-6 up on Ko Pin Yi. Naoyuki Oi is a 4-0 lead over Fitim Haradinaj. And it's 8-all now between Oliver Szolnoki and Pius Labutus, the Lithuanian drawing level once again. Vitali Patsura still holding on, 9-6 down against Marco Teucher. And some of those less familiar names you're seeing there, There are players involved in the SVB Junior event. We should be seeing some action from that at some point over the next couple of days.
Yeah, it's sweet for those juniors to be able to be right next to the best players in the world. Get to rub some elbows, make some memories.
Skylar Woodward has been one of the very best in 2023, and he breaks in the third rack.
Yeah, caught the one a little thick, it looked like, maybe, I don't know, and it's going to give up a pretty good shot. A little cluster on the bottom rail with the 5 and the 7, so we'll see how Kien deals with this opening shot and then some problems down the road.
Mentioned there that Jeff DeLuna will be playing Ko Ping Chung. We have two other confirmed matchups for the last 32 later today. Joshua Filler will be playing Mark Boisterbosch, who's just had that dramatic win on this table, and Max Lechner will be facing Oscar Dominguez.
Yeah, a little let up on the swing there, and almost always comes with an overcut, especially when you're using a little outside English. Pretty doable kick across the corner. I think that's the way he's got to go. You got to kick across it. You can lay the one up the side rail. You're not probably going to get a snooker. I think he's a favorite to make this kick shot. This will have a little speed on it. It's not so natural, but he could come off his right side of the 2, kind of draw to the side rail and try and tuck the cue ball underneath the purple 5. It's not terrible. I mean, shooting at the 2, you got problems with the 5, and getting position just period on the red 3 is going to be very difficult. So I feel like a safety's coming.
Skylar Woodward started off with two very comfortable wins against two of his fellow Americans, Charles Carlisle and Robert Shapriniak, both 9-2. And much closer against Alex Pagulayan. Didn't get off to a good start. In fact, Pagulayan really should have led 6-3, but missed his chance and proved to be a bit of a turning point. Woodward went on from there to a 7-5 lead, and although Pagulayan battled to the end, Woodward got it done at 9-7.
Yeah, I think what he was worried about there is, you know, coming underneath the 5 and kind of bumping it open and maybe something bad going, you know, wrong and giving up a shot and then taking care of a problem with the 5-7. Again, a little let up there. It was touchy though. If he can ease this in, he can hold an angle on the 3 to maybe get at the 5-7 while playing position on the 4. Okay, nerves maybe going for both players at the moment.
Like I was saying earlier, Woodward has often started slowly in matches this year. We saw it again yesterday, and Dottie Kien has to be in position to take advantage of that, but he's not going to do so, playing shots like that. 30 years of age now, Skylar Woodward, ranked number 15 in the world. He was 41 at the start of the year, so that tells you how prolific he's been at accumulating points this year.
And he's going to draw it to the center, trying to gain the angle on the pink 4 to where maybe he can get into the brown 7. This looks a little thin to me. Very makeable ball, of course, but I think you just got to knock this in and play a safety off the purple 5. I think if you try to get into these, you may miss them and get out of position. course, these players are at the table and they're uber aggressive. That's what makes them so great. Now it looks like he's kind of going to play that safety I talked about, just kind of cinching the 4. He'll want to chip this, trying to use the 6. Yeah, you can see pointing his cue real natural off his right side of the purple. Coming 2 cushions and just trying to lay on that rail where his chalk's at, kind of where he looked. Really good control, and that's how you got to hit it. You got to kind of just coast up the table. Don't force it.
Tay Kien has played for Vietnam in the World Cup of Pool all the way back in 2012 with Nguyen Tan. Edged out in a hill finish in the first round by Italy. Vietnam actually got to the semi-finals of the first ever World Cup back in 2006 and then beaten in the first round in all of their next 8 appearances before a much improved performance this year. And Nguyen Tan and Duong Quoc Hoang got within 1 rack of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, nice hit there, and caught the double kiss trying to come across the purple 5 and the cue ball come over kind of where it's at now. Tell you, for a double kiss and the 5 just inches from the pocket, this has not gotten easy, especially with the 6 up table. So he's got to cut this in, avoid the 9 as it comes across. Kind of always knew he was going to get 50-ish on the 6, just the way the 5 sat. Really can't take the 5 for granted, trying to ease the ball. Of course, you're watching us here, but if you want to go to table 2 at all and see another American in action against Sanjan Pelovanovic, that's at the Matchroom Multisport YouTube page.
Yeah, the other American you're referring to is Tyler Steyer, who looks like he's about to lose that opener to Pelovanovic, who has a very simple 9-ball for the rack.
You can get all your live scores of all the tables, including the juniors, at matchroompool.com. Better stroke there.
Yeah, and of course we'll keep you right up to date with all those live scores here as well, so no excuse not to be well on top of everything going on here on day 4 at the US Open. That was a bad miss by Do Tay Kien. Skylar Woodward powers in the 9 to take that one. It was 1-0 down. He now leads for the first time at 2-1. Let's get over to table 4. Ko Pin Yi has been battling bravely to turn it around against Phuong Nam Pham, the Vietnamese player, still in front, but it's now only 9-8. And Ko Pin Yi has a chance here to take it hill. This would be a great one to pull out. I believe that was it 9-5 maybe?
At least, I think. I think he trailed by more than 4 games early, something like 6-1 maybe. Or big shot here on the pink 4, coming a little across for the 5, queuing over the 9 as well.
Winner of this will play Alexa Pechelch of Serbia in the last 32 later tonight.
Yeah, nice shot there on the pink. We'll get back with that score. Possible heel coming. Yeah, and the way Skylar's breaking again, if he gets comfortable, I really feel like he's a threat. I don't think he's, 100% comfortable right now, just kind of knowing him and watching him around the table, but he's, grinding his way through these early racks.
But in a way, isn't that better? Because we've seen him in a couple of big events this year where he's looked like the best player of the week, and then he's not been able to see it through to the end. Maybe, if he is going to win one of these, that's the way he's going to do it. Stay in it, and then start playing well right at the end.
No, absolutely, and he's the type of player, I think I talked to you about that with Alex yesterday, to where Alex has such a good brain, and he's real keen on things. Kind of figures out ways to win matches without his best, expecting his best to show up here eventually.
Let's keep one eye on table 4 once again. Looks as though this one is going the distance. And the fight back continues there. Copenhagen will be breaking in the deciding rack.
Yeah, them players never give up, and he fell, I thought, a little funny here, but it looks like he can just stun one rail out. He has 2 pockets for the 6, so don't get too much angle on the 5. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, I was referring there to a couple of big events of this nature where Woodward has looked like his time might be coming this year. Semi-finals of the UK Open, and Lachlan Catchy just blasted out of the traps, and Woodward made a bit of an attempt to catch up with him, but finished 11-5 and was then beaten by the same score in the semis of the Spanish Open by the eventual winner, Dang Junhui, and everything looked to be pointing to a Woodward title that weekend. He'd beaten Ko Pin-Yi 10-0 in the previous round, and just looked to be playing so well. So many big names had gone out early, but it wasn't to be. Not much sign of that recent tendency for slow starts to matches here. Woodward looks very focused and dialed in from the start. And he's 2 balls away from completing the first break and run of the match. Three racks in a row for Skylar Woodward. He's 2 clear of Do Tae Kien in the last 64 of the US Open. High times for Marco Teutcher. He's recently won that world ranking counting event in Adelaide in Australia. He's beaten Shane Van Boening here at the US Open this week. And now he's into the last 32 after a 10-6 win over Vitali Patsura. He'll now face Aloysius Yap. Oliver Sholnocki on the hill now at 9-8 against Pius Labutus. Mayuki Oi comfortable against Fitim Haradinaj, halfway to victory at 5-1. Chris Reinhold, a real close tussle early on with Darren Appleton. Reinhold leading 4-3. Fedor Gorst continues to pull away from Billy Thorpe at 6-1 now. Mieszko Fortunski 7-5 ahead of Omar Al-Shaheen. Robbie Capito's taken the first against Jeremy Sosay, and John Morris still on track for the whitewash, 7-0 up on Roland Garcia.
Yeah, and there's a lot of scratches with this new break rule with the cut break and the cue ball coming back across, but when it goes one rail right in the side with no kisses, that's the big regrets from a player. That one's on them. And now Kien a chance with ball in hand. He can make up for a lot of early mistakes. The nice out here, get a little confidence going and get to the breaking end of things. tricky out, though. The 4 is the tough one. Doesn't go by the 5 in the lower left, so good thing he has ball in hand on the 2. He should be able to get nice on the 3 and somewhat close to play that tidy position on the pink 4. Okay, he left plenty of angle. So it looks like he'll go by the 8 and the 5 and maybe play the pink in the right middle. I think if he tries to kill the ball, he could have a little issue. I guess a little inside English, he can kill the ball one rail between the 8 and 9.
These are concerning signs. It's not just that he's missing balls, but he's playing really bad shots to miss them.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, there's a technique, and one thing you'll notice with Kian, he has very kind of sharp pre-strokes, right? And when you do that, especially when the nerves are high, you have a tendency to sometimes desail on the actual swing itself, and I've seen it twice now in just a couple games. And that's the real mistake with the pros, and you see that. You've been around golf. When the tension's real high in the majors, they don't get the putt to the hole. And it's the same thing in pool.
And of course, Woodward will see some of the shots that his opponent has played, and it frees him up a bit. He sees the guy in the other chair struggling like that.
Yeah, Woodward taking dead aim on the pink in the side. Tyler Starr was at the table in rack number 2 with an open shot. Obviously didn't get it done. Sanjin up 2-0 now. I love seeing this from Skyler. Even though when they're kind of routine, he's just piecing it together. Once you do this, even with the routine shots, everything starts to feel the same. So it's actually the easiest way to start calming the nerves. Now, the one thing a lot of players, you have to get used to that a little bit. At first, it'll actually maybe make you a little more nervous, but in the end, it's a good thing usually. Okay, touchy little shot. Coming to the center of the table to stay above the 8. Obviously can't go too far with the 9 near. So here you try to get position as quickly as possible. You don't want to get so close to the 8, not needed.
So he's helping himself to what's left over from his opponent's mistakes in the early stages of this match. And that's a big part of why Skyler Woodward now leads 4-1. Daniel Maciol has won the opener against Wu Kun Lin. John Morris 7-0 up on Roland Garcia. Robbie Capito has added the second rack to lead Jeremy Sosay 2-0. Mieszko Fortunski also a couple of racks clear, but at a much more advanced stage of the match against Omar Al-Shaheen. That's 7-5. Sanjan Pelovanovic, we've been talking about, leading Tyler Starr 2-0. Billy Thorpe has got one back, but still well behind against Federer Gorst at 6-2. Chris Reinhold has won rack 8 to now lead Darren Appleton 5-3. Still no result from table 4, Ko Pin-Yi and Pong Nam Pham. That's the match we're looking in on there, on the right-hand side of your screen, in the last rack. Naoki Oi has won the 7th rack and now leads Fitim Haradinaj 6-1. And Oliver Shalnocki still on the hill against Pius Labutus. That one is 9-8. All about Woodward at the moment on table 1. He's won 4 racks on the spin.
Yeah, I caught that one a little thin, got the one down. Beautiful kiss on the cue ball to bring it nearer the 2. And tell you, watch out for Naoki Oi. He's been really laying them to waste for the most part in this event. Really hasn't been challenged. And He had a little spell, dry spell, after a great run for seemed like a year and a half, making deep in a lot of events. But I think that semifinal in Spain, is that where it was? I believe, anyways. Got him back heading in the right direction.
Well, Naoki was a semi-finalist here 2 years ago. It's only a couple of racks away from getting to the final. Going down to the eventual winner, Carlo Beato.
Yeah, it seemed like every big event he played in that year, he either was a semifinalist or a finalist. Never really getting the W, but playing just some awesome pool. All right, touchy little shot here. Just got to command the cue ball. Well, that's a confident strike there, going into the 9 heavily. Look how much longer the backswing is, and that's a good sign for Skyler right there. You see it when he gets a little nervous, it really gets about only an inch or two, it seems like.
Played well and done well in so many events in 2023. I told you about those 2 big semi-final runs, but he's also been performing very well and winning lots and lots of matches in slightly smaller but still significant events here in the US. He's been in the finals of 3 world ranking counting events here in the States in the last number of months. Almost won the Turning Stone Classic right at the start of the year. A great recovery in the final against Jason Shaw, but just lost out in the last rack.
Yeah, that one spread a little more on him than he wanted, so he's got a little more angle. But the good thing is he stayed aggressive, getting a little closer to the 6. So now he doesn't have to hit the ball as hard no matter what he's doing. Pocket should be a little friendlier, and he can kill the cue ball if, desired. So again, when you're in good shape, stay aggressive with the position. It's when you're a little out of line is when you got to kind of back it off a bit. Yeah, you see him killing the cue ball nicely.
Well, he's doing everything nicely at the moment, isn't he? This is very accomplished stuff so far. And it's going to be another break and run, his second of the match. 5-1 for Skyler Woodward. Looks like he's keen to get on with it.
Looks like Kien's going to take a timeout. Maybe we'll pan back over to the Copigny situation.
Yeah, in that final rack. So yeah, we can look in there now.
You can see John Mora, who's really laying him to waste in his match. Got to believe Roland Garcia ain't got to shoot much with that score.
8-0 now, amazing.
Well, I'll tell you, John's been putting in the time, and he's played so many tough, close matches down the end of the tournament with no luck at all. So maybe you never know. It could be the Canadians' time.
I think that would be a very popular outcome.
Oh, I agree.
Really well liked, and if you've ever met him, you'll know why.
All right, looks like Copigny's in really serious bad shape to continue his event.
Yeah, it's been a great effort to keep the match going, take it to the last rack, but it seems it's all going to be in vain. It's not the only hill going on at the moment. Pius Labutus has levels at 9 each with Oliver Sholnocki. So 3 Vietnamese players made it to this final 64. One of them well behind on the main table. One of them yet to start. But this one is through. Phuong Nam Pham has beaten the World Masters champion Ko Pin-Yi by 10 racks to 9. A fine result. He'll now play Alexa Pejcels of Serbia later today for a place in the last 16 of the US Open. So both players are out of the room. And it gives us a chance to look at some other scores there. Ralph Souquet in a clash of the ages. The generations with Albin Ocean has won the opener. Chris Reinhold, someone who I know you've been talking about a lot this week, Jeremy, that you think he's due a good run and is trending in that direction when he's 7-3 up on the former US Open winner, Darren Appleton. Mayuki Oi is 6-2 ahead of Fitim Haradinaj. Fedor Gorst 6-3 now against Billy Thorpe. That was 6-1. Now I think we're going over to table 11. And this is the match between Oliver Szolnocki and Pius Labutas, who had that great run in Spain, semi-finalist in Lugo.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to tell exactly what was going on there, but it seems like in all the big events when Oliver does get knocked out, it seems like it's always hill. But you got to give it to Pius. I mean, he's just improved his game so much, and I think he's improved his game in the big settings so much as well.
Very often you see players who are really talented, you know they can play well, but they just need that one big long run in a tournament to give them the belief to kick on. And if Labutas wins this match, then indications will be good that he has taken that level of confidence from what he did in the Spanish Open in high summer. Well, Skylar Woodward really couldn't have asked for more so far in this match. 5-1.
Yeah, got a little quick there, and it's always the takeaway that sets that up, but I'll tell you, Ken, he's had some chances. Ball in hand in the last, didn't get past the second ball, and then a break and run added from Skylar. Now, not an easy one ball, but certainly doable.
If you want to turn it around from a long way behind, this is the sort of chance you need to start making something of.
Yeah, he's got to make a nice shot on the one with the, not only keeping focus on pocketing the one, not a hard shot for these players. But the cue ball, I think, just naturally into the purple to hold position on the blue two. That looks like the play to me. Could go up and down. And again, the reason why you get the thick hit there, he's, a foot from the ball, 1.5 feet. He's not aiming thick. But when you let up, the contact becomes heavy, and now he's lost the line on the cue ball as well.
Oh, we saw him ruefully pointing to perhaps where he wanted the cue ball to go. And very quickly he's left himself with a conundrum to figure out of his own making.
Yeah, can't quite get out of his own way at the moment. We've all been there. But watch the pre-strokes, how sharp they are, right? That's not setting you up for the stroke you want to make, really, and that's what really promotes that decel. Now, when he's hitting the ball hard, it's fine because it, kind of sets up for the hard shot. But anything medium or lighter, it becomes very difficult.
A little bit of fortune there, as acknowledged by the raised hand.
Yeah, Skylar's so savvy, though. He's going to recognize his opponent struggling a bit, right? So he may pull out the jump cue here, trying to jump to the top half of the two, or any good contact on the two, even the kick. With such an open table, you kind of feel like Kien may not get out, or at least at the moment. Like, here, for instance, if he does get a look, it's going to be long and tough. And do you favor him to do it at the moment?
Well, that's it. Nothing takes the pressure off you more than the knowledge that your opponent doesn't look like the sort of player who's going to punish you if things go wrong.
Yeah, he's got to make a nice long shot. The two's not easy. I think the angle's okay, but he's got to consider the green 6 for position. So we'll see. Oh, nice. Really nice shot.
Yeah, well, that's completely at odds with so much of what's happened to him in this match. So many elementary mistakes, but this was a fine shot.
Yeah, and whether it be nerves or just it's such a fine game. Doesn't take much to be off. Whatever his struggles today, but obviously he's a great player and he's been playing great to make this final 64.
It's getting to the point where, obviously the match won't be over if he loses this rack, but sort of feel from this position, if he does, it's going to be very hard to move on from it. And yet, this is not routine. As I was saying, got to start taking chances like this if he's to turn it around. Feels like we've not been playing long and he's already got a large deficit to try to overturn.
Yeah, and that's, as a spectator and commentator, nothing feels routine for Kian right now. So cueing awkward, he's got to draw it back, speed's got to be good. Like here, he's on the 50 a little. And the 7, the brown 7 below the 9 does go to the lower left, but when you start to get out of line on the 5, that could affect the 6 to get on that 7, and things start to kind of snowball on you. Back cutting this in the side, trying to kill the cue ball. But even there, look at the cue ball position, right? So, of course, when you don't make the ball, the cue ball's not exactly where it would have been, but you could tell there it wouldn't have been a whole lot different. And that would have been a really hard proposition to try and get out shooting a 6 to get to the 7. I expected Skylar to bank at this here, Michael, unless it just sits a little funny.
Well, he sizes that up. Let's look in again on 11. It looks like Shalnocki down on the shot. This is in the last rack against Piers Labutus. And I think that's that. Yeah, the 8 isn't on the table, so it's this 9 for the match. And now I'm not so sure. Is it? Is it Shalnocki at the table?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Definitely tell his stroke from a long ways away.
I've just seen shadows there, but it is definitely him. So Oliver Shalnocki, former World Championship semi-finalist, is into the last 32, where he will now face Austria's Mario He.
Yeah, and two players that have been down there quite a bit on the business end of these big events, and Mario He more than Oliver. But it seems like, Oliver took a little time off there, maybe, almost a year, really, from the big events. But prior to that, it seemed like he was always running deep.
I think he had a few wins over SVB, didn't he, in the space of a few months, a couple of years back.
Yeah, I think he got beat Hill in that semifinal World Nineball whenever, he was in that semis. He lost Hill. This ball's going to get somewhat straight. He needs a little bounce. Got just enough, I believe. You could see as soon as he shot the 7, he kind of knew he overhit it and was really worried about the cue ball position.
Yeah, it wasn't quite Hill that Shalnocki lost, but as close as you can get to that. 11-9 against Omar Al Shaheen in Milton Keynes a couple of years ago. So half a dozen racks in a row for Skylar Woodward as the 9 wriggles in. And in about half of those, Do Tae Kien has had his chances, but he's not taking them. And Woodward is running away with this. Tyler Steyer has got one on the board as we look at this 9 again. And he's at the table now, actually, as well, with a chance to complete the recovery from 2-0 down to 2-all against Sanyan Pelovanovic. Wu Kunlin and Daniel Masio level at 1-all. John Morrow on the brink of an extraordinary whitewash over Roland Garcia. It's 9-0. Robbie Capito hasn't lost a rack either, but he's at a much earlier stage of his match against Jeremy Sosay. That one's 3-0. Mieszko Fortunski looking for one more to knock out Omar Al Shaheen, 9-6 there. Billy Thorpe has won 3 in a row now, so back to 6-4 behind against Fedor Gorst. Alban Ocean 2-1 up on Ralph Suke. Chris Reinhold really pulling away at 8-3 against Darren Appleton. Naoki Oi 7-2 up on Fitim Haradinaj. Back to the main table.
Yeah, the 8's going to get in the way of a 2-9 combination. And I'll tell you, the way Billy's starting to come into form a little bit, I kind of felt like maybe it's just Federer not letting him at the table to get that big lead.
All those matches now, they're involved in the likes of Thorpe and Steyer and Ussuri are absolutely massive, because we're now at a stage where every win gets you a decent number of ranking points. That all translates to the Mosconi, where the race for that final place looks like being so tight in Hanoi the week after next. So all huge matches anyway, because they're at an advanced stage of the US Open, but a huge side plot as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been real refreshing to see the Americans all supporting each other as well. Friendly words all the way around, and that's really what it takes. I wonder what he's doing here, trying to draw behind the 3 maybe? Oh, he's spinning softly. He's trying to come 2 rails behind the 5-7. Needs to go a little bit. Pretty well done.
So 13 places now filled in the last 32. Remember, that round will be played later today, and last 16 in the early part of tomorrow, quarterfinals tomorrow night, and then down to a single table for the last day of September, the last day of the US Open. Semi-finals back to back, and then the final later on.
He's jumping this, and can he get all the 2 jumping at it? You wouldn't want to cut at this ball, jumping it. Maybe he's kicking behind it with the jump cue.
It's funny how the matches where you most need a little bit of luck to go your way are the ones when you never seem to get it.
Yeah, but when you have chances, it seems like, you get punished a little more. Is he going to try and open the 5-7 right here, Michael? Little rail first softly. Oh, he missed it. Now he's going to get out of line on the 3. That's why if you're going to shoot that shot, you have to be willing to shoot it a little lighter, and just try and feel like you're going to bump it. And actually, you get into the 5-7 a little better or a little easier if you hit that shot a little lighter. Could cut at this, though. I mean, he's a shot maker and go into the 5-7, it appears. Maybe the safety coming. Okay, Kian's got to simplify things here and just hold for the bank on the pink 4. Tries to do anything else, I think he makes the 3 way too missable.
He looked very composed and comfortable in the opening rack, but that's the old story. You start to miss 1 or 2, the confidence can disappear very swiftly.
Well, like I said, you've seen it in golf in the tough conditions. It can get pretty mental out there once you start to make a mistake or two. Nice shot there. Hit the center cut of the pocket. Now he's going to be going away from this a little because he has to get out of the double kiss of the bank. So he's got to cut the 4 a little bit, and the cue ball is going to come downward. Now that's not that big of a problem, other than he has to get decent on the purple 5 to get back on the 6. So a lot going on here. Oh, he's playing the safety. Thought for sure he was setting up for the bank. I think the 4 does go by the brown 7 in the upper left, so I think you will see Schuyler attack with the jump cue. And you saw him looking down there, right? And what he was doing is he knows he's snookered by the 9, but he wants to know if the purple 5 has him partially snookered as well. That way he can figure out how far he has to make the cue ball jump. If it's just a 9, no problem. If he has to go over a piece of both, he's got to put a little more into it.
Sanjin Pelovanovic in play on table 2 with a very good chance to regain the lead there over Tyler Steyer at 3-2, having earlier led 2-0.
So you've been watching all week, Michael, and you know our final 64. You know the ones that have been eliminated in the early rounds of the final 64. Who's your kind of unsung kind of player that you feel may make a semifinal or final?
That's one to hit me with, isn't it? Give me a moment now. Good question. Well, given that he's 9-1 up, am I allowed to go for John Morra?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's clearly going through to the next round, but he's someone who, even just from talking to him, you like the way he talks and the attitude he seems to have, and we know he's a very good player. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him go on a really long run here.
Yeah, I'll tell you something about John Moore, and he's got one heck of a chin. You know, he's been through it all, and he's dealt with as much adversity as any player. That ball skidded a little bit. Usually costs you a little speed on the cue ball. He's trying to really get behind the 8, but this will do. But, I mean, not just having to switch hands and do the incredible things he's doing there, but, you know, he kind of went down learning the game and losing some matches in hard ways. And it'd be awesome to see him make a deep run and maybe even snatch his title.
I mean, I just can't begin to fathom how someone could do that. Play with one hand their whole life, and then it was because he was having problems with his neck, wasn't it? He felt that the only way he could continue his career was to switch over, and then you're relearning the game. It just seems impossible, but he's done it.
Yeah, you know, a lot of players practice both-handed some. You know, I should have done more of that, but so he obviously could play pretty decent left-handed, but to just mentally think you could do that, let alone the physical side. But yeah, John is a very left-eye dominant player like I am, but right-handed. And so he just put a lot of pressure on his neck and had to change some things. He needs a little clip on the 6 here. He got it, but not enough.
Yeah, some people may not be aware. His dad was a very good professional snooker player, played at the Crucible.
Yeah, well, he was a pretty darn good 9-ball player as well.
Yeah.
I played him twice, I believe. I was 0-2.
Mario Morra, the man in question.
Yeah, Mom played as well, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, big rack, and it's obvious, but got to get something going here if you're a Kien.
Don't forget, by the way, whenever this one is over, Jason Shaw against Earl Strickland, 2 former US Open winners. Bit of previous between them, off the table as much as anything. They will be squaring up whenever this one is completed.
Yeah, and during that same match, same time, right on the next table will be SVB and Chang Jong Lin.
Well, that's a repeat of a pretty close quarter-final from SVB's run to the world title last year.
Is that a repeat of SVB's last U.S. Open win?
Oh,
the
yeah.
final,
so
right? Yeah.
16 was the last time you won, yeah.
Yeah.
That was against Chang Jong Lin.
Yeah, I know, because that's the 2 guys that knocked me out of the tournament. I got to the final
see.
4 of the winner's side. Had a little flashback. Chang beat me 11-9 on the final 4 of the winners, and then SVB dusted me off on the loser's side.
So won the opening rack, lost all of the next 6. But Do Tae Kien has taken that to get back to 6-2. Well, John Morra, who I mentioned there, was 9-0 up on Roland Garcia. Unless you're the one handing it out, I don't think anyone really wants to see too many whitewashes, and we're not going to see one there. Roland Garcia has got it back to 9-2. Daniel Maciol 3-2 up on Woo Kun Lin. And this is John Morra. He's looking to wrap it up now and close out a 10-2 win. Mickey Krause has won the opener against the defending champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Robbie Capito 3-1 up on Jeremy Sosay. Mieszko Fortunski just ahead of Omar El Shaheen at 9-8 now. Sanyan Pelovanovic does indeed lead Tyler Starr 3-2. Fedor Gorst has re-established a bit of control in his match against Billy Thorpe. Gorst now leading 8-4. 2-all between Alban Ocean and Ralph Souquet. Chris Reinhold 8-4 ahead of Darren Appleton. Naoki Oi leading Fitim Haradinaj 8-3. And that brings you right up to date. Back here it's 6-2 to Woodward.
All right. Again, you could see that possess quite the power of some of the other players. Very accurate on the hit on the 1. Got the 1 down. Decent spread. Got a tough shot on the 2, but definitely one he'll attack with. Oh, no, the 7 came down in the way. Didn't see that with the balls rolling at the end, so maybe doesn't attack here. Maybe bangs the 2 around trying to utilize. We'll let the referee finish here. Try to utilize the 8-9 as some kind of cover for the cue ball.
So back to John Morra, who has arrived, it seems, at the winning moment. So John Morra, the 34-year-old Canadian who lost his opening match here this week against Do Tae Kien, is in the last 32 after beating Roland Garcia 10-2. He'll now play Robbie Capito or Jeremy Sosay.
Okay, I was thinking the 2 was open. The referee had to move the 7 to get at the rack. So now definitely a shot he should attack with. Got a little jacked up. He's got a little to the left side of the cue ball, so he needs to draw at a pinch. Off the 3 to hold for the pink 4. You see a little more confidence in that stroke.
Definitely, that's the sort of shot where a lack of confidence can really be shown up. Who's your pick then to go on a surprise run? And I know who you're going to say, actually.
You do?
Well, I think I do.
Well, you mean like a surprise one?
Yeah,
well,
not like you were saying to me earlier.
Well, I think he's already made that surprise if I think who you're thinking about. You're thinking I'm going to say Chris Reinhold.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm from the pool hall, Michael, so I can kind of see these things coming. But, yeah, I think Chris is doing his thing. He could certainly do it. But, you know, a player that's been out here lately, I think Angflot could be a guy that makes some noise and maybe gets into a big semifinal.
He's yet to start his match against Honus Suto Camino. Yeah, Chris Reinhold, just for anyone who hasn't made the connection, he's played in the Mosconi Cup under 2 different names, because he was Reinhold in the second year. He'd been Chris Robinson the year before, and I believe it was taking his stepfather's surname. That was it, wasn't it? It's a nice tribute to his relationship with his stepfather that he made that move.
Yeah, and a little more opened up with the swing now from Kian. And yeah, Chris, like I said, a lot of people wouldn't do what he did. Consciously took 5-6 months off competing in the biggest events to really get his head right, you know, and more of his game right as well. But that's a hard thing to do. Okay, the speed, this cue ball is going to get near the rail, so a bit of a tester.
Well, we were talking at the start of the rack about perhaps signs of a little bit of growing confidence. A nice break and run will boost him further in that respect. And it looks as though that's exactly what he's going to do.
Now you saw in a similar 9, Skylar elevate and kind of hit downward on this. Usually if your nerves are high, you'll kind of jack up instead of rolling the ball in. You don't feel like hitting the ball lightly. So again, you'll kind of elevate the back end of the cue and hit downward on the cue ball.
Yeah, that shot wasn't guaranteed, but the break and run is completed. 2 in a row for Do Tae Kien. He's back to 6-3. Now, Gerson Martinez, who we saw playing for Peru at the World Cup this summer. Indeed, we saw him on the main table here yesterday against Eric Roberts. Well, he's won the first against Yanni Uski. Lee Van Corteza has also won the first rack against Jesus Atencio. Jovan Bustamante has won the first rack against Miguel Silva. And let me just break off from updating you on those scores to take you over to table 7, where Chris Reinhold needs this 9-ball to complete a 10-4 win over the former US Open winner, Darren Appleton. Well done. Oh, wow. Well, what can you say about that, JJ?
Yeah, I didn't see that coming, and obviously just mishit the cue ball a little bit with a bit more draw. Maybe caught the 9 a little full to the pocket and lost the cue ball. So that match definitely not over.
Okay, you can say the same about this one as well, because Do Tae Kien is back to 6-3.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, now 6-4. Well, how quickly this has turned around. The golden break for Do Tae Kien. And having been 6-1 down only about 10 minutes ago, suddenly now he's within 2.
Yeah, the cue ball came across, just shaved the top of the 9, cutting it towards the corner.
Well, it's all happening in the last few minutes. We saw Reinhold scratching and potting the winning 9-ball, and then a golden break here. Okay, yeah. So let's look at some other scores then. Mickey Kraus now 2-0 up against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Wu Kunlin and Daniel Maciol level at 3-all. Robbie Capito still 3-1 up on Jeremy Sosay. Sanyan Pelovanovic leading Tyler Steyer 4-2 on table 2. Federal Gorst still 8-4 up on Billy Thorpe. And Naoki Oi 8-4 ahead of Fitim Haradinaj. I think that was the score the last time we checked in on that one as well.
I'll tell you one thing that's positive for Chris on that mistake is he wasn't unhappy the way he hit the ball. He just maybe misjudged where he was at with the shot. So, other than, of course, not finishing the match, but mentally he should be okay from there, especially knowing Chris. The problem is, you give a guy like Daz a little extra life, and they usually will take as much advantage of it as the table allows them to. Okay, a couple different ways to play safe. We'll get a better look here in a moment. I kind of like edging the 2 and coming behind the 6-7. You're so close, you should be pretty accurate. Yeah, I don't know. He's going to move the 2 down table and bring the cue ball behind the 6-7. The problem is the cue ball might not get there, and you're leaving him a jump and bring the 2 near the 3. So we'll see. See how the cue ball wants to die right there, Michael? That full hit, it's not like your club table. It just doesn't want to come down table. And even if he got the 2 down there, he was going to leave a pretty doable look at the 2 or a jump or a kick of some sort.
Shane Van Bonen is just to our right there on the practice table. He's been there for, it seems like, all day so far, and that's just what he does. And, you know, look at the career he's had as a result.
Yeah, he likes hitting balls. He feels like it's the right thing to do. Keeps him. Of course, a lot of people ask of his attention as well, right? So, you know, he's trying to stay focused. He knows he can do that there. And, you know, to be fair, Shane knows that, and he'll tell you that, you know, he needs to hit balls. You know, that's what he feels like. And by the way, his opponent, Chang Jong Lin, here in just a little while, he was pretty much over there the same, hitting a lot of balls. And now what feels like a huge game in this match here, Michael.
It was looking like a no contest, wasn't it? Do Tae Kien was playing some really bad shots. Woodward was picking off the mistakes and doing pretty much everything right himself. And all of a sudden, a contest has broken out. Meanwhile, Tyler Steyer on table 2 has just got back to 1 behind against Sanyan Pelovanovic at 4-3. So he's already won more racks than he did when they met earlier in the tournament.
And I don't know if you remember the rail first shot that Skylar played, trying to open those balls. And
yeah.
That's where it kind of started to turn around a little bit. Fell a little behind this, so he's going to have to hold the cue ball up with a little draw spin. Good thing he's kind of going towards the 6. So this is the type of shot, though. Don't take your eye off the object ball. Is he going to try and rub the 9 here? Wow.
Sorry, I think I just mistook Sanyan Pelovanovic for Tyler Steyer. It was actually Pelovanovic at the table.
Yeah, if you don't get to see the head, similar builds from the 2 guys. And
so it's 5-2 there now. Steyer has not got 1 behind.
Yeah, this is a little awkward. He's going to try and pull the ball, which is correct. Of course, he knocked the 9 in position where the 7 isn't available in the lower corner. So now he's looking at how, if I come off of this, how am I going to bump it? Can I draw by it, which isn't the easiest? Main things with these shots is don't let your future, shot on the 7 let you take your eye off the 6 here. Like, he's not going to get snookered here. He's definitely going to bump it some kind of way. He's going to produce something, right? So make sure you commit to that green 6. Super nice.
Yeah, well, this is impressive, isn't it? Because he was in total control at 6-1. He's been pegged back to 6-4. He's just had a golden break thrown at him. And this has not been easy what he's done here. It seems as though he's managed to just focus in on the job and not on the way the match has turned around over the last quarter of an hour or so. In a couple of shots' time, he should be within 3 of a place in the last 32.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the setting, of course, the U.S. Open and wanting it, but the conditions, I think, are grabbing Skyler's attention and realizing he can't take a shot off, and that's no matter what the score is.
Okay, so having lost 3 in a row, Skylar Woodward has reasserted himself there. Nicely done in that rack. Wasn't straightforward by any means. Bottom line is, though, he leads 7-4. Feels like we've been waiting for a long time for Mickey Kraus to really make that breakthrough, get that real deep run in a big event, get a big win over a top player. Well, he's off to a very good start against the holder, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, leading 3-0. Daniel Maciol is just ahead of Wu Kunlin at 4-3. Robbie Capito leads Jeremy Sosei of the US 4-1. Fedor Gorst on the hill now. He's won the 13th rack to make it 9-4 against Billy Thorpe. Albin Ocean and Ralph Suke were 2-all last time we checked. Ocean has now pulled away to 4-2. Nayuki Oi looking for 2 more against Vitam Haradinaj. That one is 8-5. Jovan Bustamante 1-0 up on Miguel Silva. Levan Corteza leading 2-0 against Jesus Atencio of Venezuela. And Gerson Martinez, as I was saying, 1-0 up on Janioski. Victor Zielinski just starting against Winan Tan. Back here, Woodward hoping that he'll soon be finishing off.
Yeah, he's getting to where he's, hitting the one a lot of different places, and the cue ball threatening a scratch on the last few breaks for Schuyler, so he's got to shore that up. Didn't get an update on table 7, so assuming Chris Reinhold went ahead after that mistake at 9-4, went ahead and took that match down.
Yeah, that is now over, 10-5 for Chris Reinhold. So he will now be playing a former world champion in the next round. I just don't yet know who it's going to be, because he'll face the winner of that Ocean Suke match.
Okay, another huge opportunity here. He's had a lot of nice opening shots, Kian has in this match, and now he's starting to take advantage. Pretty good there, a little over the 5, not terribly bad, but he's probably going to have to draw the ball to that gap between the 4 and 8 to get at the red 3. And then from there, things will start to open up. I think Daniel Maciel is another kind of sneaky name that plays so solid, maybe gets overlooked a little too often. He lost his first match in this event as well, if I remember correctly, and went through a tough road on the loser's side. Really nice there, sliding over perfectly. Now he can hold for the pink 4 in the left middle.
Well, it is quite definitely Sanjin Pelovanovic at the table, over on table 2. That's 4 racks in a row. A player from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Michael.
No, I was just going to confirm the score. 6-2 now.
Yeah, and early in the match it seemed there were some safety battles and whatnot, but now I haven't seen Tyler at the table here in some time, so Sanjin got the break working and a pretty decent lead. Okay, another one you can't take your eye off. He looks like he's going all the way to the top rail with the cue ball. It's amazing how everything's changed. The speed's gotten better. He's hitting the ball with a little more conviction. Wanted a little more out of that cue ball, but should be okay.
Stars and stripes. 2 players there who hope to be playing under that flag in every sense in the Mosconi Cup. Well, we know Schuyler Woodward is already there. Tyler Starr playing for his place.
Okay, I think he was trying to kind of like kill the cue ball and get kind of straight on the 6 to where he could draw back. Now he's got to make a decision. Do I just come out to the middle of the table, take on the cut shot? Do I screw the cue ball back, a couple rails, drawing it into closer position on the brown 7? Good thing is for Kian, it seems like whatever decision he makes, he's back in that, where he's going to execute. So he's going to get a kiss on the 8. Is he going to get enough speed? No, good thing he's right-handed. This may help. Yeah, that light little flick off the 8. Any heavier, he probably doesn't get into position.
Here comes the moose head. I know you're not on board with that term, Jeremy, but I'm determined to make it my legacy to the game.
Nah, I'm all right with it. Yeah, it's like perfect speed, Michael.
Yeah, really well played. Sometimes when a player is just a long way behind in a match, gets to a point where there's almost nothing left to lose, and they know they've just got to free up their mind a bit, it can be the start of something, and perhaps that's what's happening here. And so, having been 6-1 down, Do Tae Kien is going to make it 4 of the last 5 racks. And it feels like this transformation in the match hasn't taken very long. Of course, having a golden break along the way helps in that regard. So Skylar Woodward's lead is now reduced to just 2 racks once again at 7-5. Ricky Kraus continuing to dominate against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. The defending champion is now 4-0 down. 4-all between Wu Kunlin and Daniel Maciol. Robbie Capito leads Jeremy Sosei 4-1. Still 4-2 for Alban Ocean against Ralph Suke. Naoyuki Oi has finally arrived at the hill against Fitim Haradinaj. Haradinaj is the German player who beat FSR in the UK Open earlier in the year. So 9-5 to Oi. Onasuto Camino and Emil Andre Gangflow just getting started in their match. 1-all now between Miguel Silva and Jovan Bustamante. Jesus Atencio has won the 3rd rack to close the 2-1 behind against Levan Corteza. Winan Tan has taken the first against Victor Zielinski. Gerson Martinez now 3-0 up on Janiuski. Back to table 1.
Oh, lucky with the cue ball there. That was definitely going in that left middle. So sometimes the kisses save you. It's not always a bad thing. And I tell you, we saw Gerson yesterday struggle, right, in that match, even though he got a win. But then I paid attention to his scores, and they were very comfortable scores to get into this final 64. So turning things around. I think he's going to end up having his hands full in that match, though. I was going to ask, they have moose in Ireland?
They have what?
Moose? You said moose head? Like you called it the moose head? Like
oh, right.
Like maybe you're pretty familiar with moose?
No, I'm a man of the world, Jeremy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I know what the pyramids are, but I've never been to Egypt.
Yeah, I got you. Somewhere near Cairo, right?
Do we have any moose? I'm just trying to think. Would they be in any of the sort of public parks or zoos or anything? They're not native to Ireland anyway.
Yeah. Well, I know Great Britain compared to America when it comes to, a little more in the wilderness. Not near as many animals. No bears. I think squirrels, and y'all might have raccoons maybe. I'm not sure. We saw one last night here right out the front door having a little bite.
You saw what?
A raccoon about
10
feet from us, just sitting down. I think he got him a little AC burger and was going at it. All right, difficult little roll out here because the two's next to the rail. So coming off one side or the other can be a little funny. Hard to contain the two on the bottom end. And Skylar's pretty savvy when it comes to these push-out situations. So if he passes it back, and I don't see anything I'm in real love with.
Did you really give the raccoon a bit of burger?
No, it had its own already, but yeah, but I was telling my wife, but she knew this already, but we used to have a poker game, and we'd always cater out for food on the first wave, and then the game would last a while, and we'd end up firing up the grill, and as soon as we fired up the grill, we'd have this same raccoon come out of the ditch, and we'd all hand feed him. It was awesome, really. They're actually, if you're there to help them, they're not that bad. Okay, that's what I saw. It was always going to be tough to get a snooker, and a good pass from Skylar. He's just got to back it up with one heck of a shot. Probably here I simplify it and just try and roll across into the 6-7, taking a chance. With the 4 over the side, you just need to get some kind of look at the 3. Now he's queuing down. He's trying to avoid the 6-7. Oh, real clean.
Again, he seems to have put the situation out of his mind. The fact that he's suddenly in a close match that looked like being an absolute landslide early on. And that's the sort of shot that he might end up looking back on and saying that was the moment where he started to really wrest back proper control of this match.
Well, it's also what I was saying earlier, when you start to like piece it together, go through your routine, then you start to depend on it. And then you start to like it, you know, like it just settles you. And you kind of start to ignore a little bit of the situation. Skyler keeps that up. He's going to be tough to deal with for a long time. Okay, the 6 is a little tight, so he's going to get proper angle on the 5. That's what he's looking at, to come up the right side of the table to play the green 6 in the upper left in a couple shots.
I don't know what's going on table 4 that's led to this. But it's Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the defending champion, the world number 1, 0. Mickey Krause, 5.
Well, if you looked at his scores through the tournament, Mickey, right, besides the match he lost to FSR, there were some very convincing wins. And, you know, we've always said it, Mickey, a very talented player. He puts in a lot of time. You know, sometimes the younger kids, for one reason or another, just you know, it takes a little longer. But he's putting it together this week, and so far looks like a guy that may move on to the final 32.
I think that would be the biggest result really of the tournament so far. Yes, we know that Van Boning went down to a surprise defeat yesterday, but it didn't eliminate him from the tournament.
Well, this must be super tricky if he hasn't pulled the trigger on it yet. And I don't know if it's position or just simply making the 6. I think it's got to be making the 6 is the issue. Now, does he want to soft spin it with a little left? You wouldn't think so. Okay, cheated the pocket a little bit there.
The last couple of racks that he's won, including this one, he's had to work very hard for them. Had to work harder in this match than he looked as though he was going to need to about half an hour ago. But Skyler Woodward has gone 3 clear again. 2 more and he will be through to the next round of the US Open. He leads Do Tae Kien 8 racks to 5. So I've given you that extraordinary score in the Sanchez Ruiz match. 4-all still between Wu Kun Lin and Daniel Maciol. Robbie Capito leads Jeremy Sosay 4-1. Sanyan Pelovanovic has won 5 in a row now against Tyler Starr. That's 7-2, although the American is at the table with a very good chance to win rack 10. Alban Ocean continuing to ease away from Ralph Souquet. It's 5-2 there now. Fidim Haradinaj is battling back in this match against Naoki Oi. The German has got it back to 9-7, but Oi has a chance here to win the match. Emil Andre Gangflow has won the first against Jonas Suto Camino. Miguel Silva 2-1 up on Hoven Bustamante. Ivan Corteza leading Jesus Atencio by that score as well. 1-all between Victor Zielinski and Winan Tan. And Gerson Martinez has now made it 4-0 against Jan Juski.
And I'll tell you, the way this match has gone, so many different things throughout the match. You know, first off, when your opponent's struggling in a big moment, that sometimes can make you struggle. We've seen that, and Skyler fought his way through that. got his head strong, using that routine. Had one kind of, so-so shot. Kian's taking advantage, and now Skyler working through some tough ones when the real heat's on.
Heat's certainly on for Tyler Starr, but he's got one back there against Sanjin Pelovanovic, back to 7-3.
All right, just what looks like this shot in position on the 7 for Oy, with the 8-9 in a pretty doable position. And boy, I'm always pulling for the Americans, but this guy I'm always pulling for, period. I'll tell you, one of the greatest guys you'll ever meet. And it just makes you feel good when you just are next to him, really.
I think he's all over the place, with the jet lag and everything. I saw him yesterday sitting in one of the restaurants, and he looked like he was just bewildered with tiredness and time difference and all the rest of it, but doesn't seem to be having much impact on his performances.
Yeah.
Oy was a semi-finalist the first time the US Open was played in Atlantic City 2 years ago. And he's got every chance of getting to a similar stage again. He's in the last 32 after finally getting past Fitham Haradinaj by 10 racks to 7.
Yeah, I was up early. We had to do a little work, and I think I walked down around 7:50 maybe, and saw Oy drinking a coffee down there, just buying his time till his match, and the room open to get a little practice.
I'm not sure he's been to bed all week. He just seems to always be somewhere around the hotel.
Yeah, he's so much fun, though. And he really offers himself to everyone, and it's amazing because, his English is better now, of course, but he would sit there and really want to understand what you're saying to him, no matter if you're a fan or any type of patron to the game.
You might just have noticed Gerson Martinez there in the distinctive diagonal red and white stripes of Peru. As I said, he's 4-0 up against Yanni Uski. Skylar Woodward looking for 2 more racks to advance at the US Open.
Yeah, he's starting to get a little quicker with that backswing. A little better hit on the one, but and I'm trying to see there. To me, the hit on the one didn't look that bad. It did end up high, and now Kian with a very difficult situation. He can't roll out up table. A triple combination on the 1-5-6 may be playable. This is big trouble. He may have to roll out to a kick shot. Well, he can get a piece of the one, but can he do really anything with it? Yeah, difficult situation here. It looks like he's going to try and do something off the one, but what? I do not know. Looks like he's cueing a lot of right spin, trying to maybe clip it and go up the table, leave something long, but then things will be in Skylar's hands. Oh, this is a smart shot. I didn't know he could catch that much of the one, and whether he gets the snooker or not, really commend that play. At least that shot gave him a chance to not only get the snooker, but not leave something so offensive for Sky. Now Sky, can he bank the one and come across it? Kind of bank the one between the 7-9 and get to the side rail? That looks a little funny. And I know Tyler Steyer got a game back on his side, now trailing 7-3, but I really haven't seen him at the table much on table 2.
Well, I managed to see him at the table and he wasn't even there a few racks ago. Yeah, I know what you mean. Seems to be pretty dominant stuff.
Yeah, I guess he may play a mild one here. Just kind of roll the 1 by the 9. Try and get it on the other side of the 4. Oh, he's going to hit it downward, so he's drawing the ball. I thought he might roll the 1 and go into the 7 with the cue ball and just kind of hold behind the 9-4. Wow. Take the pot.
I spotted that, but I thought he's not going to go for that. But boy, he has gone for it. And no wonder he's got that cheeky smile that we love so much to see from Skylar Woodward.
Yeah, gave a little look to the crowd. He's feeling it, and kind of reminds me of that 9 he made in the Moscone last year when he was in such a bad spot.
Oh, the place went insane, didn't it?
Yeah.
And he's looking over to his fellow American there. Did you see that? Did you see that combination I just pulled out?
Oh, 100%. I can tell by the way Tyler's got a little grin on his face that he'd rather watch Skylar do something fantastic than keep watching Sanjin run out on him.
Two guys who are both great fun to have around. And one of them is 1 rack away from a place in the last 32. Skylar Woodward really have got such a buzz out of that moment.
Well, what a huge rack that was. I mean, you're not going to let off the gas, and you certainly shouldn't, but just to get a little bit of a breathing space, you might say. That was better. A lot better backswing there. All right, we know he's going here. Skylar is not backing up on a cross corner, especially one that offers some position on the 3 and a chance to advance.
Just want to keep you across events on table 4. Still playing that 6th rack. Mickey Kraus 5-0 up on Francisco Sanchez Ruiz.
Where are we at with Billy and Federer? You know, Billy made
it's over.
Oh, it's over already.
10-4 over and out, JJ.
Yeah, and I got to believe that was a lot about Federer Gorst, and he's a very determined man trying to get one of these World Nineball Tour titles and, of course, the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and Gorst at the moment looks like playing Pelovanovic in the next round. He will face the winner of that match.
Skylar played the bank with confidence, knowing it's not going to hang on the top side of the pocket, and if he misses it, it comes back over. Now, it is doable, it is cuttable, but it's not easy. Cue ball's going to have a lot of speed. I think he just comes straight down, tries to come between the 5 and 3, maybe at the 5 with the cue ball.
Gerson Martinez continuing his fine start. 5-0 now against Janiuski. David O'Cady, winner of the European Open in Germany last month, has taken the first rack against BJ Ussery. Player who's forced himself into Moscone Cup contention on the US side.
Cleanly struck there from Kian, and shows a lot why he's here in this final 64. Showing a lot of resolve, even though he started pretty rough. Okay, ever since those early moments, Kian's been really solid, so, you know, still some work left. Doesn't want to get too far away from the pink 4. Wants to come up near it, somewhat anyways. Uh-oh. Oof. Little fortunate. Now he's going to fall long and straight, and really only one pocket for the 5 to the lower right. He knew it right away. And after the bridge shot he made a couple games ago, he's a little upset with himself with that one. Okay, I think he's pretty good at the angle, though, to pinch it back a little bit, except a little bit of a longer shot on the 5, but not too much. If he gets a foot out of the cue ball here, Michael, that'd be nice. Kind of feared that. Not going to leave things easy for Sky, though, with only one real pocket for the 5. So 4 playable, but not a whole lot of angle. Does he jack up and pop this? I think that's Skyler, what he'd normally, yeah, there. Little elevation. Just trying to stun 2 rails kind of over where he's standing now, a little above the side. And just take the shot. Nice, he fell, kind of got off the rail with the cue ball there, though. Makes the shot probably 30 to 40% easier. Knowing it's not easy at all. Yeah, it's getting cleaner for Skylar Woodward.
Overall, I think he's going to be very pleased with this performance. It's sort of the ideal display to have at the last 64 stage. Played well, and also you still feel there's room for a bit of improvement as the rounds go on.
Yeah, and he withstood a nice comeback from Kien, mentally. Stuck to his guns.
Yeah, we've had a bit of everything in this match. A golden break, a cracking combination, a great recovery from Dote Kien. We've even had a raccoon eating a burger. But in the end, what we have is victory for Skylar Woodward, who pulls away from 7-5 to win by 10 racks to 5. He's into the last 32 of the US Open. He's a real contender for the title. So,
many cushions? Let's just count them. 5. Brilliant shot.
He's playing beautifully.
It's important to get the best players to keep that 2 from me.
We're about to have a dance battle right now, ladies and gentlemen. Multi-sport is proud to present the final of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage down. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
This championship is being played with the new Harrah tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Harrah range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Harrah, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
The inaugural Hanoi Open just a few weeks away, but this week it is the U.S. Open, and this is one of the box office marquee matchups of the week so far. Earl Strickland of the U.S., Jason Shaw of the U.K., the five-time U.S. Open champion Earl Strickland at the age of 62. Continuing what he hopes will be a pursuit towards a record 6th title at his home major. And here today facing Jason Shaw, someone almost half his age, but two very talented pool players, both bringing two very different games to this matchup here today. And as a result, the big crowd has gathered round. This is the 4th day of competition. We are down to single elimination, the round of 64, and a place in the last 32 now at stake. And everyone wants to see this man, Earl Strickland. You never know. It could be his final performance here at this historic major. But the way he's now playing, he fancies his chances of a deep run. Had to come through loser's qualification, but he has done so in splendid form, winning each of his last 3 matches to get here. Lost in the second round in a hill thriller to Rolf Souquet, but then a demonstrative win over Leo Ott, an 8-2 victory, and then a 9-5 win over Tolian Han. And now finds himself facing this man, Jason Shaw, who's unbeaten so far this week in Atlantic City. He also came through a hill thriller in the most recent round, winning 9-8 after victories of 9-1 and 9-4 in each of his first 2 rounds. And now they're set to go head-to-head. Steve Schlanger, Carl Boys, glad to have you with us. And Carl, how do you see this matchup between these two big names in the sport?
Intriguing, very intriguing indeed. Past history. Used to live together when Jason was a young man for a little while in New York City. I'm sure Jason learned so much from Earl Strickland. Used to practice in Steinway billiards. Day after day after day. And they've had a few battles on the bays as well. Strickland to break in the opener. And I'll tell you what, it's not bad. Not an easy shot on the 2.
And he pots 2. And what is now a race to 10. Now that we are down to single elimination here in the last 64, it is a race to 10 to move on and advance to the last 32, which begins later on this afternoon here at Harrah's.
Well, this has got away from him. He will not be happy with this shot. Complete misjudgment. And Jason comes to the table with small opportunity. It's a tester. He's got a tiny bit of angle. So this has got to go in the centre of the pocket. And it does. Good shot. Strickland will be fuming with that one. Wasn't the most difficult of safeties. Yeah, he's landed a bit straight here, is Jason, so he can only draw the cue ball back. And you see he's playing for the purple 5 in the pocket where Strickland is sat, so pace is key on this one. Did he get there? I think overall he's not done too bad there. Another roll would have been absolutely spot on. Yeah, he had to play it with a little bit of right on spin. Oh, that's a nice shot. Many a player would have played a drag shot there. He played it with a high ball, couple of rails.
Well, Strickland had the break, but an early miss allowed Shaw to run the table. And Jason Shaw, the 35-year-old, is out to the 1-0 lead over the legend Earl Strickland here. Just underway. Winner goes on, loser goes home. Round of 64 at this 46th U.S. Open on day 4 here at Harrah's in Atlantic City. Jason Shaw, the 5-time winner with Team Europe at the Mosconi Cup. He's been an MVP on multiple occasions, coming off a win not too long ago here this year at the Turning Stone Classic, but now trying to take down this man. No easy feat on home soil here at an event that he has called his own on so many occasions, a 5-time winner of the U.S. Open, but now Shaw getting his first chance to break here after winning the opening rack.
Good strike. He's got a shot at the 2-ball. It's opened up. Very much a feel player is Jason. Instinct, just gets down, he sees the shot, he knows the shot to play. So he'll pull the trigger, doesn't like to hang about.
Without the shot clock, we've seen several players linger over shots and consider the options, back off multiple times, but Shaw works quickly.
This is what I mean. Plays instinct, sees the shot, knows the shot, pulls the trigger.
Two 2-0. Jason Shaw has been as far as the quarterfinals at the World Championships and taken on a man in Strickland who's won that event on 4 occasions, but he has gotten the better of him so far. A break and run here in the second rack and claiming the first 2. The winner of this match will face either Camino from Spain or Gangflo of Norway. That match just getting underway as well. And the 2 winners will play later on this afternoon here at Harrah's. By the end of the day, we're down to the last 16. As we get deeper, they'll start playing more racks. But the shot clock gets introduced, so it becomes a little bit of a different dynamic than what we've seen so far.
A lot of people around the table. It's actually quite difficult to get a viewing point. Strickland will get out of the chair in rack number 3. Jason will play the push.
That's how deep it goes. Still a tough decision. The beer or the coffee. We see it all on the railings around here.
Could have been worse for Strickland. That didn't quite hit the one where he wanted. Hit that ball nice. You could see him weighing that one up. That's the way he played it. Full ball contact. Leave distance. He kind of pointed with his cue. Before the shot, Strickland's jacked up. This has gone wrong. Needs a bit of help. Needs cover from the purple 5. If he's got it, Jason's okay. Can go real first. At the beginning of the rack, Jason played the push, tried to tie the 2 up. Hooked himself. He made a mess of the 2 on the push. It may cost him. In the back of his mind, this kick shot, he'll be thinking bottom left corner pocket, but also thinking bottom rail. Get the 2 ball on the bottom rail. Small chance for Strickland, small chance as well. Got to hit that 8 ball on the left hand side. That will mean pocketing the 4 ball, the pink 4 ball. Not quite how he played it, but he stays at the table.
And with the 4 hanging there the way it was, made it a little easier.
Try and do that shot again. I'll get you 100 tries. This is what we've become accustomed to with Strickland. He'll talk his way around the table, telling the patrons what he feels.
More like what you would see in a classic pool hall, with players in conversation. And a chance to get on the board for the 62-year-old 5-time champion.
Listen, you can say what you want about Earl the Pearl Strickland. To be out here at 62 and just playing pool, competing, and just the way he runs around the table is an achievement. Earl the Pearl gets his first rack on the board. 2-1, Jason Shaw.
Now Strickland taking advantage of the opportunity
Yeah, players are just, there's a massive screen just behind where the referee is now. Huge screen, and for some reason, I think every time a match starts, the score goes on the wrong side. I don't know why. So Jason was just telling the referee to correct it. But it is 2-1 to Shaw.
He knows the score. And you can see it from various vantage points here around the ballroom at Harrah's. And while we've had almost 30 tables in action in the first few days, it's starting to narrow down. And by the time we get to the weekend, we will be at one center table. It'll be an arena-like atmosphere with the lights, the crowd, the seating. The whole environment will be electric.
Defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is in a spot of bother on table 4. He's down 7-2 to Mickey Kraus. Keep you posted. As always, Daniel Maciol from Poland, very talented left-handed player. He's playing Woo Kun Lin. That match is tied at 7s. Fedor Gorst safely through, 10-4 win over Billy Thorpe. Also on table 2, Sanjin Perlovanovic is playing Tyler Steyer. Perlovanovic, well, he's had a big lead in that match, so Tyler's hung in there, made a match of it, but Perlovanovic is at the table, looking good for the match. Strickland with a good safety shot. Yeah, not only is there a big crowd because of this very matchup, people are also waiting for Shane Van Boning because he's up next on table 2 against Chang Jun Lin. Chang Jun Lin, one of the best players in the world, top 10 for me. So 2 huge matches here for the crowd. Great scenes here on day 4.
That's the beauty of where things stand right now. You have these 2 featured tables side by side. So if you get a proper spot, you can see all of the action simultaneously extremely well.
Earl needs the cue ball to slow down. Now you can't be thumping these balls in anymore. In a club table you can ram this one straight in. You've got to cue it a little softer. Let the pocket take the pace. Tester. See how it took a wobble, Steve? It's very tricky now. Playing this in the side. Oh, it's there. He's playing some good pool, you know.
He's not happy with the leave, though.
Look at the length of the cue. It's taller than him. Unbelievable, the length of the cue. Now, this is dangerous. This is so tough. Oh, he's done well. He might not quite got on the 7. Funnily enough, right before this match, Jason Shaw was practicing. He was showing me that exact shot. We have 6 practice tables here, and obviously the pockets are cut the same. And he was saying it's a brutal shot. Apologies for that, but this is what Sanjin Perlovanovic is faced with. He's a little close to the 9. Well, this is just simply astounding from Strickland. This to tie the match up.
Shaw took the first 2 racks, Strickland the next 2. And we are tied on table 1 here at the US Open.
Table 2, this is for the match. It's there. Perlovanovic dispatches of Tyler Steyer, 10 rack to 6. He's through to the final 32. Up next, SVB versus Chang Jun Lin.
Gonna get juicy here in Atlantic City. The crowd building. This is table number 1. That other match will be right next to this on table number 2. So you'll have 2 American marquee box office players out there at the same time, playing simultaneously, looking for a berth in the last 32. And this is a good one brewing. Strickland and Shaw now tied at 2 in the race to 10. Quick start by Shaw, but Strickland coming back here in these last 2 racks and showing his touch. Barely missing a shot.
Made the one in the side. You've got to look at the blue too. If it's dead straight, it's a little awkward. Ideally, Earl needs an angle to get over for the red 3 ball. Good pot. This is probably as close as he could get to this ball. I think he's okay. I think he can sort of soft draw this in with left, come towards the 9, pink 4 balls over the pocket. Just caught the rail, didn't he?
And that pushed it up into the corner.
That shot there for me is the exact reason why the Tour have made the pockets 4 inches. Caught the rail halfway up. Once upon a time that ball would have fell. It shouldn't go. It should never go. Cue ball below the 9 towards the green 6. There you see, towards the green 6. That'll keep you on the 5. I know it's rolled it on the rail, but it's okay. It's gone past the middle. That's fine, it's got an angle. That's all you want. Just be careful with the side pocket though.
Shaw back in front. So after claiming the first 2 racks and then watching Strickland bounce back, Jason Shaw edges out to a 1 rack lead here. Now, meantime, other scores from the matches taking place here around the ballroom. Miguel Silva leading 5-2 on Bustamante over on table number 11. Suke working his way out to a 3-rack lead on table 6 as well.
Yeah, that's the table I was just looking at, Steve. We were talking about Earl Strickland, the legend, 62 years of age. Well, Ralph Suke is mid-50s. He looks like he's doing a number on Albin Ocean, the young European champ. Unbelievable.
Well, remember the 2nd round match back early in the week between Strickland and Suke. Suke jumped out to a big lead early. Strickland then a tremendous comeback. It went to a hill final. Suke was able to pull it out. It was one of the most entertaining and exciting matches in the first few days, and that dropped Strickland down into losers qualification. But since then, he won 3 in a row to get here today, where he's playing Jason Shaw.
Cue ball had quite a lot of juice on it there. Watch the cue ball draw off this side rail all the way over to the other side. He's got to look at the 2. Really got to kill the cue ball here. Soft draw. Yep, just catch the rail. I can't keep talking about the pockets. I've been doing it all season, but This is just tremendous. Back in the day, that's unmissable. It's
Yep.
physically unmissable. Jason would have run the rack by now. Just catch the rail, stays over. So what that's doing is it's making you think you've got to hit the centre of the pocket on the shot, which adds that little bit of pressure. So back-to-back racks, players have missed balls. We're seeing a lot more action now. This is just great.
Settle in. This could take a while and provide some high-quality entertainment along the way. Tied once again.
You can just see in the distance SVB about to break off. I think that match is starting, so Shane must have won the lag. $11 US Open titles on table 1 and 2. Jason's just got the 1.
But SVB and Strickland have a boatload between them, and Shane Van Boening was out here practicing early this morning, spent several hours on the practice tables alongside Tyler Steyer getting ready. And now his match underway next to us on table number 1. He's on table 2. And Strickland poised to break here. Now tied at 3. Pockets the 1. The 2 almost followed.
All he can do is just float across the top face of the 9 and leave himself a shot on the purple 5. Kind of hit that a little bit too hard. Wanted to be near the 9 ball.
Wow.
There's a theme brewing on table 1. I had to play this with loads of right English to check it up, but even if it had potted it, look where the cue ball's finished.
The way they're laid out now, Shaw is licking his chops. Jason Shaw leads again. Earl Strickland, such a Gregarious personality. You see him always applauding for his opponents and not afraid to engage in conversation.
I wonder what they were talking about there. They had a quick word, didn't they? Wonder if they were discussing the old apartment days when they were living in New York City together. A lot of respect between these two. But he's playing good early, he really is.
Yeah, neither player has been below their level at this point, and neither looks like they're going to run away with this. Setting up for a tight match here in the round of 64.
Cue ball's close. You could just see, as soon as he contacted that ball, tracking towards the corner. There's a reason why these two are some of the fans' favourites. It's just because they don't hang about. It's just instinct pool. I think we've played like 7 racks in about 30 minutes, roughly. Chang's took the opening rack on table 2 against Shane. It's okay, he's got enough angle. Can just play a stun shot off. Don't want to start hitting it too hard though.
These are two players that will never need a shot clock. I mean, the deeper they get in this tournament, we're going to have one, but it'll never go down to 0.
Well, I've heard Earl over the years say he wants a 15-second shot clock. Oh, he's missed it. He's twitched on the 8 ball. That was a twitch. It was a bad miss. Are we starting to see Earl the Pearl Strickland unravel? Couple of chances in the last 2 racks.
And Shaw now back ahead by 2 for the first time since he won the first 2 racks of the match. 5-3 here on table number 1. So the 2 Americans right now on tables 1 and 2 trailing in their respective matches, but both still very close. And that was the miss by Strickland that set up Shaw's opportunity to clear the table.
Yeah, when he played the 6 to the 7, he did have an angle, but he didn't have loads of angle. If the cue ball had kept running, he could have come way more off the rail. The 8 would have been unmissable. He would have won the rack. So your cue ball's got to be a little bit tighter. Cue ball again. Same type of break, wasn't it? The same sort of ball it kicked off and went. There again. Look at this. Which ball is it coming off? Is it coming off the 9? Or it comes off the 6?
Headed towards the same pocket where he scratched last time. Got away with it here, though.
Pink 4's tied up. So hopefully when he pots the blue 2 to get on the red 3, he's got some sort of angle. What angle has he got? Can he dislodge the purple and the pink? I'll tell you what, it doesn't look too bad. He's down quick as well. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, he couldn't have landed any better. What a shot. Jason Shaw was favourite on paper coming in. Of course he was. He's in the prime of his career. Strickland's kind of hanging on, but Strickland's played. He's played some good pool here this week.
Now Strickland had the miss in the last rack, and that allowed Shaw to finish things off, run the rack here, and now enjoy his biggest lead so far as he has doubled up the score of Strickland, and now on top 6-3.
This is Sanchez Ruiz, the defending US Open champion.
He's trailing 8-4. And 2 racks away from going out. So big news here on day number 4, round of 64. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz on the cusp. Needs a big comeback if he's going to defend his title. A player who has already booked his spot for Team Europe at the upcoming Mosconi Cup. So he's got his hands full. And Jason Shaw with a 6-3 lead here on table 1.
Looks dry. It is dry. Strickland with a look at the 1 ball, but the cue ball's going towards the green 6. Don't know if you can avoid contact. If you can't, how do you get on the blue 2? He's just looking to see if he can get in behind it, but that is very precarious. He did get in behind it, but caught the 7. Blue 2 onto the red 3. Not guaranteed a shot on the blue 2, but he doesn't have many options. Oh, what a shot he's played there. Could not have hit that any better. That's gone wrong though. He's tried to play the bank and he's missed it. This is the shot that's been left for Jason. The crew backstage who, you know, give us all these fantastic pictures and video edits, they've got to be quick when these two are playing because they don't hang about.
You're going to miss the next shot if you don't hurry. Quick trigger fingers, no doubt. Also ball in hand now for Shaw.
Another chance though in another rack. Well, Strickland was in first. Made a mistake, another miss. Shaw's just cleaning up at the end. Lee Van Corteza going about his work quietly. We've seen him on the feature table a couple of times. He's 9-4 up over on table 12. He's playing Jesus Atencio. Here on table 1, Shaw's breaking away from Strickland. It's 7-3.
4-rack lead, the biggest we have seen. Jason Shaw took the first 2 racks, but then Strickland fought back. Tied the match on 2 occasions. But since then, Shaw has taken advantage of a few misses from Strickland to really open up this advantage here as he tries to win his 4th consecutive match here in these first 4 days.
Three US Opens have been staged by Matchroom Pool since they got the rights. Carlo Biardo won one of them. Joshua Filler has won one of them. Sanchez Ruiz won the other. Biardo through to the final 32. Also Filler through to the final 32. But Sanchez Ruiz is 8-5 down. Keep you posted. Sure to break. The cue ball might end up behind the brown 7. SVB is now 2 racks down. Still early days.
Well, this is as much deliberation as we've seen from either player so far. Typically working quickly, but Shaw sizing up his options now. So play the push.
Good speed. Next 2 racks, 2 to 3 racks, very important now in this match. Strickland's just got to set himself a little target. I mean, I don't know if he does things like that, maybe not. He does things his own way, but 7-3, you've got to try and tell yourself out of the next 4 racks to win 3-1. That would keep you well in the match. That would be 8-6. Needs this to bounce.
Now going back and forth between the players, trying to find a position on the 2. Meanwhile, speaking of 2, that's how many racks Shane Van Boning is down on table 2. That's where Shaw really steps on the gas.
Yeah, I think barring something silly, just get the impression this match is coming to the end. Strickland's had opportunities. He's made the mistakes. He's got no one else to blame but himself. Cue ball needs to keep rolling. Another rack for Chang Jun Lin. Takes the opening 3. Things are not looking good for the 5-time US Open champions, Earl and Shane.
Well, especially Earl, about to go down 5 racks here. (8-3). And Shaw just pulling away. At one point we were tied at 3. So he has ripped off 5 in a row. And now just 2 racks away from the round of 32. Meanwhile, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the defending champion, still trailing. Down 3 racks and trying to dig himself out of this hole.
Same can be said for Albin Ocean. He's down 3 racks to Ralph Souquet at 8-5.
Tyler Steyer of the U.S. has already gone out. Strickland and Shane Van Boening both on the ropes here right now on tables 1 and 2.
Robbie Capito, Hong Kong. He's on the hill against Jeremy Sosi.
Mario He over on table 7, the Austrian just getting started after a rollicking match earlier today.
You can just see all the fans, the crowd around them 2 feature tables there. Well, Strickland's got to start winning some racks. If Shaw gets on the hill anytime soon, this match is over. Breaking very well, it has to be said. Not really getting an awful lot off the break, seems to be rolling out a fair bit. This will wind Earl up. Earl hates the short stick, especially when opponents get away with it. Oh, listen, he is not happy.
Look at that reaction. Says it all, Ryan.
The reality is, Earl's had chances. He's missed the 5 ball at 3-3 after playing a poor positional shot to get on it. He's missed an 8 ball. He's missed a bank. That's 3 racks. That is the reality of this match.
Unable to convert. And Shaw's just too good.
Got to play this with loads of low right. Watch the cue ball bite off the rail. Yeah, there you see it pulls it all the way back. Hit that pure. Finished absolutely perfect. Well, the match is not over yet, but it's as good as over. Jason Shaw does not lose matches for a 9-3 ahead.
Now on the hill and a rack away from the round of 32. That's 6 straight for Jason Shaw, and now leads by 6. Poised on the edge of his 4th consecutive win. 1-9-1 in his opener. 9-4 over Blaine Barkas in the 2nd round.
This is Ralph Souquet. This match is 9-5 to Ralph Souquet. This is for the match. This is to knock Albin Ocean out of this year's US Open.
And prior to today, Souquet is the only other player Earl Strickland has lost to this week. That was back in the 2nd round in a Hill-Hill match.
Versatile, the game of 9-ball. We have teenagers playing in the US Open. And I'm certain Earl the Pearl Strickland is the oldest player in this year's Open at 62.
So a dry break is going to get Earl back on the table here. Long road back for the 5-time champion.
He's missed another ball though. He's missed another ball. It's a shame. He started off well. He started off really well. He stayed with Shaw. He made a few nice run-outs, but it's all fell to pieces. Souquet's looking good here. Ralph Souquet, 54 years of age, is a couple of balls away from knocking out one of the young guns. Albin Ocean, one of the favourites for this title. Over the last 3 years, Albin's probably won the most on the World 9-Ball Tour. One good shot required for the Kaiser.
Well, if Shaw finishes this, he'll face either Emile Andre Gangflo or Yonasuto Comino of Spain. It is Gangflo right now leading Comino 6-2 out on table 5.
Well, Souquet got the job done. He's through. Just like Eagle Eye. What a performance.
A demonstrative victory for Jason Shaw. He wins it 10-3 over the 5-time champion Earl Strickland in less than an hour. In the race to 10, Jason Shaw wins his 4th straight match undefeated here at this 46th edition of the US Open, and he is into the round of 32 at Harrah's in Atlantic City.
fishes. Let's just count them. 5. Brilliant shot.
He's playing beautifully.
It's important to get the best place to keep that 2 from me.
We're about to have a dance battle right now, ladies and gentlemen. Multi-sport is proud to present the final of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of dance dance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
This championship is being played with the new Harrah tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Harrah range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Harrah, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Thursday afternoon in Atlantic City, day 4 of the 2023 US Open. So many great stories already today and many more in progress at the moment. And the big one that's been going on over the last couple of hours involves the defending champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He was 7-2 down against Denmark's Mickey Kraus, who attempted a combination to go 8-2, missed it, and lost the rack. And ever since then, FSR has been dominant, and he's now back to only one behind at 8-7. You can see also Daniel Maciol is on the hill there against Wu Kunlin at 9 racks to 8. And all of these matches are in the last 64. Emil Andre Gangflow 6-3 up on Honasuto Camino. Miguel Silva leading Jovan Bustamante 6-4. Close finish between Victor Zielinski and Winan Tan. That's 8-all. Chang Yun Lin has a 3-2 lead over Shane Van Bonen. It was 3-1. SVB is just 1 rack 5 there. And David Alcady, the European Open winner in Germany last month, has a 6-2 lead over US Mosconi Cup contender BJ Ussery. So we're also into the round of 32, which is what we'll be focusing on in a moment. But that is Mickey Kraus from Denmark, a player who's been talked about as having a huge amount of talent and potential for some time, and hasn't really delivered the results we might have expected by this stage. But this would be about as big a result as he's ever had if he could beat FSR. However, things have changed dramatically in this match. As I said, he was a shot away from going 8-2 up. It didn't happen for him, and it's now 8-7. So, been spending a lot of time this week in the commentary box alongside the US Mosconi Cup captain, Jeremy Jones. So it's only right that we get a word from the European captain. Ralph Eckert is alongside me. Welcome along, Ralph. How's your week been in Atlantic City?
Oh, it's very enjoyable. I really have a good time here at the US Open from Matchroom, and it's so excited to be part of that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the upcoming match round. What do we have here on the menu on the main court?
Well, here we're going to be talking about Jeff DeLuna against Ko Ping Chung. As I said, that's in the round of 32. And there are matches already in progress in this round. Phuong Nam Pham of Vietnam has won the first rack against Alexa Pei-Shelge. And Mario He has a 2-1 lead over Oliver Sholnocki. So FSR has won that rack.
So it's 9-9, isn't it?
Well, it's 8-8 now.
8-8.
8-8,
okay.
yeah. So they both need 2 more. Shane Van Bonen against Chang Yun Lin. Van Bonen, of course, has been a 5-time winner of this US Open. Shares the record with Earl Strickland. And he reached that mark of 5 by beating Chang Yun Lin the last time he was in the final. He also beat him in the quarterfinals on his way to winning his one and only World Nineball Championship so far in Milton Keynes last year. Chang Yun Lin with the better of the early exchanges in this one. So they're warming up on the main table, and Ralph, we're going to be talking to you quite a bit about the Mosconi during your stint with us in here. Tell us how it came about. Where did the approach first come from, and how did you feel when you were being told that there was a chance of you becoming Mosconi Cup captain?
Well, it was just almost pretty late at night when I got a message from Emily Fraser on Messenger, Facebook, that she wanted to talk to me about Mosconi Cup. I almost dropped my phone when I received that. So, of course, I was very excited. And, yeah, that was great. Great news, especially after this, yeah. I guess I grabbed their attention when I received such a red card from the doing the European Championship lately. From the referees, which was like a little scandal. But anyhow, it looks like it helped a little bit here.
Yeah. And when she spoke to you about it, was it a case of talking to you about the possibility of it, or did she straight out offer you the job?
Just the possibility, of course. So we were going a little bit back and forth, you know, and before she finally made a decision. It was still an open case before she announced it during the European Open. So quite a thrilling time for me as well. So, and here we got the match.
Yep, JDL versus KPC. And this is in the last 32 now, so whoever wins this match will be back tomorrow for the final 16. And it's going to be Ko Ping Chung, who was a semi-finalist here last year, 1 rack away from a place in the final to start us off.
I wonder how many viewers we're gonna have here from Asia. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to stop them though. It's an all-night culture there, and they just can't get enough of pool over there. And of course, we'll be on our way to Vietnam week after next for the Hanoi Open. It starts off with a dry break.
Yeah, I guess he missed that one ball in the side pocket a little bit long. Here you see he catch the corner of that, so maybe he is going to add a little bit more draw on the cue ball on his next attempt to get this one ball right in the middle. And let's see what Jeffrey De Luna, if he's going for this combination here on the 5 ball, 1-5 combination. It's pretty risky though, and it's hard to keep position for the 1 ball when you go for that combination, isn't it?
Yeah, he was born on Valentine's Day 1984, which means he's 39 years of age. He's been a well-established player for some time, won a silver medal in the Asian Games, which is a very big deal for players from that part of the world, as long ago as 2006.
So it was too much of a risk to go for that combination, and so he decided to play a safety here. Pretty nice, but I guess it won't force Ko Ping Chung to make a foul here. I guess he's going for his jump cue. And this looks like a jump bank shot maybe a little attempt to go into the side pocket with it. Because the 2 ball, where the 2 ball is sitting, it offers a pretty good chance to continue from there in case he's going to make that jump bank, which is certainly not a high percentage shot. But what else to do here? He tried to not to bank it, jumping into it for the safety here to keep the cue ball down the lower part of the table and sending the 1 ball up down on the other half of the table. Still left a shot for Jeffrey.
So when Alex Lely declared that he was stepping down after a very successful stint as European captain, Ralph, all sorts of names got floated around and nobody really seemed to be quite the right fit, and then it emerged, as you say, during the European Open that you had got the job. Now, you've been around the scene for a very long time, very well respected in the game, so tell people who might not have been around that long what your background is.
Okay, if you speak about my background, then I started in 1982 to play the game, and from there I made my way to the top in Germany, but I was always standing in the shadow of the big names like Ralph Souquet and Oliver Ortmann, so I had to find something else than just tournaments. So I started to write books. I guess I finished my 9th book. I will finish that pretty soon. The first one came out in '95, and I was pretty deep into trick shots. I did a lot of trick shows, and now I'm pretty successful with some trick shots posting on Instagram. And yes, in trainings, if you talk about trainings, I coached a lot of national teams. I worked with a lot of national teams from, the latest one was the Maldives, also Germany, of course, actually now Germany. And but also exotic countries like Morocco, Thailand, Hong Kong, Singapore, Turkey, also European ones like Switzerland, Denmark. So that's my background.
Yeah, it's very impressive, and in a sense it's quite similar really to Jeremy. I know he's obviously been a US Open winner and has played in Mosconi's, but he's very well respected in teaching as well. So it's 2 captains who both have a massive reputation in that regard.
I heard a lot of times the questions, how would be the outcome if I play Jeremy, a race to something?
Well, listen, that can be arranged. I'd love to see that match. Jeff De Luna pulled out a good pot to get in. Has a chance here to take this opening rack. But what's it been like? Because when you got the job, it wasn't really that far away from the Mosconi Cup happening, because it's only 10 weeks away at this stage. So what have you been doing for the last few weeks to get your preparations underway for December?
Well, I try to go back into the scene. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm also attending at the Asian Open. So I want to be close to the players. I want to see all the details you maybe can't see on television, and I want to be approachable for the players, to talk with them, being in touch with them, and seeing, that's the main thing, right? Because the main thing starts after, of course, making my picks after the Asian Open. But the main thing is to make out of opponents. They are opponents the whole year, right? Playing each other and fighting for points and prize money. But for 1 week we have to create a team out of them, and this is the main target when it's about the Mosconi Cup.
And I guess, having been involved with running teams at various levels over the years in the game, you've got your own methods of doing that, and presumably you'll be using those methods to try to create that bond within the European team.
Mm-hmm.
And Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, we know, is definitely going to be on that team. He's already qualified. In a match where he was 1 ball away from going 8-2 down, he's now got a chance to lead 9-8 against Mickey Kraus, who just raced away into a big lead at the start of the match. But it's all turned around now. FSR, the defending champion here.
Well, he was far behind in this set, and now bang.
And on the hill at 9-8. And the winner of that match will play Daniel Maciol of Poland, who's beaten Woo Kun Lin within the last few minutes by 10 racks to 8. Emil Andre Gangflow is 6-3 up on Jonas Souto Camino, who's just gone 6-4 actually. Miguel Silva of Portugal, who's having a really good 2023, 7-4 up on Jovan Bustamante. Victor Zielinski is on the hill now, leading 9-8 against Winan Tan. Chang Young Lin, well, he was leading Shane Van Boning 3-2. The next rack has just been completed. I'll tell you in a moment once I know who won it. Oh, well, it's gone 3-all now. So SVB has won a couple in a row there. David Al-Kaidi, European Open winner in your home country, Ralph, just a few weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Very comfortable, 8-2 up now against BJ Ussery. So they're all in the last 64. In the last 32, a few matches underway. Alexa Pechelge and Pong Nam Pan are level at 1-all. And Oscar Dominguez has taken the first rack against Max Lechner. Mario He and Oliver Szolnocki level at 2-all.
You just missed that very nice jump shot from Jeffrey De Luna with this safety, resulting in that safety here. It was very impressive because the distance to the ball he had to jump over was about a ball size only. And then this kind of precision, awesome. Jeffrey De Luna. But let's see, he's attempting also a jump shot here, long distance. But if he catches it pretty full, he can leave the cue ball basically in the lower area of the table while sending up the 4 ball in the upper area. Like that. So the only thing he left is this very, very far away difficult shot.
Was the captaincy of the European Mosconi Cup team something you'd had your eye on, or did this come out of the blue entirely for you?
Oh, it came a little bit out of the blue. I was trying or hoping several years before, but suddenly it came up like that. It was a surprise, a very pleasant surprise. Very tough conditions to try such a long shot here, especially with this kind of speed. So he was really trying to make it and get the position. There was no escape shot like shooting it a little bit harder in case of missing it, you know.
The way it's turned out, it may just end up costing them the opening rack. Ko Ping Chung, as I said, got to within 1 rack of the semi-finals here last year. Beat so many good players along the way. David Al-Kaidi, Niels Fyan, Eklund Kachi. They were all among them, and then just went down 11-10 to Max Lechner.
Yeah, all 3 co-brothers were in action here at the US Open. And here we got the last co-brother standing, or is there anyone else left in the field?
Well, he's really taken over now as the leader of the co-brothers in the last few months, certainly in terms of the world rankings. Ko Ping Yi had that great win earlier in the year. at the World Masters. Ko Ping Chung has actually now moved ahead of his brother into the top 10 of the world rankings. Ko Ping Yi went out earlier today, 10-9 against Pong Nam Pam in the last 64.
Looks like a pretty comfortable walk now to get the first game here in that match. Ko Ping Chung from Taiwan.
Yeah, De Luna went for a risky shot. Left the chance for Ko Ping Chung. He had a bit of work to do in potting his first ball to get position. But having done that, it's been fairly straightforward. And as a result, Ko Ping Chung is going to lead Jeff De Luna here in the last 32 of the US Open by 1-0. Let's have a look in again on the defending champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who now leads for the first time in the match against Mickey Kraus at 9-8. And he's at the table. So FSR, the only player who's guaranteed his place in your team at this stage, Ralph. Have you spoken to him this week?
Yes, we spoke a little bit, but mainly we spoke already at the European Open, and well, it makes me feel a little bit more calm having a good player like him on the team already secured. So let's see if he can really win that match here after being down like 5-0, if I remember right, and now leading 9-8 over Mickey Krause under. But here we are back at our main table with the break from Ko Ping Chung. Let's check out his break. How does it work? How does it work with the 1 ball and the 2 ball and the cue ball? Those are the main things for the players having in mind. And here we go. Very nice workmanship on the 1 ball, and keeping the cue ball also in the lower half of the table, where he probably expected also the 2 ball to be ending up. And it looks like the 2 ball can pass the 8 ball over there. And here he is checking how far he likes to follow the cue ball with to get a acceptable position on the 3 ball.
Meanwhile, FSR at the table and on the hill over on table 4.
It doesn't look like an easy task here, even though it's only 4 balls left for FSR. While Ko Ping Chung is, pretty close to that 8 ball, almost straight on the 3. So he has to draw that back a little bit. And FSR misses.
Yeah, so it's back in the balance. A chance maybe for Mickey Kraus to pull this one out and find himself breaking in the last rack. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Ko Ping Chung, meanwhile, at the table here, looking to go 2-0 in front. 28 years of age. Been around for such a long time. He was only 15 when he got to the final of the All Japan Championship, beaten by Torsten Homan. Been in the World Championship semi-finals a couple of times.
And Mickey Krause would be also his biggest success so far in the US Open. If he's going to win that.
Well, if he can win this match, it would be pretty much the biggest result he's ever had.
Not so happy with that position.
It's a great job to have, isn't it? Leading this European team with all the talent and all the success they've had. But you're going to have a really, really tough job. When you know who your 3 automatic picks are, you're going to have so many players to choose from who have really good claims to be on that team. It's going to be tough. Nice problem to have, though.
Yeah, it's a luxury problem, isn't it? But I don't think too much about it, because I just I certainly have to wait until the Asian Open, because I have to know who are the 3 spots, and then I can have a look who is still left, who is still available, who is still a nice supplement to build a team out of those 5 players. Nice jump shot here from Mickey Krause.
Well, it doesn't look like he's been thrown too much by the way this match has turned around. And when it comes to picking your 2 wild cards for the European team, Ralph, is that something you'll do on your own, or will there be people you want to consult with? Will you speak to the players who've already qualified?
Yeah, I'm gonna speak to them, that's pretty much sure. Because I have to make sure that we create a real team, and not that I accidentally pick kind of a personal enemy from someone.
Well, I've seen a few situations like that on Ryder Cup teams over the years. And Mickey Krause has potted that 8. Meanwhile, back here, Ko Ping Chung winning the second rack much more cleanly than he did the first. So 2-0 up already.
And when Mickey is making this 9-ball, it's 9-9, isn't it?
Yep, this is to take us hill. Oh, what a match, and what a story that's turning into. Meanwhile,
look at the cue ball.
Watch the cue ball. Oh my. Well, we saw that earlier on. Chris Reinhold potting the 9 for the match, but scratching at the same time. He did manage to get in then and clinch it soon after that. And over on table 2, Shane Van Boening 4-3 down against Chang Young Lin. And he's at the table with a good chance to level it at 4-all. So you're well known for teaching and coaching and instruction and all the rest of it. Will you bring any of that into it? Will you work on specific things with the players, or is it a case that they're so well established and so good that you're going to leave them do their own thing in that regard?
Oh, I guess technically I can leave them because they are pros, they're the best in the world. There's not much I can teach them, though. I'm available, of course, if something comes up, or if there's something special they are curious of. But you can make it maybe mandatory to have a trick shot in every set, then I would be available.
Oh, you'd love that. But I guess that's the thing you're talking there about, if something comes up. So if there's a player on the team who's maybe struggling with, say, jump shots or the break or with any particular aspect, it's great that they'll have someone they can go to for a little bit of coaching work, a little bit of discussion and advice, and you'll really come into your own in that regard, should that be the way it goes.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, even though I'm not in competition anymore, but also from trick shots, I know a lot about jump shots, right, or any kind of exotic shots. So, and the break, we figured out, of course, this is the topic in every national team nowadays, right, to figure that out and finding training methods to get better at it, to beat the percentages or making the percentages work for yourself. I already mentioned something, right? You have to you have to keep the control over the 1 ball, but not only the 1 ball. If you got the control over the 1 ball, the better your percentages are to have a shot to make the 1 ball. Then the next step is to looking at the 2 ball. And wherever the 2 ball is placed in the racket, there are 7 positions available. You have to have an idea where this 2 ball usually goes and where would be the best position for your cue ball to go. And you can maneuver the cue ball, of course, also, even though it's a cut break, and it usually looks that the cue ball always goes towards the middle diamond. Those players have the sensitiveness, or they can make the difference being a little bit upper of the middle diamond or a little bit lower of the middle diamond, and this makes the difference already. And that combined, of course, with the how much draw, how much follow, or how much stun you put into the cue ball during the break. You have to balance that out. This requires, well, thousands of breaks in training, right, to build out this sensitiveness.
Meanwhile, back here, Ko Ping Chung is up against someone from the Philippines, and it was in that country that he had a big win quite recently in the Sharks International 9-Ball Open in Quezon City, and that's the primary reason why he is now in the top 10 of the world rankings. A lot of points and prize money were on offer there, and off to a fine start in this match with a chance to lead 3-0. I'm sure you know the Ryder Cup is on this week, and that obviously is the event in which the Mosconi Cup was originally modelled. And I heard someone saying that a big part of being a Ryder Cup captain is managing people's expectations. Now, obviously, that's particularly relevant for you because Europe, having won 11 of the last 13 now, go in as very, very big favourites. So is that a part of what you need to do and play down expectations and play down that favourites tag that's going to be there?
Well, certainly, but that's also something what the players already know because they are pros. It's not so much that you concentrate on the outcome, on the result. You concentrate on your job. You concentrate on putting the quality into every step what you are doing actually, because then the positive result is only a logical consequence out of the quality you put into your game. So concentrating on results, on winning, is it gives you motivation, but it won't help you in the actual situation.
Yeah, the expression that's often used in sport is concentrate on the process, and that seems to be the approach that you're advocating there. Meanwhile, Ko Ping Chung is absolutely flying here at the start of this match.
Yeah, while we are talking and talking, he's doing his job very smoothly.
And he now leads by 3-0 against Jeff DeLuna, who was a semi-finalist in this US Open back in 2019 in Las Vegas. Now, where are we going? I believe we're going to be going to one of the other tables for a moment. Yeah, it is table 4. And this is the final rack between Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and Mickey Kraus. Well, he's going to be the most relieved man in Atlantic City if he can somehow win this one, having had such a big lead and having then seen it overturned. And when we watch this, let's look at some of the other scores in this round. Emil Andre Gangflo 7-4 up on Honasuto Camino. Miguel Silva leads Jovan Bustamante 7-5. 4-all between Shane Van Bonen and Chang Yong-lin on table 2. And Victor Zielinski has won 10-8 against Winan Tan, and will now play the winner of that match between Chang Yong-lin and Shane Van Bonen. So all those matches I was talking about were in the last 64. In the last 32, Pong Nam Pam leads Alexa Peichels 2-1. Max Lechner and Oscar Dominguez level at 1-all. Oliver Szolnocki with a 3-2 lead over Mario He, and Aloysius Yap, the runner-up here 2 years ago, has won the opening rack against Marco Teucher. Tell us about Ko Ping Chung's break there, Ralph.
It was the one ball in, he sent a one ball at the upper edge of the side pocket, and so nothing else went in, and so it's now Jeffrey DeLuna's part now what to do out of that, because the one ball cannot pass the 3 ball obviously. So is he going to play a push maybe? You can cut it on the right side, but I'm doubting if he's trying to make the real cut bank shot here in the other corner. This would be something more to push at, or leave this option to your opponent.
Meanwhile, Mickey Kraus with the safety on the 3 ball. It's hard to tell from this angle exactly how that's finished, but it doesn't look too bad anyway.
Looks like a jump shot is required, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly seems to be from that angle. Just when you're looking at it from there, it can be a little bit deceptive, but we'll find out in a moment. Back here, the push out.
Jeff is doing the push, yeah. Pushing it a little bit further, so make it very temptive for Ko Ping Chung maybe to go for this cross bank, which I still doubt that he's going for it, because there's also this combination. You can maybe try to attempt here by shooting the one ball into the long rail and coming out from there into the 3. Still pretty risky. It wouldn't make me wonder if he gives it back.
Meanwhile, FSR sizing it up. Looking to see if he does indeed need to play a jump shot.
He's going up, he's going down, he's not sure yet what to do with this shot. Ko Ping-chung, and Mickey is still working on that 3-ball here. Oh, FSR
yeah, it's
does.
Fran at the table. Yeah.
Is. Yeah, looks like a jump shot he has to go for. A jump combination even.
And we certainly won't be seeing anyone taking this long over a shot from tomorrow, because the shot clock will come into play. 30 seconds a shot with 1 extension allowed per player in each rack. Meanwhile, Shane Van Bonin on table 2. Looks like he's about to pot the 8 and the 9. Oh, he's left the 9 harder than he would have intended to. Looking to go 5-4 up on Chang Yun Lin. This must be about 3 minutes now at least that Sanchez Ruiz has taken over this shot.
Well, they enjoy, they're having a good time, right?
It all adds to the drama. It's good stuff. Well, he's played it. He did play the jump shot. Seemed to go quite close to the pocket. Is it going to go in the other one? Oh, that is going to hurt Mickey Krause for a long, long time to come if he loses this match.
What a shot. I always say, you know, the better the players are, the less is the luck factor. But if there is still a little bit of luck left, then it can be decision making, right?
Absolutely, doesn't do you any harm. And looking at the way the balls are sitting now, you'd have to fancy Sanchez Ruiz to finish it from there, having been so far behind earlier on in the match. We're going to keep an eye on that, of course, because whatever happens now, it's a big story. It's either the defending champion and world number 1 going out, or it's the completion of a wonderful turnaround. 7-2 down he was. Meanwhile, back on the match we're focusing on, Jeff DeLuna.
He got now the full control, that's for sure. So only a real big mistake is needed to bring Mickey Krause back to the table, and you won't expect that from FSR, but you never know, especially on this tough equipment we got here at the US Open.
And he'll regard this as one of the finest turnarounds of his career if he completes it. Shane Van Bonin has gone 5-4 up on Chang Yun Lin. Jeff DeLuna still looking to get off the mark. 3-0 down against Ko Ping-chung, and we'll return our full focus to that in a moment, but I'm sure you can understand.
Just
keeping
imagine
an eye on table 4. Sorry, Ralph, go ahead.
Just imagine if you have a straight-in shot like this, but long-distance shot in front of you as a decision maker. This is not easy. Even though it looks easy if he's making
Absolutely, yeah. No, you called it correctly there. And it looks as though he's going to get the job done and get into the last 32, where he will play Daniel Maciol later today.
All right. They catch a lot of crowd over there, FSR and Mickey Krause.
Yeah, they're in the absolute far corner from our commentary position here, but it seems they're moving away, so I think we can assume, even though we lost the pictures there, that Sanchez Ruiz has got the job done. Mickey Krause is going to really struggle to put that behind him now and move on with subsequent tournaments. He'd already been heavily beaten by FSR earlier in the tournament.
Was that the case, yeah?
Yeah, they'd met in an earlier round. And Krause came through on the loser's side. So back here, Jeff DeLuna.
Yeah, let's have a look here. So Ko Ping-chung leading 3-0, and this is an important game, of course, for Jeffrey to keep the distance small. And he got the full control here.
Yeah, so this should bring us back to 3-1.
With this angle, it might force the cue ball to run into the 9, but if he has enough draw on it, it shouldn't bother him too much. And And maybe he can even prevent with good quality draw to prevent to run into the 9. Can he? It shouldn't hurt too much. Yeah. Was even trying to run hard into it because he saw this possibility of carom into the 9. Look at that, how close this was.
So Jeff DeLuna of the Philippines should stem the tide here. Ko Ping Chung started off so well. Had the dry break though, and DeLuna ended up carving out the rack to close to 3-1. So just 3 matches left to be completed now in the round prior to this, the last 64. Emil Andre Gangflo, the young Norwegian player, leads Jonas Suto Camino of Spain 7-4. Portugal's Miguel Silva is 7-5 up on Jovan Bustamante. And Shane van Boning leads Chang Young Lin 5-4. In the last 32, it's 2-2 now between Alexa Pechelge and Phuong Nam Pham. And the same score in the meeting of Oscar Dominguez of the United States and last year's beaten US Open finalist Max Lechner. Also level are Mario He and Oliver Szolnocki at 3-3, and it's 1-1 between Lucius Yap and Marco Teucher. So we'd just like you to stay with us for maybe one more rack, Ralph, and a few more questions about the Mosconi. And that Alexandra Palace atmosphere, it's so special, it's going to be really quite something. And some people really get wrapped up in it and they're jumping around the place shouting, and others just maintain more of a calm presence. So what do you think you'll be like when you find yourself in that atmosphere in a couple of months' time?
Pretty much the calm presence.
I would have thought so, yeah. But maybe you'll let yourself go when the winning ball goes down if it's in Europe's favour, and we might see a big celebration then.
Well, it would be a new experience for me. Maybe I'm letting it go, yes. But let's watch this break here from Jeffrey. He got the 1 ball a little bit short. And the cue ball down in the lower area while the 2 ball is up there. So not so good of a result, of course. But Ko Ping Chung, well, I guess it's doubtful that he can do much out of that except the safety.
I know managers of football teams nowadays, so much of it is about looking at the opposition and particular players and their strengths and weaknesses, and then trying to get their own players to capitalise on those and work around them. So is that something you do at all? Do you look at the American players and see, is there anything that maybe you can suggest to your own players about how to cope with them?
Well, it's interesting if you look for, it's always hard nowadays to find any weakness of some player, right? Because they are so close to perfectiveness, right? Perfection. So how can you find any weakness, right? So you have to watch, or you have to look into their match history. If there is some opponent maybe they always have kind of a problem with, what kind of opponents they have a hard time to deal with, and what is this opponent doing? How does it look? How does it act, right? And there maybe you can find some little weakness nowadays. But it's nowadays only small weaknesses, right? Nothing really big. But still, you have to go for the details just to increase your chances, just to beat the percentages here.
And one thing I always find fascinating in tournaments like this in any sport is when the captains have to put together pairings for the doubles matches. So how do you approach that? Because there are a number of ways of looking at it. Some people think you should put together players who play in a similar style, and then there's the school of thought that, well, actually, let's have players with different styles and maybe they can complement each other. And other people take into account things like whether the players have a particularly good friendship between them. So what's your approach to all of that? Is it all of those things?
Yeah, you have to take everything into consideration, but mainly I look also on their double experiences. Do they have experiences like at the World Cup of Pool, right? We had a pretty successful double with Joshua Filler and Moritz Neuhausen, but also we had a successful double the years before with Franz FSR and Al-Qaidi.
And you've got Ocean and He, of course, if they both found themselves in the team, all their history.
Absolutely, they are very interesting double pairs, and yeah, maybe I will try to complete one of these very experienced double. but I wouldn't mind to go also for a new double maybe.
Ko Ping Chung back at the table, looking for a 4-1 lead. Well, it's been, I don't know, maybe about 6 weeks now since you were appointed as captain, and we're getting closer and closer. So as the 6th of December moves into view, Ralph, do you find yourself getting more and more excited about it, or is it a case that the nerves are building, or is it a bit of all of those things?
I'm really looking forward to that. Of course, the nerves will be a part, and but the excitement is also there. Maybe I'm the first Mosconi Cup captain who walks into the training area and asks the players, okay, I need some coaching here, because all of you have more experience with this case than I do.
Yeah. Ko Ping Chung has made the 3-9 combination there. Well, you could be a sort of a Jose Mourinho type figure, someone who didn't have perhaps the most illustrious playing career, but finds your strength as a coach and leads the European team to victory. We look forward to seeing it, and thanks very much for dropping in to have a chat with us today, Ralph. And Jeremy Jones is going to step back in now and join us for the rest of the match. Thanks so much for your company, Ralph. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks for having me, and enjoy the rest of the match.
Ralph Eckert, European Mosconi Cup captain. And from one to the other, because it's his American counterpart, Jeremy Jones, who rejoins us now. And Chang Young Lin, over on table 2, is looking to draw level here. The 5-time winner, Shane Van Boning. You had a bit of pasta there with your wife, JJ. I know the Ryder Cup is on in Italy this week, so you're getting in the Italian spirit with your choice of food.
Yeah, well, a few of the Americans said it's been pretty sporty out there, that venue pasta. So me and my wife split it, and they were right. It was really good. And a lot of high quality on table 2, and it looks the same on table 1 for the most part.
Yeah, Ko Ping Chung leading 4-1.
Yeah, not his best hit on the 1 there. You could see a lot of balls didn't make it up table, and usually means a little off with the hit on the 1. Big 9-ball for Chang to tie it at 5 apiece.
Yeah, well, we always suspected this one was going to be very closely matched, and certainly turning out that way so far. 5-all there, back here. Jeff DeLuna looking to get back to 2 behind. I don't know if you saw much of the Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz match there, JJ, but he was 7-2 down. He was 1 shot away from going 8-2 behind and turned it round to win 10-9. Had the help of a real outrageous stroke of good fortune towards the end. That is going to be a match that's going to be so hard for Mickey Krause to put behind him now.
Yeah, you say that, but I mean, and it is. I mean, essentially it'd be hard for any of us, but certain types of mentalities will take it better. Excuse me. Hopefully Mickey looks at how he played this event. I know a couple of them he'd like to have finished better, but he's really starting to evolve into the player we think he could and can be. And, you know, there's a lot of hearts broken in this room this week, but it's all worth it.
We've been talking about him in those terms for a while, haven't we, as a player of potential, and that was such a big opportunity for him to get a landmark win. He may not play a name as big as that in a big event for a long time again, so it's so hard to take that the opportunity has passed him by, but as you say, got to move on with his career. FSR moves on in the US Open, and he'll play Daniel Maciel later today in the last 32. That's the round we're watching here, and Jeff DeLuna is trying to get back to 4-2 behind.
This is a little bit of a mistake on an easy situation to land near the rail, kind of straight with a odd 6-ball near the 9, and really was a cupcake 4-ball to not only get off the rail but gather a much easier angle to move the cue ball. We've seen it all week. Once you start to get a little out of line, it seems to compound shot after shot. So, Jeffrey, and you talked about talent. Oh my goodness, not sure there's many more talented than Jeffrey DeLuna on the planet with a cue in their hand.
Yeah, as I said, Asian Games silver medalist all the way back in 2006, and he got to the last 16 of the World Championship that year, the first of a number of good showings in the Worlds.
Well, we always knew the power was there. Let's see how the speed control, he's going to love that. But you could see it was pretty dicey up until the last couple inches of the roll of the cue ball. And players always have talked about Jeffrey that, you know, once he gets that mental game a little more straight, a little more in hand, or let's say a little more day-to-day with that mental game, that he's a guy that can really kind of overpower a lot of matches with so much talent.
I know also early on in his career he won the Manny Pacquiao International Tournament in Manila. There was a lot of money at stake there. That was a big win for him. Did you play in that?
No, I did not. Unfortunately, last time I've been to Manila is when we had the World Nineball Championships there. I think the last one won there was by Ronnie Alcano, if I remember correctly. He kind of did what his hero did in '99 in Cardiff. In the round robin stages, Alcano had to beat his opponent 8-2 or worse to get into the final 64. He beat him 8-2, and 64th seed went on to. Ooh, little small one, and that's what I mean about that shot earlier. Not saying the 6 wasn't, you know, was that hard, but it was just a little odd. Jeffrey knew it right when he released the cue stick.
Well, feels like that could be a big moment in the match, because instead of getting back to 2 behind, Danona could find himself trailing 5-1 in a moment.
Tell you, I don't know if I try to get straight on this 7. That gets a little flirty. I think I'd come out and play the cut shot on the 7 to go back and forth. That way I have no problems with the 9. Yeah, just like that. No reason to get straight on the 7 and take a chance. Just make yourself work a little harder on the next shot.
Just to answer your question, it was actually the following year was the last one in the Philippines when Daryl Peach won it.
Oh, okay, yeah. He beat
07.
Roberto Gomez in the final, I believe.
Yeah, close one as well.
Yeah, Daryl Peach played awesome. He had that kind of soft cut break going, and he just ran a lot of racks every match. Little flat here, so you just got to pay attention. Don't like going with a high ball. You're coming in tight on the 9. Maybe more of a stun. Yeah, it's got to go. That has got to go. And now a big decision at a big moment. It's kind of the point of the stun at times. Don't try to control it so much. It's not going to get away from you. It's not really a ball that's rotating a lot, so could go for the cross corner bank, trying to leave some distance. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. You know, with Jeffrey making a mistake, a big mistake, I don't know if I go for this bank or not. May just chip the 9 to the end rail and try and get the cue ball up on the top rail. And the problem is, Ko Ping Chung wants to shoot at it and kind of make up for the mistake he had on the position play on the 9. Yeah, I think this is the right shot, though, all things considered. And he got the 9 near the rail, so it's going to be even harder to judge this bank. And sports is amazing, right? Jeffrey made a huge mistake a moment ago, but if he can bury this 9 somehow, it can almost work in his favor.
The reprieved man syndrome.
That's right. John Mora about to do a little practicing before his final 32 match, and probably the most impressive match of the first round.
He's having a chat with Ralph Eckert there. Maybe Ralph's trying to find out if John's got any European background. He can work him into his thoughts.
Yeah, Jeffrey's got to shoot here. Now, he can shoot it a couple different ways. You want to elevate a little bit if you're going to play it. You could bank the 9 to either pocket, trying to swing the cue ball up the table. If you miss it, it may go 3 rails in the side, or the 9 may end up on the opposite end of the table as the cue ball. So if he hits down on it, he's trying to play a little bit of a two-way shot. If he levels out, he's just going for the 9 and betting the game on that. Okay, he's level, so it's more of a rolling the ball. Wow, what a shot.
A bit early to be raising the fist, but you can understand it there. That was a really big moment, and he is indeed a reprieved man there. Instead of going 5-1 down, Jeff DeLuna cuts it to 4-2. He knew well before it got to the pocket exactly where it was going, didn't he? Okay, so 4-2, Ko Ping Chung leads. Still a few matches going on in the previous round, including Shane Van Boning, who's now 6-5 down to Chang Young Lin. Emil Andre Gangflo 7-6 up on Honasuto Camino, and Miguel Silva of Portugal on the hill at 9-5 against Jovan Bustamante. In the last 32, Fedor Gorst has won the first rack against Sanjin Pelovanovic. Wow, someone's hungry. That's huge meals.
Jim and his wife, really good player from the upper northwest.
That looks like good. I'm getting hungry now looking at that. Ralph Souquet has won the first rack against Chris Reinhold. Souquet after that remarkable win over Albin Ocean earlier. From well behind. Alexa Pechelge 4-2 ahead of Puang Nam Pham. Max Lechner and Oscar Dominguez are 3-all. Mario He and Oliver Sholnocki are 4-all. And Aloysius Yap has a 2-1 lead over Marco Teucher. What about that win for Ralph Souquet? And as much as anything, Albin Ocean really is not having the 2023 he would have hoped for at all, or anywhere near it.
Yeah, and you know, once you start to make a few mistakes on tough equipment, they can certainly snowball. And I think that's a rematch, excuse me, between Ralph and Chris from the earlier rounds.
4-2 here.
Ooh, an awful kiss on the cue ball. It's going to survive staying on the table, but much more difficult shot than what you expected.
I'm just talking about Albin Ocean there. I mean, he's been a Mosconi Cup regular, has a pretty good record in the tournament in recent years, but you would have to say, at the moment, you would say it's more likely than not he won't be in the European team this year.
Well, you know, he's got a big Hanoi Open coming up, so that's going to make a big difference. And, you know, he's got a past record, but you got a lot of Europeans, just like a lot of Americans over here at the U.S. Open making some noise.
He's a long, long way behind in terms of ground he has to make up if he's to qualify automatically, Ocean. I think he'd basically have to win in Hanoi, and hard to make much of a case from getting a captain's pick at the moment.
Yeah, and that's, you know, goes with a little more of what I said a second ago. A lot of other players making their argument, and maybe Albin not making much of an argument for himself. Big shot. And just as we talked about that big 9-ball he banked in, I don't think that hurt him any with that really nice 2-ball here to open in Game 7.
Jeff DeLuna started off with a 9-1 win over Guido Just. Then beat Daniel Maciel 9-7, good win. Took on Aloysius Yap in winner's qualification though and lost that one 9-7. And since then he's beaten two very good players and hardly lost a rack along the way. 9-1 against Wong Kwok Wang in losers qualifying, and then earlier today 10-2 against Chang Yu Lung, who's just been in the final of that event in Connecticut.
He's going to have to play a nice one here. It's, excuse me, a little touchy. Very natural, though, so just the speed control. The only thing you may concern yourself is you want a little angle on the 5, but not too much. So that may put the cue ball a little bit over the 6 here. Maybe 10, 12 inches in front of it. Oh, that bump helped. That kept the cue ball from going another 5 or 6 inches.
Got a decent record in the US Open semi-finals in 2019, as I was saying earlier, in Las Vegas. And he also had a 7th place finish in 2017. It was a slightly different format then. When he was in Atlantic City 2 years ago, he was a couple of matches away from the single elimination stage, which was only 16 players that year. It was the eventual winner, Carlo Beato, who knocked him out. Meanwhile, he's missed a chance here to close to 1 behind.
Yeah, and the way the 5-ball, the stroke on the 5-ball wasn't the best. It did get down, but you could tell he wasn't in love with it. It kind of lingered and carried over into the green 6. Going with a high ball here. Tough shot. Hit it nicely. May catch a piece of the 9. Is the 9 going to carry with the cue ball? No, it opened up just enough. And this looked like really perfect pull between Chang Jong Lin and SVB, and of course always an American fan pulling for him, but good to see Chang Jong Lin. Looks like he has his game back. Really struggled the last 2 events, coming back out to the World Nineball Tour.
And with that, Ko Ping Chung restores his 3-rack advantage. He's halfway to victory now at 5-2. So back to the last 64. Chang Jong Lin at the table, looking to go 7-5 up. And Shane Van Boning could be a really big story in the offing there. 7-all now between Jonas Suto Camino and Emil Andre Gangflow. And Miguel Silva got to the last 32 of the Spanish Open earlier this year. The man from Portugal has reached that stage here as well with a 10-5 win over Jovan Bustamante. In the last 32, Sanjin Pelovanovic and Fedor Gorst level at 1-all. Ralph Souquet now 2-0 up on Chris Reinhold. Alexa Peixelge 5-2 up on Puang Nam Pham. Oscar Dominguez has won the 7th rack to lead last year's runner-up Max Lechner 4-3. All square between Mario He and Oliver Szolnocki at 4-all, and Aloysius Yap, the beaten finalist of 2021, has a 3-1 lead over Marco Teucher. Now, he was the man who sent SVB over to the loser side. Van Boning did get through, but of course, coming through on the loser side, you lose your seeding, and you can find yourself with a very tough draw. That's exactly what's happened, and consequently, Van Boning is in real danger here.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened in this game. I did see SVB play a great safety on the 3-ball, and next thing you know, Chang's back at the table shooting at the 3, so. Taking dead aim.
Concerning times then for the 5-time champion. Shane Van Boning is 7-5 down to Chang Jong Lin. And just going back to Miguel Silva, who's the latest player to make it into the last 32. His opponent there will be Livan Corteza, who's a 10-4 winner a little earlier against Jesus Atencio of Venezuela. Just looking at Ralph Souquet there leading Chris Reinhold 2-0. A lot of people have been saying over the last year or so, when Souquet has kept getting through a number of rounds at tournaments, that he could still win a big event. Well, maybe this is as good a chance as any for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's not a player that takes time off. You know, he's always exercising, keeping himself fit, hitting plenty of balls, and of course we know the experience and the shot selection, stuff like that's going to be on point. Like I said earlier in the week, if one of these players get that adrenaline going at the right time, they can certainly snap this event off, and definitely a former winner and Hall of Famer Ralph Souquet.
Yeah, 2002, he was the champion, beating Alex Pagulayan in a close final.
15-13 maybe?
Well, they were playing to 13.
Oh, 13.
Was the
so
race.
13-11
so, yeah.
then.
Yeah, you were
13-11.
absolutely right
Yeah,
in
2
terms
games,
of the. Yeah, that's changed a number of times over the years.
Yeah, I was watching that one. I left the event early and was watching that one via the computer.
What, in 2002?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize we'd come that far by then.
Yeah, it wasn't a stream, though, I don't think. Because 03, my match was on DirecTV pay-per-view, the final was. So I can't recall, and it wasn't my computer. Actually, I was in Louisiana watching that match. I believe it was Ray Hansen's. Had us all set up watching the final of the U.S. Open.
Ko Ping Chung was very nearly in the final of the US Open last year. And here he's halfway towards claiming a place in the last 16. It's 5-2.
Yeah, SVB up against it a little bit. Chang with a dry break, but no shot for SVB. Watch out, cue ball. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, now the cue ball stayed on the table. He won't complain about the way they've fallen.
No, and he's going to want to attack as he should, but this 2-ball sits very difficult, not only to pocket, but the speed just doesn't agree with easy shape on the 3, I don't think anyways. So what he's looking at now is how far can I go coming 2 rails across? Because that's a little more comfortable way to try and pocket this 2-ball. Well, that's a confident stroke there. Really clean.
Started his campaign with a 9-1 win over Lawrence Thomason, but then lost his next match to the 2001 champion, Corey Jewell. So had to win 3 matches on the loser side, and he was a big favourite in all of them. Beat Jeremy Seaman and Ahmed Al-Dulaimi, both of them 8-4. Still favourite against Radoslav Babica in losers qualifying, but was 1 rack away from going out of the US Open. He won that 9-8. And then earlier today, 10-8 against Alexander Kazakis, who was in the quarterfinals here 12 months ago.
Yeah, Babica, who was really kind of the leader of that Poland contingent, or Polish contingent, excuse me, but a guy who's also been getting his game back, making a little deeper runs, a lot of quality wins.
Is it Babica or Babica? Because I've heard both.
I've always just said Babica, and of course I haven't said it to him, but played him many times, and just a super nice guy like the rest of the Polish players, and he's kind of deceiving, you know, like when you watch him play, you don't feel like he's going to get out, and he just keeps getting out. Tough shot here. Like to kill the ball for the 4 on the side, but I don't know if he can do that. So if he has to come out for the corner, this is really kind of, he really took a chance there, but it was worth it. If he gets above the 4, he's got to play the 4 and go into the 7-9 with the cue ball. So really good decision, even better execution.
For me, it's always the clincher. You just ask the player and say, how exactly do we say your name? And I've been meaning to do that for some time. I remember being at the Open Golf Championship many years ago, when Louis Westhuizen won it at a canter, and obviously we all realised, okay, it's about time we finally established what his name actually is, and it turned out everyone was wrong with how they've been pronouncing it. It is Westhuizen.
I'd have to see the spelling, and I'm not so sure of the golfer, but
Louis West, well...
Oosthuizen.
Yeah, but it's not apparently. That's what everyone was getting it wrong.
Okay.
So we said to him, well, how do you say
it? So it's
like
with a W?
Yeah. In fact, I was actually in my scripts for the rest of that week writing it with a W to make sure I got it right. So.
Wow. And how long ago was this?
That was 2010 when he won it at St Andrews.
Oh, you're talking about when he won the Open?
Yeah. So
we just call him Shrek. Is all we call him back home. He kind of favors Shrek to me a little bit. Just the facial, you know, kind of like in a good way. Yeah. I love Shrek.
Anyway,
Shrek's got a heck of a golf swing, I'll tell you that. One of the best there ever has been.
You don't mean the actual Shrek?
No, I mean
the player himself. Really good player. So we'll have to clear up the Babica situation.
I've heard both. You're right.
Meanwhile, no question about the pronunciation of this name, at least not as far as we know. It's Ko Ping Chung, and he's about to go 4 clear for the first time in the match. And overall, he's looking in pretty good form.
Yeah, nice shot there. Just a little subtle hold of the cue ball.
And it does indeed go to 6-2. Let's get over to table 2 and the big story going on there. Chang Young Lin has got a 7-5 lead over Shane Van Boening, the 5-time US Open winner. Van Boening has just stroked in the 1 from distance and managed to slip past the 9 to get on the 2 in the side pocket.
Yeah, position on the 3, not easy though. This angle's taking him towards the 8. And all this congestion with the 8 and 6 and trying to come back down table. I'm not really sure how he's going to play this. If he tries to like stun by the 8 between the 6 and 8, he may go towards that left side pocket. I don't know. He's looking to go to the side rail, but can he really cheat the pocket enough on the 2 to get the cue ball to the side rail and then come, you know, between the 8-6 off the second rail, that being the top rail? I think this is touchy here.
Boening was beaten at this stage last year by Alex Kazakis. He's trying to complete what would have been a dream year, given that he's won his first World Nineball earlier in 2022.
Well, it was one so-so break from Ko Ping Chung, but it's been lights out on that end since. That's the shot I was talking about. Is it gonna open up enough? Yes, it did. And I'll tell you what, that was a big gamble playing a great player trailing 7-5. And if he doesn't get there on that shot, it could be curtains. Well, I was told it is Babitsa, like a TSA.
Babitsa. So that's actually different to
Then
either of the things.
And that's exactly what the message I got. So. Which I think I've heard that also, to be fair. So. All right, big shot here for Ko Ping Chung. Similar to the 2 he had on the. Ooh, he didn't know. He didn't think he got it down. He thought he overcut it. Now, one good thing for Shane in this match, he was down 3-0 with not much of a chance to start this match. So he's already pulled back a couple times. So he's not going to look at 7-5 as anything different.
Nowhere near as far behind as Sanchez Ruiz was, but could be a case that we see the numbers 1 and 2 in the world both winning in this round with fight backs.
Okay, got a little flat on the 6, so he's got to make a decision. I don't think he can hit like a high right English and check the cue ball easily to come back for the 7. I think top inside is a little touchy as well. Is he coming 2 rails by the 8 using the right side? Okay, he was able to get enough right English. Okay, Ko Ping Chung in perfect position. Just come to the center of the table. Trying to get that nice little natural angle off the 6 to get back upstairs on the 7.
Ko Ping Chung continuing on his merry way on the main table. Really, the way he's been playing, it would be astonishing if it isn't 7-2 in a moment.
Yeah, as it should be, but he did get a little off angle here. He wanted to be not so thin. So he's got to make a decision. Do I check the cue ball a little bit? Do I run with it? Looks like he's going to check it, so it's all about the speed.
Shane looks to be in control of his game. Shane Van Boening with the 9 to get back to 1 behind. He now trails Chang Yong-lin 7-6. And Ko Ping Chung has this routine 9 to lead Jeff DeLuna 7-2. Well, we certainly didn't look at this match and expect a landslide. We may not yet have one, but it's heading that way at the moment. So apart from the SVB match, there's only one other contest still going on in the last 64. And at the moment, it's heading the way of Honasuto Camino, who is finishing very strongly there and now leads Emil Andre Gangflow by 9 racks to 7. In the last 32, Fedor Gorst 2-1 up on Sanyan Pelovanovic. Chris Reinhold has finally got one on the board, but he's 3-1 down to Ralph Souquet. Pong Nam Pam has pegged it back to 5-3 behind against Alexa Pay-Shelge. Oscar Dominguez 4-3 up on Max Lechner. Mario He just ahead of Oliver Shalnocki at 6-5, and Aloysius Yap has a 4-2 lead over Marco Teucher. The players whose names are a bit less familiar are those taking part in the SVB Junior event, and we'll be focusing a bit more on that tomorrow as it moves towards its conclusion. Meanwhile, SVB himself over on table 2 has broken dry in rack 14, and I think has left a shot at the 1, JJ.
Yeah, he sure has. So back-to-back dry breaks, one from Chang, where Shane had to push out, kind of fight for the shot. He got it done, but now a dry break that looks like it's going to serve up a pretty good starter. Not an easy out. You can see the 3-6. And if you want to see more of this, go to your Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. You can see all the action on table 2.
And we'll keep dipping in on it as well. And well, this could be a bit delicate.
Yeah, better to just let the referee do that. You may have to mark the cue ball or the 9, most likely the cue ball. Did replace the rack, or excuse me, take it away.
If you've never actually held one of those racking devices, it's amazing when you do. You can't believe anything can be as thin as that and still even be there.
Yeah, it's really kind of like, it feels like a feather, really, how light it is. And it does a lot of work, though, just like these players. And I'll tell you, a guy we haven't talked a lot about is Filler, right? I mean, we just, you know, I'm sure we're going to see him soon, but he cruised in his first one.
That's it. We don't often find ourselves talking about Filler in the early rounds because he normally just breezes through them without a bother.
Yeah, we're starting to get down there, though, and you know, Filler, even though he doesn't show it that much, you know, he wants this title again, and so nerves will be moving. But it's so impressive knowing he's nervous and he still plays so great.
He's got a tough one next against Mark Beisterbosch, the Spanish Open runner-up, who won that dramatic match earlier today against Moritz Neuhausen, Filler's great friend and World Cup final partner.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it's been a stellar match from what I've seen between Chang and SVB, and Chang very, very prepared. Okay, I think on table number 1 we're going to see a push out here from Ko Ping Chung. Delicate little shot from Chang Jung Lin. He's got to come 2 rails, get in position on the 3 for the upper corner. That's on the right screen. Looks like the speed's going to be like perfect, or really good. Know how to improve and know how to win no matter what level you're at. Take a little piece from what's going on in the practice table. Tyler Steyer just got eliminated. He's over there practicing the break, getting ready for Vietnam.
Yeah, Mark Beisterbosch on the adjoining table ahead of that match against Filler.
And Jeffrey's just kind of lost it since that miss. Was it the 6 ball, I believe it was.
Yeah, that's right, having played a good shot to give himself a chance at it.
Yeah, and Chang Jung-lin in perfect line now, getting through the hard part of the rack now. Talked about it all week. You can't take your eye off anything with the equipment we're playing on here at the US Open.
Of course it's a big story if SVB gets beaten. It always is, particularly when he goes out early, but I'm not sure any win for Chang Jung-lin can ever really be described as a surprise. He's a player of such immense quality, and he nearly derailed Van Boning's World Championship winning campaign last year.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many great players, of course, but if you asked all the players, I mean, they'd label him a top 10 guy, maybe even top 5 or 6. I mean, it's just that good. And before the pandemic, the way he was playing and trending, you just kind of felt like the US Open or one of these really, really major titles was pretty much inevitable for Chang Jung-lin. Just too good day in, day out.
Yeah, he's number 30 in the world rankings at the moment, but like a lot of players, I think that says more about just a lack of participation in events, and it's a ranking that I'm fairly sure is going to change dramatically as he becomes a regular presence on the World Nineball Tour again.
Another Chinese Taipei player in Ko Ping Chung getting it done. He's overran his mark there, but seems to be doing everything he needs to keep that lead over a very dangerous Jeffrey DeLuna, even with a 5-game lead.
Not a slow player, Chang Jung-lin, I wouldn't say. I describe him as measured. It's like he weighs up the shot, considers everything, and it just always seems to know when's exactly the right moment to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, sometimes it fools you on that because he doesn't move around the table too fast. He just kind of takes his time around there. But yeah, he sees things quickly. He just kind of making sure he's not making some silly mistake. And his process, that's his process.
And that's one thing I'd say about him. I don't know if you would agree. He very rarely does make silly mistakes. When he misses a ball, it tends to be one that you thought there was a chance of him missing in the first place.
Well, the one that we used to always talk about as far as running the racks and percentage plays was Buddy Hall, and of course he backed it up with incredible execution and a 2-time winner. This one's going to go a little hard, though. He may have a little bit of a shot on the 9, but we always said he's the Buddy Hall from the other side of the planet when it comes to the cue ball control and really just smart decisions running racks. You've said it all week about lesser shots. They are missable here at the US Open.
Ko Ping Chung isn't missing much of any description here. Jeff DeLuna would have been expected to give a much closer contest. Ko Ping Chung totally dominant at 8-2. Big moment here, this to go 8-6 and within one of the hill. Chang Jung-lin does indeed lead Shane Van Boning by 2. There's the dream of the happy half dozen of US Open titles slipping away for another year for Shane Van Boning. Still time for him to turn that round. Not so sure that's the case for Jeff DeLuna. It doesn't look like he's in the sort of form to turn a match around, but well, they're still out there. There's still an opportunity. Suto Camino is 9-7 up on Emil Andre Gangflow in the last 64. Last 32 matches, 2-all now. Pelovanovic and Gorst. Ralph Souquet 4-1 up on Chris Reinhold. Pong Nam Pam has got it back to 5-4 behind now against Alexa Pechelge. Max Lechner and Oscar Dominguez are 4-all. Mario He 6-5 up on Oliver Szolnocki. And Lucius Yap has a 5-2 lead over Marco Teucher. Gerson Martinez and David Alcady are just starting out their match on table 4. We go back to table 1.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Jeffrey's still getting punished for that mistake. all from great play from Ko Ping Chung, but now a dry break. He can see the one, but it lands on top of the pink 4. So Jeffrey's got to remain calm here and just start to try and win a game. You got to try and win that first game, get that first shot, and see what happens. Not so sure of a safety from here, really. Could try to edge the ball, but boy, you're going to leave a very easy, doable kick, and you could easily sell out some type of straight-in shot or some type of offensive shot at the 1. Well, looks like another drive. Oh, nope, the 8 went down, so Chang will be at the table. That's on table 2, excuse me.
Yeah, he's got a chance at the 1 here, looking to get to the hill against Shane Van Boning.
I was going to say he may push out. Jeffrey DeLuna just didn't really see much. I'm not sure what he's going to play from here other than maybe chipping off the side of the 1 and running the cue ball. Chang could cut this in, and he may think about it for a moment, but I kind of feel like he'll play a safety Chang Jong Lin.
Well, that's another thing about him as well. I would feel, having watched him over the years, that he always knows when's the right time to attack and when to defend. Makes those calls very well.
Yeah, when you hit a lot of balls, right, and it has purpose, you start to figure things out percentage-wise. And, of course, matches. He's played so many matches through the years. Surprised he's considering the cut shot, to be fair. I mean, it's an awful hard stretch. He could bank the 1 up like he's looking at now and kill the cue ball behind the 3. It's not terrible. Yeah, things will change a little bit when it comes to that final 16. We'll only play on 3 tables, and of course the shot clock will be involved. Still have to play great pool, but you're just going to have to speed it up a little bit.
I think we could see the workings in his brain going on there. He seemed to gradually lose interest in the chance of cutting in the 1. Looks to have played that pretty well.
I mean, he's a tall man, but it was way down there. I think if he could have reached it a little more comfortably, he may have attacked. Because he knows how great Shane is, even if he is snookered. Oh, there it is. He flukes the 7 in.
And gets a chance at the 1.
Yeah, tough one, but definitely a chance. Oh, a missed kick there from Ko Ping Chung. So ball in hand to get Jeffrey started.
Well, he's got to get started now, hasn't he? If he doesn't make something of this, I would feel it's as good as over. Tell you what isn't over is the match between Hona Suto Camino and Emil Andre Gangflow, because the youngster from Norway has just won the 17th rack to get it back to just 1 behind at 9-8. That's one of 2 remaining matches in the last 64. The other one being the match going on table 2, where Shane Van Boning is battling to get back to 1 adrift.
He just pured that 1 ball. Still got a tricky out. You can see the pink 4 and the 9 on the left side rail. I'll tell you what, pretty impressive from Suto. He was trailing most of that match, and he came from nowhere to get the lead.
Really turned it round. Now it's Gangflow's turn to do the chasing. The winner of that will play Jason Shaw, the 2017 champion. beat Earl Strickland 10-3 on the main table earlier.
Okay, big decisions for SVB. Does he roll this in with a flick of outside, just staying above the side for the purple? That's the, kind of prudent play. But it is touchy. Oh, real nice. But he's still going to have to come with one here from some distance.
I mentioned that Jeffrey DeLuna was knocked out of this championship by Carlo Beato. The year Beato went on to win the title, 2021. A pair of them together, though, have been to the final of the World Cup of Pool. A couple of years before that, they beat the Czech Republic, only just in the first round, 7-6, and then saw off Albania, Canada, the Netherlands, and then played Austria in the final, but were heavily beaten, and so missed the chance for the Philippines to claim that record-breaking fourth World Cup of Pool title, although of course they've since taken care of that with a different pairing in Spain this summer.
Yeah, what an incredible World Cup that was.
Shane Van Boney's been a World Cup winner in the past. He's won this tournament 5 times, and he's still in with a chance of making it 6. He's back to 1 behind there at 8-7.
Yeah, huge rack, and again, that's why Chang really contemplated cutting that one end, because he knows safeties early. These players know safeties early in the rack. It's easy for the player to kick save, jump save. There, he jumped, took a chance at making the 7, got it down, and made a heck of an out behind it. And with the winter break format, that's where you're on the fence sometimes with decisions, because things can start to compile behind it.
Jeff DeLuna really had to win this rack, and it looks as though he's going to, but it's still a long, long road back from here. And that makes it 8-3. Thus ending Ko Ping Chung's run of 4 straight racks prior to that. So elsewhere in the last 32, Robbie Capito has won the first rack against John Morra. Sanjin Pelovanovic now ahead of Fedor Gorst at 3-2. Ralph Suke has stretched it out to 5-1 over Chris Reinhold. Alexa Pei-Shelge getting to 6-4 up on Phuong Nam Pham. Skylar Woodward has taken the first rack against Naoki Oi. Oscar Dominguez and Max Lechner are level at 4-all. Gerson Martinez of Peru has won the first against David Alcady. 6-all between Mario He and Oliver Sholnocki. And Alucius Yap is pulling away from Marco Teucher. It's 6-2 there. Now, I wonder, can we see table 2 again? I think you were watching the start of rack 16 there. What can you tell us, JJ?
Yeah, he broke the balls great. Looked like cue ball kissed the 2. Looked like he was going to get an easy shot. Now he really has no offensive shot.
Van Boning, that is. 8-7 down against Chang Yong Lin.
That's right. In a real awkward situation for Shane, even though he's close to the 2. We'll leave that one for a moment. See if Jeffrey DeLuna can put something together, get back in this match. SVB tried to play a safety, and I don't think he got there.
A jump of anxiety there from DeLuna as he saw the cue ball getting dangerously close to the side pocket. It's stayed above ground, and he does have a chance at the 2 here, but it's tough.
Yeah, tough shot, tough to get position besides rolling it. Not your most favorable way to shoot a shot from distance, especially for the top players. I don't think there's a choice really, though. Unless he sees a safety he likes, but certainly not pushing out. Yeah, I think he's got to roll this, Michael. I mean, he's got all the power in the world, more than any player on the planet probably, but the angle just not there to move the ball. He's playing safe. He should have known the kiss was going to be there. SVB's safety on the 2 did not work. Chang Jong Lin knocked the 2 in and is on the 3 to try and get to the heel.
Chang Yong Lin has just played a good shot in the sense that he's made the pot and got on the 4. And he's going to have awkward bridging over the 7. The cue ball's pretty close to it.
Yeah, nice angle though, and he doesn't have to work the cue ball much to go between the 6-8 to get on the 5. Now Jeffrey, I think all he really has here is a 2-rail kick to where he tries to come in behind it and then come across it to where he can separate the 2 and the cue ball. Play this a few different ways, just kind of what you're feeling, what you feel like you're going to be accurate or able to execute.
Yeah, this is the shot I was talking about with Chang Yong Lin. As you said, he didn't have a huge amount to do, so that made the awkward bridging less of a factor.
Yeah, if he had to move the cue ball very, very much at all, that makes it missable. Got to power up a little bit here to get out with the cue ball for the green 6. Got such a good stroke though, and he gets so much out of the cue ball. It won't be blast off here on the 5, but like a medium firm.
Ko Ping Chung back at the table and very much in control of proceedings. Looking to continue what's been pretty memorable few months for Asian players. Ko Ping winning the World Masters. Dang Jinhu returning to the world stage and sensationally winning the Spanish Open, and Philippines winning the World Cup, as we were saying.
Yeah, didn't get the cue ball out as far as he wanted on the 6. He's going to deal with it, but he's got to work the cue ball, whether he's going to kill it, maybe go a little distance to cut the 7. We'll see. I think he's going to float this with a lot of right English, maybe.
That match between Honasuto Camino and Emil Andre Gangflow has now gone hill-hill. Swung one way and the other, and it's all going to come down to one rack, in which Gangflow will have the break.
We'll see the touch of Chang Jong Lin here on the 6. He decided to come out, and I was wondering about this. Not saying he's bad, but now he's going to have to turn the cue ball loose a little bit on a thin 7. And I don't think he'll miss, but he could get a little tough on the 8 to get over for the 9, so we'll see.
fairly straightforward for Ko Ping Chung from here. Overall, I think he's going to reflect on this as a very accomplished performance. Wow. Moment's anxiety there for Chang Young Lin for sure, but the 7 has dropped. Flicked off the 8 and he's nicely on it.
Yeah, and he flicked off of it with just a touch of an angle that'll carry him, or should carry him, a little closer to the 9.
Speaking of 9, that's the number Ko Ping Chung has now arrived at. He's half a dozen racks clear once again. Jeff DeLuna is going to have to win 7 in a row to stay in the US Open. Back to table 2.
Yeah, and I thought he would end up a little closer because, I mean, Chang will be aggressive with the cue ball if he likes it. You know, maybe the tighter pockets made him play this, a little simpler, accepting the shot on the 9.
It was against Chang Young Lin in the 2016 final that Shane Van Boening tied the all-time record of 5 US Open titles. The same opponent could end his hopes for this year. He's getting to number 6. Chang Young Lin on the hill at 9-7. Ko Ping Chung also on the hill, but in very different circumstances. He's got a huge lead. Just needs one more to see off Jeff DeLuna.
Yeah, he's really broke the balls nicely, making the one in the side. Only had one break that I thought was just kind of so-so. All the rest have been pretty on point. And now a shot at the blue 2 to get started. Chang with his last break in this match at 9-7 over Shane.
Oh, well, whenever I make that sound, it means the 9 is threatening to fall in somewhere, but it hasn't dropped. Now, has he got a shot on the 2, Chang Young Lin?
Well, I'll tell you, if he's got any piece of the 2, it looks like he could play it off the 3, even if he's a little thin, maybe. I think he may be able to play this off the 3. Otherwise, he'll play the kick shot, I think, trying to kick safe.
What's going on over on table 2? We'll keep you posted. And, of course, if that's still going when this one finishes, we'll be straight over there.
This may be a fun shot to watch here from Ko Ping Chung. Kind of wrap the corner, going around the 6 and 8, dropping. Well, I don't know. He's queuing awfully down here. Maybe just trying to draw over and get a cut shot on the pink 4. Well, it should be okay. He's going to have to gamble a little bit on this shot. Probably goes into the brown 7.
He does finish the job. He could be back here tomorrow to play the 2019 champion Joshua Filler, although Mark Beisterbosch stands in Filler's way. Naoki Oi has just won the 3rd rack to lead Skylar Woodward 2-1. Lucius Yap closing in on victory, it seems, 8-2 now against Marco Teucher. And Alexa Pei-Shelge 2 away from victory, 8-5 against Kwong Nam Pham.
All right, big shot here for Ko Ping Chung. Makes this I think he wants to go into the brown. With the awkward cueing, that may keep him off of any side spin. I think he needs a hair of right English. If no English, he may catch the 7 thin and go up table or not hit it at all. Yeah, there you go. Really confident stroke.
Just one other update to give from this round. A lot of people have been saying Federal Gorst could really re-announce himself on the World Nineball Tour with a big title here this week, but he's 5-2 down to Sanjin Pelovanovic. Gorst, who's only just returned in recent months after missing a lot of events due to travel issues and so on. And Honasuto Camino has finally got over the line. Emil Andre Gangflow did so well to take it to Hill, but Camino has won 10-9 and will now play Jason Shaw in the last 32. Ko Ping Chung here, looking to move into the last 16.
Well, I don't know if he has a pocket for the 5. And speaking of that match with Federer, Gorst, and Sanjin showed us at the PLP, these big names, you know, when he believes in himself and his game's on point, he's not going to slow down. And he's shown us that all week. All right, going for this thin cut in the side, I think. Going to let the cue ball really just go up and down the table. Well, he played it light. Surprising to me. I thought he would go ahead and put a lot of speed on that, making the cut a little cleaner.
Chang Young Lin played a safety on that 2 that we were talking about. Van Boning has replied. It's hard to tell whether the 2's been left on. What do you think, JJ? Does that go? Is there room?
My guess would be no.
Yeah.
I wish I'd have seen the exchange between the 2. Not an easy safety, though. Nothing easy for Chang here. You may have to cut the 2 into the purple and try and track the cue ball 2 rails up behind the 8. Not the most settling shot to shoot at, knowing you got 1 ball to get behind, and if you don't, you're leaving SVB a shot. I think this landed right on the 50 here. Cut in the side or the corner, very difficult. That being Jeffrey DeLuna's shot on the 5. Yeah, Chang, I don't think he really has a choice but to come off his right side of the 2. Not really sure what else he's going to do. Oh, wow, it did go.
Yeah, and he's potted it, and he's landed nicely on the 3. It's a big chance for Chang Young Lin to knock Shane Van Boning out of the US Open.
Yeah, and they're set up nicely. The 3's okay. The 4's near. The 5, 6, the 7, 8, 9 up the table, grouped together. Is there a problem here? If he draws the ball, is he going to catch a piece of the pink, that being Chang? It's the only thing I can imagine slowing him down here.
Win for Camino means this is the only match still going in the last 64.
He's able to cheat it, play the 3 to the top side of the pocket.
Shane Van Boening surely fearing the worst now, knowing how efficient Chang Yong-lin is in situations like this.
Yeah, it's no more position to be played. It's just knocking in 4 shots, really. He's in a great position on the first one. Chang, he's not going to back off, though. I'm sure he'll put this in with a little speed to get the cue ball off the rail. Jeffrey DeLuna has a shot finally.
Two players on the hill on adjoining tables here, but in totally different situations. Ko Ping Chung in control, firmly ahead. This one has been close for most of the way. Chang Yong-lin got off to a good start. Finishing strongly as well. Good pot from DeLuna. Is it all going to finish for him? Pretty good, it seems. Well, Earl Strickland has gone out of the US Open today, but his share of the record for most US Open titles won will remain intact for at least another 12 months, because for the second year in a row, Shane Van Boening has been beaten in the last 64 of the US Open. Chang Yong-lin goes through, winning by 10 racks to 7. Biggest story of the event so far, JJ.
Yeah, absolutely. It was the biggest story coming in. Maybe FSR's title defense was right up there with it, but it is the U.S. Open, and I think the greatest American player that's ever played, and you know, we can always argue about the greatest of all time, is now out of the event.
Chang Yong-lin will have another match to play today against Viktor Zielinski of Poland for a place in tomorrow's last 16. Jeff DeLuna still has ambitions of being there as well.
Well, I've never seen Jeffrey hit one righty. I've seen him behind the back and with the bridge, but never, oh my, and that's what I mean. I've never seen it once.
Well, maybe he shouldn't do it again if it's going to go like that, and that is a pretty ignominious way to go out of the US Open. And it looks as though that's what's going to happen now.
And obviously a miscue off the bottom right part of the cue ball. And Ko Ping Chung, who seems like he's just been trying to survive every match he's been up against it. Now a comfortable win, but with a lot of work done, just like his countrymen against SVB.
I understand, by the way, the next match on the main table is going to be the 2021 champion Carlo Biado, who was one rack away from getting to the final in defence of his title last year, up against Mieszko Fortunski.
Well, Fortunski, a guy we talked about a lot through the years. We kind of haven't talked about him as much. You know, kind of wondering when that big finish is coming, and he's in form.
We've come to the finish of this match, and Ko Ping Chung is the first player through to the last 16 of this year's US Open. He's defeated Jeff DeLuna in a surprisingly one-sided match by 10 racks to 3.
Oh
cushions, let's just count them. 5. Brilliant shot.
He's playing beautifully.
It's important to get the best place to keep that 2.
We're about to have a dance battle right now, ladies and gentlemen. The final of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage down. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
This championship is being played with the new Harrah tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Harrah range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Harrah, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Back at Harrah's in Atlantic City and at this 46th U.S. Open on day number 4. Here are the matches currently in progress, with our match coming up shortly on table 1. Miško Fortunski and Carlo Biado set to battle in a last 32 match in a race to 10 to see who can get to the final 16 here today. Steve Schlanger, Carl Boys, glad to have you with us. And among some of these matches, some pretty interesting ones unfolding here at the moment. What has stuck out about the day's play for you so far, Carl?
Well, 5-time US Open champ SVB has exited the tournament. It was always going to be a tough match against one of Asia's finest, Chang Zhonglin. Chang Zhonglin advances, so there'll be no 6th US Open title for SVB or Earl Strickland. Shaw dispatched of Strickland earlier on today. Defending champion he is still going strong. He beat Mickey Krause 10-9. That match was 9-9. Mickey Krause had a chance, played the snooker, didn't run the table, and Sanchez Ruiz fluked the ball and advances through to the final 32.
And the defending champion from Spain was down by several racks in that match, had to rally and made it back to remain in the competition. Mario He has had a roller coaster the last few days, but he's now 2 racks away from moving on in a match that's gone almost 2.5 hours now over on table number 7. Fedor Gorsht and Pejanovic are on table number 3. The winner of that match will face the winner of our match coming up on table 1. Separated by just 1 rack after 9 complete. Skylar Woodward is down a rack over on table number 11. Off Suke of Germany leading the American Chris Reinhold 7-3. That's out on table number 9. And a lot of other matches just getting underway in the early going here. Early evening on this Thursday in Atlantic City. And this is Mario He over on table number 7. We told you about him just a moment ago, coming off a rack win, leading this match, and looking for a spot in the last 16. He's certainly been up and down over the last few days. So as he looks that over on table number 7, we will bring it back to our featured table with fans surrounding the arena-like setting. Table number 1, Beato and Fortunski race to 10 here in the last 32. Beato coming through the winner's bracket, having won all 3 of his matches to this point. Fortunski had to come through loser's qualification. And now they are both here. Single elimination. And a chance to move on. An opportunity to get into the last 16, play in the final 2 days. In an event that started with over 250 players back on Monday. And we're working our way down the field. Top players in the world now showcased in a marquee setting. Most playing on these featured tables 1 and 2, which are side by side here at Harrah's. And then this weekend, when we get down to the main matches, there'll be just 1 table, center of the ballroom. All of the lights, the attention, the spectators, the focus will be on that stadium table, as the atmosphere will be sensational. But we have had a good crowd here today as well. Watching Shane Van Boning, Earl Strickland, some of the box office names. And this match set to commence on table 1. How do you see this match setting up between the two, Carl?
Fortunski's yet to do it on the biggest stage. He's yet to snap one of these big titles off. Beato, well, he's a world champ. He's a former US Open champ. He's won, well, pretty much what you can win in the sport of pool, and he's a class act as well. Really nice guy, but listen, he has got all the shots. Fabulous player to watch, as most Filipinos are. And he needs to start a match with a good one. This is very thin. Won the title 2 years ago, come back as defending champion. Last year, reached the semi-finals. Lost out to Sanchez Ruiz. He likes it here in Atlantic City. Was never easy. Small chance, but it's gone. Fortunski's the type of guy who'll relax into a match. Plays quite quick. Left himself a little bit of work to do there. Managed to make the cut. One former US Open champion here on table 1, another on table 2. Filler takes the opening rack. He's playing Mark Bijsterbosch. Bijsterbosch, well, we're seeing what happened in his match earlier on today. That was simply incredible against Moritz Norhausen here on table 1. Survived the scare, 10-9 win.
Fortunsky with the opportunity to finish off this first rack. And the 31-year-old, three-time Polish national champion, also a winner of the Italian Open half a dozen years ago. And he strikes first here in this round of 32 matchup with Beato, and he has the 1-0 lead. Second match of the day for both players. They each competed in the round of 64 earlier. And this is back at table number 7, where Mario He is on the hill, leading 9-7. And now with a chance to move into the last 16. Been a long day for him, but now has some options here as he looks to book his place. So now Fortunsky breaking for the first time after winning the opening rack.
Dry break, and the 1-ball passes to pink 4 here for Carlo. Been out in the arena while the other guys talk you through the action of the previous match. Been watching some of the matches up close. Let me tell you, the tables are brutal. Some of the balls I've seen players go for and miss, not so much bad misses, but ones where you're so used to the ball going in because we've played on the bigger pocket for years, and it's tough out there, trust me.
Missed by Beato.
Yeah, a little bit like that one. You can see it went close, but makes a big difference.
Winner here into the last 16. So far, there is only one player who has secured a spot in the final 16 of this event. That's Koping Chung. A lot of other matches still taking place. More to come here this evening to decide how we fill out the last 16 of this event. Into the round of 32 here now. Defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has lost the first rack of his match. That's out on table number 5. Mario He on the right-hand side of the screen. Again, he's on the hill. He could be the second player here to book his spot in the last 16. Leading the Italian. And just a couple of balls away. Mario He. That is table number 8. Alexa Pacell also on the hill like He. 9-7 is his lead over Fong Nam Pham. So he's closing in on a spot in the last 16 as well.
Open look at the table now for Carlo. Just going to pinch this ball in, draw over. Now he wants to come over to the right hand side rail where he's stood, anywhere there. The 5-ball passes the green 6. Often with this shot, the cue ball always seems to land on the rail. Not this time, it's a little high though. I want it to be further down. Killing the cue ball or drawing it to rails for the gap in between 7 and 9 ball.
Now a shot away from 1-all. Meanwhile on table 8, Pacell on the right-hand side of the screen. The shots for the final 16 as Beato pots the 9. We're 1-all on table number 1. Meanwhile, in quick succession, other players locking down their spots in the final 16, including that man. Sigh of relief as he had to reach to make the pot, but he, along with Mario He, who is also won 10-7, Yap won on table 12, 10-3. So that last 16 starting to fill out a little more.
Could see the relief as Pacell sat down. He actually lost early on in the event in double elimination section. He's been grinding away. He's done well. Very talented young player. Good to see him through. Filler's flying, as he always does. What a player that man is. Arguably the greatest player in modern day 9-ball. He's 2-0 up against Bijsterbosch.
Meanwhile, in this match, it is all squared, 1 apiece, and the winner here will get the winner of another match that's going on that is also all squared. Ivanovic and Gorsht 5-all on table 3.
Looks dry. It is dry. Chance for Fortunski here. 1 ball passes the 9-ball. All the balls are sat okay. And as always, when you get this type of layout, the other way it can go wrong is by poor cue ball control. Wasn't centre pocket, but that can happen when you're playing with spin like Fortunski had to.
So far, Carlo Beato's toughest match came in the first round when he won 9-6 over Abdullah Ashmari. More straightforward, easier victories in round 2 over Nathan Wallace and in round 3 as well. He's got his hands full here.
Speeds looks good. Sanchez Ruiz has lost the opening 3 racks against Daniel Maciel from Poland. The left-handed Polish player, he gets a lot of good results on the circuit. This is Ralph Souquet. He is 9 racks to 4 up against Chris Reinhold, 54 years of age. Souquet. Keep you posted, of course. There's quite a lot of balls on the table. Let's see what Mieszko can do here. Ghost has took the lead, by the way, on table 3, 6-5 over Pilovanovic.
He has won the first and third racks, leads for the second time, 2-1 on table 1 for Poland's Mieszko Fortunski, who has seen both ends of the spectrum so far this week here in Atlantic City. He won his first round match 9-1, lost his third round match in a Hill final 9-8. So he's been on both ends of it as he plays this last 32 encounter with Beato. Table number 9. And a good look down at the entire venue here at Harrah's Atlantic City. Some tables vacant now as the field has been reduced to the last 32, and by the end of the day we'll be down to the final 16 as these matches will decide the best of the best here and who will compete over the final 2 days for the 46th U.S. Open Championship. The defending champion barely getting into the last 32, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, won a Hill match with Mickey Kraus.
Yeah, that's Daniel Maciel at the table there on table 5. He's playing our defending champ, Sanchez Ruiz.
He's 3-0 up on Sanchez Ruiz. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz trailing for the second straight match here today.
Hooked on the blue 2. Well, I say hooked, I mean hooked in being able to pot the ball. Difficult to see if you can get through the gap to do something with the blue 2. If you can, push out, tricky. Some players like to tie another ball up. Insurance policy for later on in the rack. Players like SVB, well, they don't like to do that. They like to push the boat out and really tempt you into a shot. Basically saying, you don't take it on, I will.
That's the part of the game where you're really playing your opponent. So often you're focused on your own game, but that's where the mind game comes in. You do that battle back and forth.
Ruiz is off the board. Daniel Maciel Clearly messed up in that rack because he was at the table when we visited, so that's now 3-1. Three Americans left. Suke is 9-4 up over Chris Reinhold, so that's not looking too clever. Naoki is 4-3 up over Woodward. And Oscar Dominguez is down 7-6 to last year's finalist, Max Lechner. He's gone unnoticed. We've not really spoke much about Max. He's been going about his business quietly. He knows how to get to the final of the US Open. That'll work out nicely. Tough kick shot. He'll probably try and go 3 rails in behind it. Yeah, 3 rails. Here he comes having a look. 2-5. So the 2 onto the 5, I don't think that's a combination. At the angle it's coming in at anyway. Bijsterbosch wins his first rack over on the other table, the other feature table. That's now 4-1 to Philip. Joshua Filler always seems to play a part in any pool tournament he enters. Here he is again, trying to get to another last 16. Here comes the 3-railer. Oh, wasn't far away. But it's ball in hand for Biardo.
Well, you mentioned Josh Filler. He's up 4-0 in his match. Jason Shaw is also looking good. He beat Earl Strickland earlier today, 10-3, leading 3-0 in his round of 32 match now. That's going on a few tables away. Meanwhile, Carlo Biardo trying to even up this match for the second time. Champion from 2 years ago. There's the Filler match. It's now 4-1. Westerbach finally getting on the board. Good stretch, and again, that's where the smaller pocket comes into play. Potted nicely, and a solid chance to even this match at 2. Settle in. This could be a good one, a long one, and an entertaining matchup. 2-2 and the race to 10. Beato, who will turn 40 years of age on Halloween. Winner from back in 2021. Has the pedigree, the chops, the experience to get it done once again. So this is table 9. And again, the story of Ralph Suke, the veteran on the hill against Chris Reinhold of the U.S., leading 9-4. Can he drop in to that last 16? Had that Hill match with Earl Strickland not too long ago. So he continues his quest with a sizable lead as we slide back to table number 1, and Beato with the honors.
Beautiful break off. Cue ball perfection. Straight back into 9. Got work to do though. The table layout has not been kind for Beato here. Wonderful break again. You could see the cue ball off the side rail. Full ball into the 9. Easy first shot. 3 ball is awkward. 6 ball is awkward. Had no choice but to take the gamble, try and make something happen. Ruiz is at the table, so that means he's won another rack. It's 3-2 over there. Good break off as well. The man who was loitering near the table, it's the Spanish fella who knocked Raga out of the tournament. Raga was one of the pre-tournament favourites with the bookies. Dominguez has tied the match up against Lechner. That's 7-7. Woodward is down 5-3 to Niyuki Oi.
That's not going to get there. Leaving Beato an opening here. Tough pot.
Was 4 down by the Bosch in this match. Was also 4 down to Moritz Neuhausen the last time he played on this table.
Yeah, it looked for a while like it was going to be Neuhausen and Filler, the 2 German friends, playing in this match. Before Weiss de Bosch came back and won a Hill final at the end.
Jason Shaw is continuing the form. He's won the opening 4 against Camino. A man who has been beating Shaw on tour. The last 2 times they have played, Camino's won both matches Hill. Well, what's Biardo got in store for us here? He's right to take his time because this is just so difficult. Tried to get the cue ball on the back rail. Half a chance at a bank and then maybe shoot the 6 ball up into the top right. Fortunacy's got the same problems. How do you get on the 6? Well, he didn't try and get him behind the 9, but that was a fabulous shot to watch.
As we told you before, the winner here gets the winner of that Fedor Gorst Sanjan Vejanovic match. Gorst leading by 2 racks. That's on the right-hand side of the screen.
He's having a good look at this, but it looks easy from here. It just looks like the 9's over the pocket, but maybe it's a little to the right. Yeah, it was easy.
So we got it. So Vejanovic pulls to within 1 rack, 7-6. Winners of this match and that match squaring up in the last 16, and it's going to take some work to get there. 2 tight matches developing here. Fortunacy, a good shot to get to this point, but now what can he do with the 6? He's been laboring over this shot.
Shaw wins another. 5 racks to 0. He's flying. John Morris in a battle. He's playing Robbie Capito on table 6, 5-4 to Mora. Now plays left-handed. Played for years right-handed. Injury forced him to retrain. Now plays left-handed.
Have you ever seen anyone else do that?
Not to that extent. No, I mean a lot of players can swap hands, but not just completely swap and then still compete the way he does. The great Ronnie O'Sullivan can play very good left-handed, but he's not played tournaments left-handed. Fortunacy's had a good look. Is he attacking this ball? He is. He's got it. What a pot that is, by the way. What a pot that is. Deserves a shot on the 7.
That was center cut.
That was a fabulous 6-ball. That's led to this shot right here. Got to watch the scratch. Got to watch the scratch. It was always on off the 8.
Oh, such a terrific shot on the 6. And then just moments later, such a disappointment. So this for Beato's first lead of the match. He's up 3-2. First real slice of fortune that a player has been able to take advantage of. The first few racks were determined by just solid play, start to finish. And Beato now out in front for the first time here in this last 32 match. These two separated by a rack. Same story on table 3, where Gorst leads Pejanovic 7-6. Two winners collide in the next round. Meanwhile, defending champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is now 2 back of Maciel. That's on table number 5. And here you go.
It's a dangerous match for Ruiz, this. Maciel, you know, he's played a lot of the players, he's had results, he's not quite done it in the main arena yet, so the fact that they're playing on the side courts does make a big difference for the player who has not got all the experience just yet. Feels a little easier playing out there. Beato to break. Oh, it was looking like it was going to be dry, and then I thought the 4 was going to slide in, but it hasn't.
So it is dry. The 4 almost got some help from the cue ball. He's got a clear path to the 1, but a few elements to consider beyond that. Souquet on the hill, 3 balls away from dismissing Chris Reinhold of the U.S.
Yeah, and that would mean 2 Americans left in this year's 46th US Open Pool Championship. Souquet, 54 years of age, proving age is just a number.
And he'll win it 10-5.
Beato needs some luck, and that's not bad.
So now 5 players so far into the last 16. Pacel, Hoping Chung, Yap, Mario He, and Ralph Souquet. Yap will play He in one of those last 16 matches. The others that I mentioned still waiting to see who their opponents will be.
Kicking off the side rail. Chance of making it in the bottom left. That's not his intention though. I think he wants to hit it full. Get it over to the left side of the table. Yeah, he sort of hit it in between. You could see the plan. He was trying to get it over on the left side rail near the 9. Joshua Fillers won another rack. He's 5-2 up, but Bryce the Bosch is at the table with a chance to pull it back to 5-3.
Fortunski will fancy his chances of pulling even here with 4 balls left. Meanwhile, Max Lechner on the hill against Oscar Dominguez, leading 9-7. Closing in on another spot in the round of 16. That's on table 10.
Yeah, that is Max Lechner at the table.
We'll go back to table 10 in a moment, but meanwhile here on the showcase table number 1, Fortunski about to be all even. Now the 3-time Polish champion against the 1-time U.S. Open champion. And it's 3 apiece here after half a dozen racks on table 1.
Yeah, a man who got very close to winning the US Open. The man in red, Max Lechner. He's playing Oscar Dominguez, one of the last few remaining American players. Would be a real shame if we didn't get one American through to the final 16.
Yeah, Dominguez is on the ropes here against Lechner. So we'll keep an eye on this match and see if this is the rack where Lechner finishes things off. Meanwhile, table 1 set to continue. Fortunski will break here momentarily. What it looks like He's going to leave the arena for a moment. So we've got some time. Let's jump back to table number 10. And Dominguez now, trying to stay alive. Got to have this rack. The other American still alive, Skylar Woodward, down 6-4. Yuki Oi leading him by 2, and that's right next to them on table number 11. So the 2 Americans each losing by 2 racks on neighboring tables here. Trying to give the home country hope, headed towards the final 16 of the tournament.
Kicking at the 2 ball. Filler is now 6-2 up over Bijsterbosch. He's going along very good indeed. Let's not forget he could have played his World Cup of pool buddy, Moritz Neuhausen, who lost in an absolute thrilling match before, 10-9. Let's see how this shot works out for Lechner. 2 rail kick, maybe 3. Yeah, good effort. That keeps him alive in that rack. This is table 2. No guessing who that is. Look at the shirt. Look at the picture on the back of the shirt. That's Filler cheering at the Mosconi Cup. Some player is Filler. Arguably the best player in the world. Very consistent. He's just debating whether to fire the yellow 1 ball off the 6 ball. That's what he's been weighing up. He'd have to hit that very good.
As we get down to the final couple of days, the shot clock will come in, so a lot of these deliberations, these long thinks that the players are having, these second guesses, these are going to have to go away.
I promise you, we do play shots in the game of pool.
We're just in a spell here between Lechner over on table 10 and this match where they have really been grinding over these shots.
Yeah, big matches these. This is the last match of the day for these players. This is a match that gets you into the final 16. The whole arena, the whole dynamic of the event changes tomorrow. These players are desperate to be there. Trying to get the cue ball welded in behind the blue 2, get rid of the 1 ball up table. Good shot.
It's interesting because you might think, well, if the shot clock is going to come in eventually anyway, why not play at that pace to get yourself prepared and used to it? But you know, these players, if given the time, they will take it. They will do whatever is necessary to make sure they're totally comfortable by the time they hit a shot. And many times that leads to these long breaks between shots as they look at every angle and think about what they might do. Oh, a long break between racks on table number 1. About to resume, though.
Playing soft, hitting it full. Good shot, that.
And here's Fortunski after the lengthy delay, set to break after tying this match.
Just not happening on the break-off, is it? At the minute.
Really, for neither
isn't.
player.
No, it just isn't. No balls, no shots. Wonder if he could pot this ball. Wonder if he can just get past the 7. If he can't, I think it's just a little swerve shot. Anyway, it's very tough.
Neither player has led by more than 1 rack through the first 6. Tight match here on table 1.
Got the hook behind the 3.
Skylar Woodward has pulled even in his match on table 11 with Yuki Oi. 6-all after 12 racks. So the American working his way back into that match.
Can see the right hand side of this ball, but if he plays into it, he's got to try and avoid hitting the 3 ball on the way back down. No, he could hit a lot more of it than I thought. He's going to leave a chance here, though. Not an easy chance at all, but it's a chance.
Fortunski has made some challenging pots so far.
Fellas at the table, he's on the 9 ball and he leads 6 racks to 2. That's for 7-2.
Back on the right-hand side of the screen. This is still the same rack as when we took you there a few moments ago. Max Lechner trying to close out Oscar Dominguez. And I said a few moments ago, I should say quite a while ago. I mean, There's some 3 hours into this match. This is the 17th rack for them.
Okay, so Dominguez gets ball in hand to stay in the match. Cue ball needs to slow down for Fortunski, that is. Fortunski's cueing out of the corner pocket. The ball looks like it's running to the right hand side of the 7, so he might have to play this a little slow. Trusting the table, and he's missed. Professionals don't like rolling the ball. It's just something that just doesn't feel right.
Didn't have the angle for the pot in the upper right. So he gets the cue ball up against the rail, and now Fortunski trying to figure out how he's going to deal with the 6 in between. Rail first, trying to pot the ball down the long rail. Nearly fluked it. Feels a hair scrappy, the match, doesn't it? I don't know why, it's just things are not quite happening at the moment. There's not a lot of flow to it. It's kind of a slow grind between the two players. Neither going on any kind of extended run right now. Each rack has kind of plodded along so far. Beato back in front, now leading for the second time in this match. But again, not a match played with any kind of real pace or tempo. This is Fedor Gorst. And he takes the rack to go up 9-6 on Pejanovic on table number 3. So a reminder, the winner of this gets the winner of our match. So right now Gorst in position to move into the round of 16, and if he closes things out, he's on the hill right now, and that would take him to a matchup with either Beato or Fortunski coming up tomorrow.
The big names are coming through. Fedor Gorst, one of the biggest names in the sport, just like the man at the table, Sanchez Ruiz.
Well, this match 6-3. Ruiz trailing Daniel Maciel. Second straight match here today that the defending champion has been behind by multiple racks. Rallied earlier and is forced to do it again. And Ralph Souquet, having closed out Chris Reinhold, means that Skylar Woodward and also Oscar Dominguez are the Americans hanging on here in the last 32. Woodward tied with Yuki Oi, and Dominguez trailing Max Lechner 9-7. Beato finally gets something to fall on the break here. Pots the one, almost got the two to spin home.
Clever little shot.
Two making life difficult for one another.
Villers on the hill, 9-2 over Bijsterbosch. Unlikely. Bijsterbosch, he's going to make the final 16. Filler's a machine. Max Lechner's a machine. Last year's finalist. I haven't really seen him on the feature table. Been going undercover out on the outside tables. This match has been going 3 hours, 2 minutes, but it's this Nineball to book a place into tomorrow's last 16. There it is. Another American falls. Dominguez is out.
10-7 is the final on table number 10. So that leaves just Skylar Woodward for the Americans left, battling now.
Yeah, Woodward's playing Naoki Oi. That's 6-6. Camino has won 3 racks in no time against Jason Shaw. That's now 7-3.
A good chance here for Beato to become the first player to lead by more than 1 rack.
Chance for a 2-rack lead. Another Filipino who's struggling, Levan Cortez, is 8-6 down to Miguel Silva.
And Carlo Beato, first player in this match to go up by more than one, halfway home here in this race to 10. Here is Fedor Gorst. And Gorst on the hill against Pejanovic on table number 3. So he's inching closer to a spot in the round of 16 against the winner of the match on table number 1, where Beato leads Fortunski. Good break last time for Beato. Try to match that and keep this run going.
Difficult to get on the red 3, you'll see in a moment. Yep, that's what he's faced with.
He took the pot, but this is what he's left with now. He's got the 4 squarely in front of him.
Yeah, won't be happy with that effort. Jason Shaw wins another rack. He's now on 8. That's 8-3 over there.
He won 10-3 earlier today, so looking for 2 convincing wins here back-to-back on this Thursday in Atlantic City.
Decide to try and kick it in the pocket, make something happen. This is a tough pot. Slightly cue down on the ball here. He's got to stop the cue ball for a shot on the 4 ball up the rail. Can't afford to catch any point of the jaw from here. Straight in the middle. I wonder if Fortunski's going to take a bit of a gamble here and try and pot the 4 and break out the 8-9 off 2 rails, because the 8 ball is a big problem. I'm only saying that because the 5's over the pocket. You'd be so unlucky not to leave yourself a pot on the 5. That's what he's tried. Missed it. May try it again now, clipping the 9 ball on the right hand side. Depends.
Can't split up the 8-9. He gets the easy pot though. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Fedor Gorst. This for the round of 16. 1 ball left to go for a 10-6 win.
It's been a big tussle over there as well. Pearl Advantage really took it to Ghost. It's been a great match, but it's Ghost who gets through to the final 16. Never won the US Open. He's a former world 9-ball champion. He's through to tomorrow.
And he will play him, the winner of this match here. Meantime, filler by Stabak. And Stabak remains alive, wins the 3rd rack of his competition here today. Meantime, Fortunski here on table 1, now down to the 8 and 9. Filler is still on the hill.
Got to pull the cue ball back a little bit. Such a good potter for Fortunski. Something about left-handed players. They always seem to be the better potters.
What do you think that is?
I honestly don't know. I don't know what it is.
So he's back to within 1. And these two will know their opponent for tomorrow should they get through this match, but that's not the concern right now. It's just making it to the last 16. We already have a few matches set up. Alexa Pessel will take on Ralph Souquet, and Yap against Mario He. Those 2 matches are set. 3 other players into the last 16 waiting for their opponents. Gorst is 1, Ko Ping Chung another, and Max Lechner as well.
Cue ball flirted with the side pocket. He'll be tempted at the bank shot here. Got to try and make something happen. Not a lot of shots off the break for either player so far. We've seen a ball or 2 become stuck with another one as well on a few of the breaks. This time all the balls are in the open. That's why he may be tempted with the bank shot. If he can play the bank and find a path to get on the 3, I think he'll play it. If he can't, it's going to be safety shot. Safety it was. That's cheers for Skylar Woodward. Big crowd round the table. I think Woodward's just gone 7-6 up.
He was down multiple racks to Naoki Oi. So he is mounting a rally as the last American here in the round of 32. He's the final hope for the home country.
Speed is good, just got there. Mark Bags, the boss, has won another rack over on table 2.
Meanwhile, these two continue to subtly move the 2 around until an opening appears. He's going to jump this.
Trying to pot it in the bottom left. Cue ball's going to run towards the 5. It's close. It's there. What a shot he's played here, Biardo.
Now one of the most ambitious shots of the match.
Incredible shot.
There's a lot of conservative play between these two so far, but finally an aggressive move. Now it could pay off the way things are lying for Biardo.
Yeah, it was Woodward who won the 13th rack, so he's 7-6 up over Oy. A lot of the crowd that have stood around the feature tables have walked over to Skylar's table. Table 11 he's on. They want an American through to the final 16 tomorrow.
It would certainly change the feel and the dynamic tomorrow here. They have at least one American still alive. Meanwhile, both Jason Shaw and Josh Filler lead their respective matches 9-4 now. And Carlo Biardo here on table 1, closing in on a 2-rack lead for the second time in the match. Ten racks deep in the race to 10, and it's a 6-4 lead for Carlo Biardo. Just about a month shy of his 40th birthday.
This is Eagle Eye, Jason Shaw, playing a push out there. Obviously they're on the 1 ball, the yellow 1 ball. Had a fantastic win over Earl the Pearl. That match was talked about since the draw was made last night. Everyone was packed around that arena. In the end, it was a convincing win for Shaw. There you can see Skylar Woodward. Filler's through to another last 16 here at the US Open.
He's beaten Beistabosch on table 2, right next to where we are on table 1, where Biardo will break after taking the 5-3 lead. He's been very consistent with that 1 ball in the side pocket off the break. Pretty good spread. Takes the 1 and the 4. Carlo Beato, back as a teenager, started as a golf caddy. He would play pool in the evening, eventually dropped out of high school and made sports his livelihood, and he has not looked back. This led him to a U.S. Open title from 2 years ago and trying to go deep once again here in 2023.
Ooh, you could actually see upon delivery how poorly he executed that shot. Even before the 2-ball was near the pocket, I could just sense he was missing that by a mile. Yeah, just right across the cue ball. That was a good chance to get a nice little lead in this match. You literally cannot get near Skylar Woodward's table. It is 4 or 5 deep around there. Oh, that's a good shot. Not easy in the middles, sending the cue ball 3 rails.
That mistake may cost Beato here. Big miss after such a good break, too. Chance to really establish control in this match, but that miss may allow Fortunski back in.
Victor Zielinski, the young Polish superstar, he's 4-1 up against Chang Jung Lin, the man who knocked SVB out. That table there is Skylar Woodward. Looks like he's got 4 balls left. Tricky little 6-ball. That just gives you an indication of the amount of people that are literally packed round there, all round both sides as well. Our comms box is kind of just behind them.
It's about as many people as you'll probably ever see around one of the outer tables. And that's what happens when the last American is fighting for his life and fighting for a place in the last 16. Meanwhile, Fortunski here on the left-hand side of the screen on table number 1, taking full advantage of the Beato mistake earlier and trying to get back to within 1 rack. Steady march here through this rack.
Nicely on the 9, Beato had a chance in this rack. Didn't convert it. It's a poorly struck cue ball, which means Fortunski is going to be back to just 1 behind. Skylar's been on this 8-ball for a while. It's obviously sat a little bit weird. Sometimes when you land on this type of shot, you've got a small angle, which means if you draw the cue ball back, you're going near the 9-ball. Let's have a look. Well, we'll try and have a look. That man's head's in the way. Cue ball needs to stop or carry on. Yeah, it was going near the 9, you see. That's Camino in the background. On the far table, he's playing short. He's just had a swipe at the blue 2 as well. Missed it by a mile. Well, we will see if the 9 goes in or not for Woodward. It does go in. There you hear the cheer. Woodward 8, Oi 6.
This is some kind of rally. Down by multiple racks. Now leading by multiple racks. And 2 away from advancing. Fortunski on the break, down by 1.
Ooh, new stat coming into play. Getting fancy on the World Nineball Tour. 18.44. That's pretty weak, to be fair.
So what would you expect to see on something like that?
Well, to be honest, the cut break's always going to be a little slower than the head-on, but I'd like to see the pros certainly breaking over 20. But we're going to get to see it, I believe. I think that's coming in on table 1 tomorrow. We love a good stat as well, don't we? So it's going to be quite fun to watch. He's lost a cue ball here. He needed a bigger bounce. He's left himself a little tester. He can focus on the pot though, because the cue ball will just come off the other rail and back out. Jason Shaw is at the table. He's on the hill. 9-5 over Camino. There it is. Camino gives him the 9. Jason Shaw through to the final 16. That's a big result in many ways. He's a past champion here with the old promoters, the Berman family. But he's only been to one last 16 since the World Nineball Tour was created. So he's made another last 16. He will be delighted to be there tomorrow.
Well, with 2 very convincing wins today. 3 and 4. Meantime, Fortunski had the miss. That has now set up Beato to come back and potentially reestablish a 2-rack lead.
Cue ball needs to travel. That'll just make the 8 easier. Just approaching the business end of this match now, aren't we? It's been a bit slow moving. It's been close. Beato's had a chance to get in front by 3.
Well, he's back in front by 2 and within 3 racks of moving into the round of 16. No player in full control of this particular match, the way we've seen with some of these others. This has been more of a grind, slow moving, plodding, not a high tempo match, but Beato working his way there. Only a handful of matches still left on the tables here around the venue. How about table 6? Capito and Mora, 8 all. Skylar Woodward within 2 racks of moving into the round of 16 as what would be the only American here at the U.S. Open. If he can finish off Naoki Oi. Zielinski leads by 3 on table 12. And David Alcady, the Spaniard, is on table 4, and he's working his way towards a round of 16 appearance. Now Francisco Sanchez Ruiz is about to go out. The defending champion, table number 5, and he is in a world of trouble. Daniel Maciel on the hill at 9-4. Ruiz was in trouble earlier today, was trailing by multiple racks, but mounted an incredible rally just to get here to the last 32. Beato again, consistently slotting the one ball in the side pocket off the break. So some interesting stories developing here late on this Thursday afternoon. Defending champion on the ropes, about to be eliminated. The lone American trying to creep away from Naoki Oi and book his spot in the last 16. And he's got a lot to deal with here. The 4, 5, and 7 at the bottom of the table. Going to be tricky.
As he fluked it, he took a wild old whack at that ball, forgot to pop the ball, and basically just gifted Fortunski a chance.
He might give him the table now. He doesn't get the pot. He breaks up those 3 and just lays it out there for Fortunski. You can see by his reaction, just he's kicking himself. It's not what he intended. Made an unforced error a few racks ago, wound up costing him 2 racks, and we'll see if that will penalize him here.
Yeah, that's a useful nudge on the 9. Didn't play it that way. The fact that he cannoned it there felt perfect on the 4. Gets a lot of power out the cue ball, does Fortunski. Uses a long cue. He's part of this new breed of player that puts the extension on the butt end of the cue, makes the cue over 60-inch long. Earl Strickland was using a cue that was probably 90 inches long this week. It was ridiculous. There you can see the little black N on the back of his cue. SVB. That's the downside with it though. Sometimes you feel like the cue helps you, so you take a bit off of it, and the cue ball doesn't come back as far as you want. It's a poor shot though, it has to be said. Make sure you find the rail. This arena here, this is table 1 and we have table 2, but they're actually behind centre court. There's a table in the middle of this whole room that has had the US Open trophy on for 4 days. No one has played on the table. This table comes alive tomorrow. Chasing the 9, it's close. Chance for Biardo, a chance he thought he may never get. Going to be interesting to see what Biardo does here. Does he play the bank all out? Does he try and play the bank, chase the 9 if that's even available?
Oh, big decision, big moment. 3 balls on the table here, a chance for a 3-rack lead.
And that is El Ferrari. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He's 9-5 down. He needs to win the last 5 racks to stay in this year's Open. Trying to defend his title. He's got a lot of work to do over there. Maciel's a cool operator on the pool table. To win 5 racks against him, you've got to be going some. Is he playing the bank? He's chased the 9-ball. He's chased the 9-ball. He got it welded though. I think he's got the hook. Clever shot. He wanted the 7-ball actually on the top rail. So he's played a two-way shot here. Let's see if the 9-ball sat on the 9. On the cue ball, sorry. I think it has.
A key moment in this match. Even though neither player has been appreciably better than the other, if you're Fortunski, you don't want to fall behind by 3 at this stage. And watch Beato get to within 2 of the victory. Big difference between trailing by 3 and getting to within 1 here. And the psychology of the match as you get into the later racks becomes so important.
Well, I don't blame him. He had to give it a good old whack. Sometimes you've no choice but just to make contact and hope it's your day. I'm afraid today it was not his day. Look at what he's left Beato.
It is a 3-rack lead for Carlo Beato. Getting closer on table 1.
Back over to the FSR table. We just was over there where we've seen him pot the 9. He's at the table again, but he's 9-5 down. He will do everything in his power to turn that match around. He's got to apply some pressure on Maciel. Just keep winning the racks.
Well, he was down earlier today and came back, but he wasn't in a hole like he is right now.
John Morra still playing. He's playing Capito. Hong Kong's Robert Capito. Capito's on the hill. John Morra's on 8. We told you day 4 would get lively. We was not lying. A lot of close matches out there.
So far, 4 matches set for the round of 16. Ralph Suke and Alexa Pessel. Ko-Ping Chung against Josh Filler. Max Lechner and Miguel Silva. And Mario He against Aloysius Yap.
I presume Sanchez missed that 4-ball. I was looking around the arena. Oh, the cue ball nearly scratched. Has he made a ball? Yes, he has.
Now the 1 in the side pocket has been so reliable off the break, but this time he gets the 7 to go in the corner.
$17.55. Really intrigued to see how these speeds compare over the next 2 days. Big cheers coming around the room. That's coming from the Woodward table. I'm just looking over. I can't actually see the table because there's that many people in front of it, but he's at the table. He's the last American standing. Would be a real shame not to have an American there tomorrow. That's the situation he is at. Is he on the green 6? He is, so this is a great chance for Woodward to get on the hill. He's got the 7, the 8's near the 9 ball. This is an easy chance.
So Woodward on the right, Beato on the table here on the left-hand side of the screen. Table 1, a 3-rack lead.
Locking the cue ball in behind the 9 and the purple 5. Woodward has left the cue ball. Okay, yep, he's good. So he's about to take a 9-6 lead. Let's hear the crowd. It will get loud.
The American on the hill, leading by 3. Gamesmanship continues here on table 1 on ball number 1.
Carlo will be playing safe, trying to get the cue ball in behind the 8. It's a little strong, is it? No, is it? Heck, what a safety player Beato is. What a shot. Got Fortunski locked up in jail as he taps the chalk on the table. A sign of respect for the shot. That's a timely roll. A very timely roll indeed. The old pool gods, you can't beat it.
Nestled against the 6 here. Wow.
Miguel Silva has beat Levan Corteza. Big win there. He finds himself in the last 16 for the first time. Kicking 4 rails, missing 4 rails.
A shot from Fortunski that forced that from Beata. It's just sensational. Got a break, but that worked out extremely well. Masio on the right-hand side here, trying to close out the defending champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, on the hill, leading 9-5. And he's almost there. 3 balls left to go.
Another talented left-hander. He gets wins against the big boys, he really does. This is not really a shock. Looks calm as well. Sanchez Ruiz dodged a bullet in the last round. Fluked the ball at 9-9. That put him through to the final 32. He's currently 9-5 down. So there's no 7 ball on the table. He was on the 8 next. Hard to see how thin that shot is. His fellow countryman is also at the table for Fortunski with a chance to get back to 8-6. This is a stretch for Massio. It's there. How's the cue ball looking? Has he come far enough? Has he come far enough? Well, he's having a good look, so he can definitely cut this 9-ball in the side. This 9-ball to get through to the final 16 of the 46th US Open Pool Championship and knock out the defending champion.
That is a huge win, big moment, and a decisive margin too, 10-5 over Ruiz. Meanwhile, as you said, his fellow countryman, Massiol and Fortunski. Fortunski back to within 2 racks here. Beato still with the lead, but keeping it close. So another match going final, setting up more of the round of 16 pairings that we will see tomorrow. Pesel against Suke will be one. Ko-Ping Chung against Josh Filler another. Max Lechner facing Miguel Silva. Yap against Mario He. David Alcady has advanced. Still waiting his opponent. Fedor Gorsht will get the winner of this match here. Beato leads Fortunski.
This is the Skylar Woodward match we've been keeping you guys up to date with. 9-6 up. He's at the table. Chance for the match. Fortunski's on the break. Sounded good. Looks good. Got a shot at the 2. Skylar playing the 7 in the corner or the side. In the side, and he's missed. Opportunity gone for Woodward. Nukioi back at the table. Just a few matches left out there now. Coming to the end of day's play here on day 4. We're always going to lose big names, but there's still some big names that have made it through. The likes of Fedor Gorst, he's through, Ralph Suke, Joshua Filler, Max Lechner, of course, last year's runner-up. Oh, he's going to steal the rack right at the very end. Just making the 7 and the 9 ball. Still alive. 9-7 that score now to Woodward.
Well, he's fighting the home crowd. But he poaches one and gets back to within 2.
Looks like it's gone wrong.
Left himself behind the 7 here.
That was adventurous. Not much options. Actually, it wasn't that far away. Always going to be difficult to get on the 4-ball though. What's Biardo got in store here? Could have been worse for Fortunski. Could have left a lot more. Cue ball up towards that 8-ball. You can see there's the 7, there's the 5, there's the 9, and there's the green 6. All those blockers. Very difficult not to lay the hook there. Should hit the 3. Could make the 3. Will Biardo be tempted for the top right corner? Tough pot. If there's an easy, obvious safety, he'll probably play the safety shot. Yeah, there's that safety shot I was talking about. Not taking any risks.
Missed it. Trying to get the spin off that bottom rail.
Yeah, you can see how close it was again.
So first real mistake in the rack. Ball in hand for Biardo as he looks to find his way onto the hill here in this match.
And the purple 5 is awkward. It probably will go in the left centre pocket, but he's got to get sort of just off straight on the 4 and then draw all the way back up. This needs to bounce off the rail. That's going to make it hard work because he's pretty much straight. So when he draws back, it's going to be going up near the other corner. Can he pinch a bit, play a delayed draw shot? That changes the angle a little bit. But we are seeing these type of shots wobble and stay on the pocket. Oh, he's done well, the old delay draw. What a shot from Biardo, the former champ.
Big rack for him here.
Really was an exquisite shot.
That might be it. His best of the match, considering the moment and the circumstances.
Just glancing over to the Woodward match. Naoki is at the table. That's 9-7, don't forget, to Woodward had a chance for the match. Mr. 7-ball in the side. Yeah, and even though we can't see all the table, it looks like there's just 4 balls left. Did look like the 7-ball was stuck. It was stuck. Has he landed on it? He hasn't.
Meanwhile, Carlo Beato is on the hill. He leads by 3, 9-6 now here on table 1. All right, let's go back over to the Woodward match. Here's Oy climbing onto the table. They get a crack at this. Plays the safety. And look at that crowd around table number 11.
Just 3 matches left in play. Our feature table, the Woodward Oy match, and Victor Zielinski, the young Polish phenom, is 6 up over Chan Jung Lin. What's Woodward got here?
Beato breaking on the left.
Needs a ball. Hasn't got one.
They've been consistent dropping that one in the side pocket. But that pot did not happen for him this time.
Noise coming from the Woodward table. Skylar is at the table. And I think he's got a good chance. Let's have a look. There's definitely some form of shot there. I don't know if it's a shot into the right middle, the middle pocket we can see, or is it a bank shot? It's one or the other. Now Beato has a chance for the match as well. Pretty open table. Skylar's made it. Could do with that bloke just moving his head a little. That'll do. The 8 ball's over the pocket. The 9 ball sat nice. Well, this match should be over, to be fair. There is no reason why Woodward will not clear the table here.
Meanwhile, Beato has a nice little layout here. He's on the left, Woodward on the right.
Skylar Woodward may have just landed perfect on this 9 ball. Listen for the roar.
The last American in the field is into the last 16 here at the U.S. Open. 10-7, the score for Woodward over Naoki Oy. Meantime, Carlo Beato trying to end this match. 4 balls left to play Fedor Gorsht tomorrow in the last 16.
Yeah, and I'm sure if Carlo does put these remaining 3 balls, the Gorsht Beato match will probably be on one of our feature tables, if not the main feature table. This looks over. Beato, the former champ, has played well in this match. He's been scrappy in the sense of the balls. He's come with all the shots, the funky safeties, the exhibition shots. He's got the job done.
Now Skylar Woodward will play Jason Shaw tomorrow in the last 16. Carlo Beato will play Fedor Gorsht as he dismisses Fortunski here on table number 1. The final 10-6 as Carlo Biado advances onto the round of 16, and the field just about set now for the 16 premier players who will take to the tables tomorrow in the penultimate day here at the 46th edition of the U.S. Open.
was over there. Yeah, it was over the corner, but Joe said to put it behind there. Put it over there. We've got no lights here anyway. Just put it over there, please. Joe, we need these lights on. These aren't on. That's why everything's dark. Can't light 3 people with a spotlight. Can't work under these conditions.
Really, you want to be able to see this?
What this? You can't go there. Can't go there. No, it's gonna fall off. It's gonna fall off.
Forwards then, or?
These lights are on.
These lights are on.
Warm it up. Well, James, how was that day for you?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, to be fair. You know, I'm coming in for a half day. You know, it's a nice way to sort of close out your holiday. You know, it's been a brilliant holiday so far. I've had a brilliant time. I've had such a good time with the boys. It's probably my favourite event that I've been on so far.
You've heard it here first. James's favourite event.
Yeah, 100%. I think the company makes a huge.
It's a huge difference.
It does make a huge difference. You're right, Ben. We've been on two.
Well as a team.
We've been on 2 holidays now.
2 holidays, dream team.
Yeah.
Fast we're becoming the greatest team of all time.
Yeah, I think this is a really good team. 100%.
Team supreme.
You've done some really.
We need to get T-shirts made.
The A team.
Yeah, like cool T-shirts.
Hi, Mum. I'm
made it on TV. Always wanted to be on TV. Now we've made it.
He's scratching the wall.
Standing by the trophy. Pretend you've won it.
Yay! I've won it. What's the score in that match over there?
I'd say about 7-6. These guys are wasted. Should have got these on cam. So see there, referee. Best referee in the business.
There's Ben. There he is. Ben Simpson. Simpson here. Wait. Look at this. Get my face in it. Hi.